Overwatch. It's come a long way. This game and the heroes we all know and love. We've seen this story before. For the sake of science, for progress, we need to shake things up. A grand experiment to revisit your favorite heroes in ways you've never seen them before. Return to old standbys or become something you've never imagined. The Overwatch Creator Cup.
Heroes never die, and so won't this broadcast. That's right, we're back for day 2 here of the Creator Card Flash Shops. My name is Dor, and I'm joined by the oh-so-wonderful Moxie today. How you feeling?
Hey Daddy-O, I am ready and waiting to get to see both of these matches that we get to cast today, Dor, because it's experimental card, and there's been some real weird experiments going on this week.
Oh, that's right. It's 8 a.m. here on the east coast of a continent that matters. But over here, we can have a little bit of fun in EU. Starting off with Angels up against Doom Squad. It's going to be a fantastic day. Let's take a look at our bracket because things have shaken down to be about as good as we expected them to be. Munich Esports, first seed, surprising absolutely nobody that they're still here, especially since we've seen more and more of the FAR being played by them. Ken's Fan Club, Angels, Doom Squad, 10th to 1938, another team to keep an eye out for. Regen EU, of course, always notable in the scene. Kebabwinkle, as well as Mind Goblin.
Who's Mind Goblin?
Yeah, let's get on to today's match. We're starting things off with Angels versus Doom Squad, Mugs. Okay, so this one should be pretty good as far as teams go. I'll leave Mind Goblin for later. You can figure that one out for yourself. But led by Dana, Doom Squad, there's a lot of D's on there that we just don't have room for on the broadcast, but we can surely pronounce them eventually. And this team is built off the back of one Doomfist player. But I'm curious if they're actually playing Doomfist. I mean, is Dana actually going to? Because there were changes, but like, Doom doesn't seem crazy strong.
But I mean, if you're a Doomfist player for British Hurricane and choose Money Crew, I'm pretty sure you can make Doom strong no matter what. But I mean, I'm going to be keeping my eye on Grandot because he is the main tank for Sheer Cold. And we were seeing yesterday, if there's one hero who's maybe just a little bit, just a tiny bit overtuned on this experimental card, it's Orisa, right? It's gotta be Orisa.
And speaking of Orisa, I mean, Alex2704, been a player I've been tracking for a long time on Falcon Esports now, but all the way back to like Sheer Cold, has just been insanely impressive. Let's talk about who they're going up against, because I actually think this one-on-one is gonna be super duper sick. Looking over at Angels, locking in the off tank for them, Pure Irish. This is, like I said, the heads up match that I want to watch. Alex2704 versus Pure Irish should be a lot of fun, but that's not to say there aren't other members of Angels you should be looking out for.
Yeah, Levitate, I think, for me, is going to really come in clutch. Support player for 01 Esports. And we've seen a little bit of support player getting tweaked, right? The Lucio is getting picked up a lot to combat the Orisa that we were talking about just a second ago. The slow coming through the supercharges at being 40%. Speed boost is really good to make sure that you can just try and keep your team up and around and out of that Orisa's way.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the matches have been decided by who can manipulate the Orisa better than the other team, right? Who can keep the Orisa on the move using that Lucio, who can out-rotate the other team, avoid their heavy cooldowns. Things like Amplification Matrix are being used, trying to get away from Reinhardts, who are speeding through shields left, right, and the center. It's critical that your team moves as a unit and that they're actually able to put down some environmental play and be able to move around the map properly.
Yeah, and I mean, we also have to talk about the Reinhardt, right? Because we're not seeing Anna as much because you don't need to actually lock in the Anna for the anti-nade. No, Fire Strike does that for you. Right? He's been hanging out with Anna for a real long time, right? She's been teaching him some things, and he's apparently got a little bit of her potions just gunked up on his hammer now, because whenever he hooks a strike, you get 4 seconds of anti-healing, and that's been absolutely massive, not only in terms of charging up those shatters super quickly, but in terms of really forcing these disengages from fights that teams don't want to take when half of their front line's purple.
Yeah, I mean, other things that have been particularly notable, we've seen a lot of Torb. The stacking damage is, it's hell to go through. Especially when you're talking about a lot of double shield being played. People are locking Reinhardt Orisa a lot of the time. Seeing that alongside a Cole Cassidy has become more and more common the further and further that we've gotten in. I think we would be remiss to not mention Mei in this tournament and just how everybody started dive bombing one another. It's the funniest thing I've seen in my entire life. Please keep it going. I need more of it. Maybe we get some Doomfist. We haven't seen any Mercy either. I haven't gotten a Mass Res. I'm manifesting it as best as I can right now, so I'm doing what I can for you guys, honestly. But let's take a look at where we're going maps-wise to figure out exactly what we'll be getting. Comps-wise, we're going to be starting things off on Nepal.
Maybe we get to see the Mercy come through, but I mean, the Lucio's got to be coming for sure. And Orisa, sometimes we get to see this map because, you know, that's where the Holt comes through, but Holt on this experimental card, it's the tether. It's the tractor beam of doom is essentially what it is, and it just means that Orisa is still super strong. I think we are still going to see the traditional compositions that you do see come through, and it is going to be that rotation game as both of these teams try and take control of the space. The DPS lineup is going to be the interesting one for me, whether or not we're actually going to have a little bit of difference coming up from both of those teams on that front. Well,
Speaking of things that aren't DPS, I can't wait to watch Symmetra be played for all of 3 seconds every time we come out of spawn here. I am massively disappointed that teams aren't running more Symmetra. I think Symmetra is one of the coolest changes, alongside Zenyatta, who also hasn't really been played that much. Those two heroes have been so much fun to try and mix into compositions and play during pugs and stuff, but how many teams trying it instead? Sticking to the old and faithful, but these teams, a lot of them formerly young and beautiful. Angels versus Doom Squad, though. Let's kick things off. Take a look at what we're locking in.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises. Doom Squad going to be locking in with that Reinhardt and Orisa composition. Crispy's on the sim, but I'm pretty sure it is just going to be for that initial teleporter out of spawn. Who knows? Maybe they'll be listening to us,
Crispy.
And we'll be on a timeline where we actually get to see the sim turrets healing the team, but I don't know, it takes a while, right, to get rid of that panic when you see a sim turret and you just go running for your life instead of realizing, oh, I should actually stand near it.
Well, now there's only one place to be, near the enemy team. Crispy stays. Oh my god, we finally get it. Big fire strike though connects onto Angels. It's low HP for all the players who cannot receive healing. Let's Doom Squad. Honestly, off the back of that one ability, are going to take this fight.
Up going to be able to get a little bit more aggressive with the immortality field as well, trying to charge up that first initial shatter. You can see the difference in what Doom Squad are able to do just by moving forward. In terms of the Rein ult charge, as Timo was forced to just hold up the shield, and there's only 40%. Up lapping him. Double the ult charge for the Reinhardt, and now it's going to be really hard for Angels to get back into this because you don't have control of the high ground. You're going to take so much poke damage before the fight starts.
All right, teleport into the back line. Fire strike again! Oh my god, dude, Angels can't catch a break. They can't. The fire strikes are too big. It's the biggest anti you've seen, and it goes straight through shields. Doom Squad. Despite all that, though, still not able to take it. Pure Iris just cleaning things up on the tail end.
I mean, Doom Squad do still have control of this point, and it can be really hard to get that control, but it is just the Orisa. The Orisa is now gone. Crispy, we got to see it for the first fight, but they're back onto the Lucio. They know that it is going to be a matter of rotating around, making sure that Alex on this Orisa can get into these fights nice and safely. But because you ran the sim for the first fight, your ult charge is going to be behind Adna. Signfire is not going to come up for a while.
Well, ultra mine to say the least. Krandop, though, moving forward is just, I mean, cyberbullied midair. That's not fair. You can't do that to somebody. Now down a member. You have to respect it. Pack has been taken down, though, so there's an opportunity here for Doom Squad, especially since that spawn's going to be so low. This rotate to point is going to be too fast for it to ever keep up. If Angels want to push this, they need more heals, but Pack isn't there. They're going to try and do it regardless off the back of a shatter, but the follow-up damage isn't enough. You have to remember, the bongo keeps them away. It lowers their movement speed as they careen onto the point. Yes, Doom Squad have control. With Teemo down, they should be able to hold a little longer, but Angels aren't going to give them the whole thing.
Ooh, it is just a little bit of stagger right now for Angels because that flip has already come through and it was beautiful from force Angels not to be able to go for the contest on this phase. And then the second that the Deadeye runs its course, they wait for Angels to walk towards the point and then drop the Molten Core alongside the superchargers. There is nothing that Angels do to actually prevent that point flip from going through. And then it is just a case of catching those stragglers. Angels coming through, though, with ultimates. They're the ones that should be in the driving seat. Beautiful amplification magic's going to start things off. And similar to what Doom Squad did, right? Ult used to get themselves safely onto this point.
Yeah, they've made space appropriately, and now they can take the point with the Molten Core. Because of the Fire Strike, you have to respect it. Look at all those purple health bars. Still yet, Angels has not made their way fully onto the point. They don't have an Orisa shield to really solidify themselves there, so it's slow going, but they will tick it over eventually. With Crispy down, the rotation's not so clear for Doom Squad, who are split up and taken down.
Doom Squad just going to be getting out of this fight. They still have to be pretty happy, though. They're 81%. That is essentially one fight away from... Oh, the map Alex goes. Yeah, one fight away from walking away with this map. And they've charged up ultimates, right? Angels had to use a lot of theirs to be able to actually make sure that no one can really contest them from the side of Doom Squad, who will hold up on the high ground. And it means that Doom Squad should be able to come into this with the firepower behind them, but they have to do it quickly because Angels do have control of the point, but they've also got a lot of stall ultimates on their side.
Oh! No! Pure Irish Drift! I mean, catches nothing but air. Doesn't matter, yet the Deadeye comes true. A big whiff of an ultimate to start the fight off, but hey, Doom Squad are dead either way. I'm not complaining if I'm Angels.
It happened so fast, though, that they've still got time to be able to come in and recontest this. And more importantly, it happened so fast that they hadn't used a single ultimate that they had available to them. Crispy taken out of the way, though. You're not going to be able to get the touch. And it doesn't matter if you have the ultimates to play around with if the time bank's not on your side.
I mean, Pure Irish just gave him the body block of the century. Poor Crandall just didn't stand a chance. First point goes the way of Angels, but not a bad showing for Doom Squad either. I think this just foretells a little bit more of an interesting match as we head on to the second point.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a real close matchup between both of these teams, because if Doom Squad had been able to get into that fight with those ultimates, they should have been able to take it. Crispy going to be breaking our hearts in just a couple of seconds, I'm sure, though. They've learned their lesson, right?
Almost certainly.
A little bit more point percentage on their side, they'd have been able to take it. If they just used Crispy on that Lucio from the get-go, you would have had the Cyan Barrier for when Adnar uses it.
Oh, you keep putting not Symmetra into the world, though. Not on my creator card, Mox. It's for the creator good. God, I thought we went over this, but no. All right, Angel's put back, and the composition does come with the Lucio this time, so they'll be able to speed in eventually, but with the help of a Sigma, it does get a little easier when you can move forward with the kinetic grasp and start taking space, but going straight to point here isn't the greatest option for them, right? If they go there, they'll get spammed out, so they will just send Pure Irish to make sure that they have to respect it, but the second Pure Irish goes, Doom Squad are going to take the 6-on-5, immediately engaging on the Reinhardt now. They're going to be forced back into the room. 4 members of Angels are purple, and Doom Squad aren't letting off the gas pedal.
Oh yeah, that is a nasty anti-nade, but Doom Squad's still able to actually keep most of their members intact, and Danet is going to try and catch out the stragglers as they get this recontest, because this is going to be the point flip come through. It looked so good for the side of Angels with that anti, but now they've got the reinforcements, now they can start to press in and take this point.
Yeah, Doom Squad have over-aggressed. Oh no, Teemo's gone! They pulled that, right? I'm going to assume that was a pull. It just doesn't show up in the kill feed. Teemo's gone and was just dragged to death with Alex, who took it personally. Like, there's no winning that fight. Oh, maybe? Crandall's got an immortality field. You can swing on this for a while, but no, the follow-up's just not there. Angels take it back after a few percentage go the other way.
Yeah, so unfortunately, he doesn't have OR with immortality field, because remember, immortality field is now lasting for a second. It's nowhere near the absolute gargantuan hour it feels like on live patch, and definitely means that Ground was just dead in seconds. Doom Squad going to be trying to aggress inwards, but Angels are holding steady. They're the ones who are able to just put so much damage past this lane.
Oh, but the second you go in, it's right into the welcoming arms of Pure Irish and Teemo. The two tank ultimates come down. Claim true, and down goes Alex 2704 Doom Squad. I mean, it's only one pick, but they're sent packing, and that seems to be how a lot of these fights have gone in general.
They had to move. Didn't you not see? Slendex used that Molten Core right over the shatter area. And so everyone from Doom Squad just had to vacate space, meaning that Angels were able to catch them as they went on the back. And yes, they used 2 ultimates, but they've been able to get other members doing that damage to build up ultimates of their own so they can continue this endless cycle.
Oh, there's a Molten Core for the other side this time as the cycle of life continues. Crispy out of the way, though. It means one member advantage for Angels, but more importantly, it means they can rotate around the map a lot more efficiently. Teemo and Pure Irish can engage on this team at will, as long as they don't die. Teemo drops to Alex 2704, though. The Amplification Matrix actually helps them out massively in engaging on this fight. Now they have the space, but do they have the members to actually follow this up? Dan thinks so, and it's going right on in, and yeah, that went about as well as you could expect it to. 1v3 is a Torbjorn.
I think maybe he thought that Kranduk was a little bit closer so the shatter could be used to set him up and he could have come in with the damage and gotten those kills, but now it is an overtime contest. Kranduk is down, the shatter completely not used. This is all falling apart for Doom Squad as Alex gets the tether to connect to Teemo and just runs off the map.
Alex may not win it, but he's taking you down with him, I'll tell you that much. A hell of a map from Angels to start the day off, and boy, I'm feeling good. Look, we've already got finally some more Sigma being played. I do think Sigma's been highly underrated with all the Orisa going around. We got some Metra played actually one time. Granted, they did probably lose the map off it, but I enjoyed it for a little bit.
It's a little bingo card where I get to see some players support, get to see the Cassidy with just the machine gun aim. It really feels like May parachuting everybody into these engagements. I mean, what more could you ask for from this experimental card? There's some real shenanigans that you can pull off.
More May. More May. May is so fun. That's all I want. I just want to like May Torb. Just mirrors go at one another repeatedly. I don't know. I was having a blast.
You just play like the wackiest game of where does the turret land? So Torb sets up the turret and the May wall goes up, and no one knows where the turret is up until they die to it.
There's still hope. Yezin's still playing like musical heroes on the other side of the bracket, just locking at everything from like Bastion to Pharah to Torbjorn to Sombra.
Not Pharah. He only goes far in the last 15 seconds when they're about to lose a map.
It's weird that they just have that win on demand key, but so do these two teams who have struggled to win fights cleanly. A lot of those, if they went long, got really scrappy. Either that or they were decided by one pick all the way back at the start of the fight. So it's been very polarizing.
Yeah, and I mean, they're investing a lot of ultimates into these fights as well, even if they don't manage to win them, which is really weird, right? Because normally you want to see an ultimate actually get a lot of value, right? But every single time, they don't even know if they're going to have an advantage in a fight. They just use an ultimate to be able to actually safely get out through that space. And that's sort of the Lucio effect, isn't it? That you feel like it really is a game of like controlling the space, that you have to use things like amplification matrices as you're entering through a choke, just so that you can enter a choke, as opposed to holding off on it when a team aren't able to disengage away from the damage.
But hear me out. We stop running the Lucio, we lose the fight, and then we resurrect everybody. We still haven't had Mercy played. Even with Yezin's Pharah, we still have had a distinct lack of Mercy across the broadcast. I'm disappointed, but I'm not disappointed in our map pick. We're sending things over onto King's Row for map number 2 of the series. Now this has just been fun every single time we've seen it.
See, I've got like a headcanon, right? That every single one of these teams are just sick to the death of having to run old Mercy when the Overwatch first released, right? Where every single Mercy play was just relegated to don't be in a fight, don't die, hide in a corner, wait with your ultimate, come in, res everybody back. That they've all just made gentlemen's agreements that no one plays Mercy now that mass res is a thing.
Are you telling me that hide and go seek Mercy wasn't a fun meta? I think you're crazy. I want to watch off tanks just like search around the map for like minutes on end before a fight.
It's like the Sombra stealth only lasts 8 seconds now, so Diva's not going to be on spy check duty 24/7. She's on mercy watch.
Yeah, exactly. Like, look, people have gotten good enough at spy checking. It probably doesn't happen, but please, just one time. Four more requests from your old pal Thor. Just lock in a mercy as we go into King's Row. We have seen pretty much the same composition to be locked in here. I think the onus has been on a little bit more damage, but I'm seeing something being hovered right now. I'm thinking about a Doomfist. I want to see Danid lock it in, right? We're getting a little brawlier. The rotations become a little bit less available, especially for the defenders on point A. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. I just want to see the man play a signature character.
I think you're going to have to adjust your pitch, though. Danid is coming out on the Torbjorn. It's too good in this patch with that stacking damage. It really is. Just, you can't go without it. And this is very quickly becoming the meta, isn't it? Double shield, but it's fun double shield. It's double shield that actually moves around, which is the weirdest thing. You don't just find a corner and bunker up. You just actually get to move and see those W keys in action.
I mean, let's give credit to the person who designed it. I mean, Lemon Kiwi, thank you very much. New Orisa, very cool. Very, very, very cool. Let's see how they roll out, though, as they still do have a Sigma here for Angels. Pure Irish has made their name on it. When I think of Pure Irish, I think of the Diva, I think of the Sigma. Alex has their wrist in the back pocket, and if Pure Irish enjoys the Sigma, which rightfully so, it is a lot of fun. And it's just like high APM Sigma. Why not play it as they scoot their way around the side of the statue? Good pressure, but again, it's all just waiting to catch our cooldowns, waiting for that speed engage, and waiting to see if Doom Squad can actually find any sort of disengage. The charge is going to be the start of the fight, though, as in goes Teemo. Cancels the charge early, though. That doesn't mean you're any better of a spot. Gets taken down now without a main tank. Angels have to back up.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard as well. Seeing that Fire Strike goes for shields and applies the anti, and unless you have something like a Symmetra teleport, I can't believe I'm suggesting they curse him, that you just gotta hop that choke, right? Because it can be really easy for Crown Drop to just hold shield, get the Fire Strike off, and get so much health charge, already 88% of the weight, purely because Doom Squad are in control of this choke space.
And they're playing it aggressively as well. Look at this Bongo forward to make sure they can't move. Krandov playing way out in front of the Implication Matrix, which is likely healing them to keep these two tanks up while they move so far forward. But the Ant Matrix doesn't last forever, Mog. And the second the Ant Matrix is gone, Angels come in. 2 kills are traded back, but that's not going to be enough.
Molten Core is in the pocket for Danid, and he's able to catch out.
No way.
So you are still getting a lot of kills coming through. Unfortunately, they're not on the point, so it's not gonna contest that, and you can see Doom Squad pulling back, not wanting to go for this proper point contest. Instead, they're gonna hold off and wait to be once more in control of Choke.
Alright, Choke's a game plan here. Seems like a pretty clear one, but Angels, it's gonna take a second before they try and break this. Fortunately, they've got the ultimates.
It's going to be really hard, though, for them to actually get the space, because the second you start to try and move forward, you're either going to run amok into that Molten Core from Danid, or Vivas is just going to pop the Deadeye and zone you out even longer.
We're going to start another engagement with the Gravitic Flux. The Deadeye finds True, though. Phase Pig MLG's out of the way. Teemo has a Shatter, and he's in a good position to use it, but with the Molten Core in the way, you can't push much further than that. Angels go home licking their wounds.
Yeah, they really wanted to try and aggress in with that Sigma Flux because Pirosh is able to pop it around the corner so he's not put into damage, but immediately Dana just uses the Molten Core to make sure none of Angels can actually try and capitalize on the fact that everyone is going to be dropped that health bar when they hit the ground. Still though, Angels still have this Amplification Matrix which they are going to use to heal the team. Seems an opportunity.
Oh, the double charge!
Goes down.
Oh my, I mean, look. When I say main tank difference, I don't take it lightly. That's a gap. That's an ocean between the two of these players for that fight. What a shatter. What a pin. Doom Squad showing off.
This is why Choke and King's Row is just so brutal. Because Angels, they've had 6 ultimates. Pure Irish is about to get another Sigma Flux store, and they still haven't been able to step a single step past this choke point, and instead they're forced to go around it, take the long road, and drop it on Doom Squad's head.
Well, they do close in on an Orisa eventually, but still just calmly backing away. Doom Squad's reposition is so good. With the Cassidy here on the side lane and Slendex going down. Angels are running out of that damage that they hold so near and dear. Pushing them back though. Speed is in their back pocket. Grush caught out in a little bit of a weird position. The fight turns into a complete clown fiesta, but Angels have made their way forward, and with that space comes more damage.
Yeah, the fact that Doom Squad backed out means that they're not in control of the choke and they're not keeping Angels all cramped up in these tiny claustrophobic spaces. And it's pure chaos, which is exactly what Angels are thriving upon because they're just able to separate Doom Squad's members and catch them out one at a time. V-Phase going down on their own means that you don't have the flashbang to stop the team from grouping up, and from then it's just open season for Grandop. But Doom Squad will still get a recontest before this payload hits B, and they're going to be in the more favorable position when it comes to ultimates. Amplification Matrix does its job, buys them time and a kill, and it's got to be enough time for Doom Squad to be able to come and contest.
Doom Squad are definitely going to come in for at least one more contest. Teemo again just into the back line. A sound barrier to keep him alive, and the Molten Core from Danet is huge. Covers the entirety of their back line, so that dive that Angels went for, the aggressive play, doesn't work out for them. Doom Squad are able to fight them back, hold the point, and now only a minute 50 on the clock, Mox. Angels, it's not looking perfect. I'll say that much.
Especially now they're going to have to go through streets all over again. More importantly, though, they're going to have to try and get through choke again. The good news is that Doom Squad haven't gone super aggressive. Like, it's not the absolute strangle of the hold that choke was in the past. The bad news is that Angels need to come in from a very unexpected angle, otherwise Doom Squad are just going to collapse in on them because look at this positioning! There's the Lucio speed boost in action! And unfortunately, they have enough space to be able to hide from this deadeye that Avora is trying to use to buy the team time to be able to step forward and contest Doom Squad at close quarters.
Well, I mean, we've witnessed the good, the bad, and the Teemo. How long does Teemo actually last, though? That shield's starting to hurt. Wait, Angels have to move forward at some point. Okay, gonna wrap all the way around. They do make their move eventually, but the rotation from Doom Squad, I mean, it's just bang on. Using the high ground now to get a bit more cover, but the shield just obliterated it. Wow. Alex with the block of the Sentry, the prediction on the Shatter, and now no amount of anti-nade is going to save you here. Angels throw down a Molten Core to get a little bit of space between them and Doom Squad, and that works out. The Implication Matrix keeps them at arm's length for just long enough to find the rest of the kills.
And the Molten Core is actually going to come out from Danet to try and stop Angels from getting the fight, but it's a little bit too late. Everyone on the side of Doom Squad is already down, so no one can capitalize on the kiting that Molten Core would have provided. It does still manage to pick up a kill, but Angels have another lease of life, 146 to push this cart through, and they've got the Sigma Flux. This is what we saw them use last time to try and get through, navigate Doom Squad were trying to put them through.
Another 4-man ult from Pure Irish. This guy literally cannot do more. Cannot put out more damage on Sigma. And despite that, the fight's still not outright won. It's going to take some good aim from Slendex in order to follow up on it. But Angels do have at least a man advantage. But the position, it's not looking too good for him. The tanks are still up for Doom Squad, and thus the fight remains.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that even though they're getting 4-man Sigma Fluxes, it's always to start off the fight, so nothing has baited dualism into using the immortality field, and so every single time they hit the ground, despite it being 1 second, it's still there to save them.
Nice disengage by Angels. Let's just wait this one out. Nothing too crazy going on. With 60 seconds, it's about 2 pushes.
It's going to be a matter of these shatters. Who's going to get the bigger one? Because they've both got ultimates to be able to capitalize off of the slam.
Oh my god! Dude, Grandop's entire shield pool, health bar, life, ego are just like in the toilet after that engagement. But yeah, look, you just can't move forward like that into Amp Matrix and that much damage from Angels.
Alex, different map, same scenario. Alex just tethers onto Teemo and walks into the hole.
Alex takes it personally. Let's just put it that way. Gravitic Flux catches out one and allows him to get taken down by the Deadeye, so some good space being made by Angels. And now without the Lucio, it's going to be a hard time disengaging from Doom Squad. So instead, they decide to engage more. Charge into the backline. Grandop makes absurd amounts of space and actually buys a lot of time for that respawn to come in.
Well, time is something that Angels don't have. Speed, because that is a supercharger that is down and removing 60% of their movement.
Avoria's in like main tank territory. Avoria was like 20 meters in front of their Reinhardt. I am completely lost, and apparently so are Angels, who are getting held on point C of King's Row.
I mean, no surprise. Point C is always the hardest of King's Row to push, even if you come in with an absolute gargantuan amount of time on your side. Those respawns that are always in the favor of the defense can just be really hard to break, especially looking at this experimental card where you have the Lucio just making sure that everyone is out of their spawn a little bit faster. Valiant effort though, given the fact that they got held up on so many chokes. And it really did take them quite a while, but hey, side swap, she was on the other foot, and now they're the ones who can utilize that stranglehold of a choke to burn time off of Doom Squad's bank.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfectly winnable map right now for Angels, but the win condition has been set. Doom Squad have a goal. What are they going to lock in to try and beat it? I suspect likely more of the same, but who knows with this team? Nope, yeah, same old, same old. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Mox.
I mean, if they get stuck on choke, they could always put Dened onto that Doomfist, right? Because he doesn't care about chokes, he just goes over them and then smacks you into the wall, starting them. But for Angels, they've got a win condition for themselves. And it's not just defend this point for as long as possible, it's you have to burn time off of these chokes. If you let Doom Squad in each of these fights, for the very first fight, get through every single choke, then you're never going to win this map. You have to delay them a long time at all of these architecture points.
Oh, wait. Dened Widowmaker, Doomfist players with aim. Nope, back to the Torbjorn. Who needs aim, right? I don't know. All right, it's going to be the turret rolling out. Same amount of space being made, but actually Angels looking to play the high ground here. A very different look at how people have been playing this map is they've got the Sigma Shield. They want to try and maintain it. Good rotation, though, by Doom Squad. They're going to rotate through Hotel in order to push beneath them here and force the Sigma to drop. A lot of damage being thrown at him as well. Pure Irish is not long for this life. The problem with dropping Sigma on this point, it doesn't work like it normally does. That Fire Strike goes straight through the shield. You cannot heal the Sigma to keep him alive on point, and Doom Squad are going to punish that beautifully with the Fire Strike.
I always hate to see teams just full stacking up on that high ground. If they don't have something like a D.Va, who can just go from the high ground to the low ground and back up again, contesting that high ground without being jumped on by all 6 members who have wrapped around Hotel, admitted that yes, you're going for high ground control, yes, you're going for the poke damage fight, they avoid that entirely, and you're the ones who lose ultimate charges because when you actually come into the fight, it's straggling as Dened is on the prowl. He's waiting. He's eyeing up his squishy. There's the turret coming through. There's the stacking damage and kill.
Adnar's gone, and with that, they make the way forward. Amplification Matrix, but not trying to push through it, actually. Angels decide, okay, Buck stops here. Dened now looking to be 1v1. This is the weirdest 1v. I don't think I've ever.
This is kind of cheating at the 1v1.
Oh, it's 1v4. Oh dear God, Dened, run! At that point, you might as well just jump onto the tracks.
I mean, he catches the train. It's gonna take him back to his spawn point, at least. And now it is gonna be Angels getting this recontest as they do have the numbers advantage in their favor. The Lucio back, allowing them to move. Oh, that's a beautiful anti.
The Fire Strike anti does last long enough, but space is still being made by Angels here. It's difficult walking for Doom Squad, who now lack a main tank. They've got to go back by the wayside.
And this fight is taking place in some really weird positions, but now finally Angel should be able to keep control of choke, and that's going to set this Deadeye up to be really quite brutal if Doom Squad aren't careful.
It's going to take a second for that to get back in position, though. Both Deadeyes have honestly been pretty deadly as of late.
No, Doom Squad gonna be wrapping around. They know that choke is going to be scary. They're gonna have to wrap around and take a side approach.
I mean, a side approach just means an even smaller choke mark, I'll be honest. And that means a Molten Core is more than available. Both teams go for it, and both teams are burning at the ankles. Dened's getting the better of it, though, with 2 of his own. Doom Squad are going to continue the push.
Doom Squad getting to be a little bit proactive. Angels having to be on the reactive means that Avoria doesn't get to use the Deadeye. Instead, it's V-Phase who gets to use that one and allows Doom Squad control of the space to fight Angels all the way into that Molten Core. And this is going to be... Oh, not again.
Yes again? What do you mean not again? Yes again, Dened! I want more!
Absolutely ruin all of Angels by dropping the behind the shield and then shooting into the frame.
And they can't turn around to face him this time. If you turn around, you're just gonna get blown up from the other direction. So they have to go forward. They have to allow this Torbjorn to be. And you know what? Forward might not be so bad. A Shatter does connect for Teemo. but no follow-up is there. Now forced back into the hallways of Point C. Doom Squad can feel this one coming to him, and it crosses! Despite all the contest from Angels, the fight is lost, and so is the point.
Dead only just goes down. That's insane! He's alive so much longer than he should be behind enemy lines, and he's been doing so much work. It's going to be a little bit harder now for Dana to get up to those usual antics of dropping the turret behind the shielding and forcing Timo to make a choice on where he wants to hold that shield, because Angels are in control of the space at the moment. But Amplification Matrix is forcing them to back away from a fight and allowing that payload so much movement.
Oh, Doom Squad smell blood in the water. They want to even up the map score. All the way towards the spawn they go, and 3 members of Angels down. Means a likely Point C. The yellow box of victory is so close they can taste it. A victory molten core from Dana. Doom Squad even things up 1-1.
They may be called Doom Squad. We may want to see Dana go on to the signature Doom first. But the Torbjorn is just doing too much, though. You can't sacrifice it. The stacking damage, the fact that, yeah, play of the game, of course, goes to the Torbjorn. Who else would it be? And it's one of those Molten Cores. Like, it's doing such a good job, paired up with things like the Orisa and the Supercharger, which has that slow ability. You can't just get away from Molten Cores like you're used to on these live patches. You really do have to just either eat the damage and lose the fight, or be nowhere near the Torbjorn in the first place.
Yeah, I'll be honest, the Dana Torbjorn hits a little different. It hits a little different. I wasn't expecting it, like, but hey, I mean, most of the time you don't have to aim, and the flanks are hilarious. It's do it once, shame on you. Fool me twice with the Torbjorn flank, shame on me. I guess if he goes for more, I want please Dana, more flank Bjorn.
Can you imagine if they just cross Torbjorn and Sombra so Torbjorn gets the stealth?
No, I'm good. I maybe next creator card we'll workshop it a little bit before we throw that into the game. But oh my god, that would terrorize people. Speaking of terrorizing lobbies, though, Doom Squad, what was that time bank at the end?
I mean, I said it, right? Angels' win condition had to be utilizing those chokes. That was where we saw the majority of the time shaven from their bank in terms of their attack, and we didn't really get to see the chokes being used every single time because Doom Squad were doing a very good job of pushing forward aggressively. They went for the side approach as opposed to taking the main choke the first time that they got stopped, so you didn't get to see that amazing opening where they were forced to use things like a Sigma Flux to try and get around a corner and create the space for the rest of the team to move through. And so if Angels want to be able to take this next map in this first of 2 series, we really are going to have to see chokes coming into play, because unfortunately chokes play a big part in a lot of maps in Overwatch.
Yeah, especially on the creator card. Things have been moving really fast, and things have also just like not been dying across the board. Tanks are living absurdly long amounts of time, and supports are keeping them moving all the time. But we got to keep this broadcast moving, and that means a map number 3 in just a bit. But before then, we're gonna throw you guys to a quick little break, so enjoy some content while we do.
Ooh, thank you so much, Lemon, for helping me with my halts. I feel like my pull timings are really improving. I almost got a halt dynamite yesterday.
That's great work, Orisa. Keep that up. That's awesome. Who wants to go next? Oh, hello, Reinhardt player. I haven't seen you here before. What's your name?
Hey everyone, my name's Phil and I love playing Reinhardt.
Oh, me too. Reinhardt is very fun. What problem are you having today?
Well, I'm a gold player, but I should be in diamond.
Okay, settle down, everyone. Settle down. Well, why do you think that, Phil?
I'm only in gold because I keep feeding.
Well, have you tried not feeding?
Yes, I've tried everything, including not feeding.
Okay then, how about this? I can help you find some tank content creators to...
We already watch a lot of creators for tips. It's not helping us.
I still charge the enemy Genji's ult.
We can't do any more, Lemon. We need your help more than ever. Exactly. There must be something you can do. Maybe Blizzard will listen.
All right. Okay, how about this? Everyone is getting more health and more armor. You're going to be able to control your abilities. Reinhardt, you'll be able to cancel your charge, and Orisa, you'll be able to move faster with Fortify.
Wow, I do like galloping.
Stop feeding!
And I'll reduce all crowd control duration by 50%.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, tank players, when you're struggling with your Overwatch gameplay, there's help available. With me, Lemon Kiwi. Because when life gives you lemons, you get a kiwi. A lemon kiwi. Lemon Kiwi not included. Lemon Kiwi hybrids are not real. Creator card balance changes are not required to be good for the game. Lemon Kiwi tank player support group does not guarantee SR gains. Not all crowd control reduced by 50%. If you have a lost streak for more than 4 hours, please consult your nearest practice range. Ultimate batteries not included. Can I stop this thumb thing now? My arm hurts. Hello? 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 Anyone? Anyone?
Welcome back, friends. Danet's still playing Torbjorn, Yezin's still playing Sombra, and everything is wrong with the world, but everything's right with our creator card. So join us as we head into map number 3 between these two teams. That just promises more chaos.
Oh, it's Route 66 as well, though. You know what that means? There's a cliff.
Oh.
The cliff right on the first
No,
point.
no. Don't remind me.
I'm gonna tether onto Timo, and this guy is just not gonna get to play around. I'm waiting for the setup, right? Where we're going to see Crandup with the shatter, not have to worry about a counter shatter because Alex tethers to Timo and pulls the right heart away.
I want to see Timo just like out of sheer frustration shatter Alex while Alex is tugging him along. That's Alex has now environmental suicide killed Timo 3 times.
Yeah.
In 2 maps. That is absurd. And for map number 3, like you said, we're taking things to Route 66. So likely more of the same team compositions wise, right? Other than maybe the attacking side changes a little bit, but I can't see many reasons to not run Torbjorn here.
Yeah, we've already seen, right? I think if anyone is looking insanely strong on that DPS front line, it really does feel like the Torbjorn. The fact that the turret with the stacking damage, the Molten Core has been invaluable in all of these pushes. It's pretty much if you have a Molten Core, fight win, unless the Torbjorn has a counter Molten Core, and then everyone just sort of plays the forest lava. And it's a roll of the dice on who comes out on top.
Yeah, I think that actually brings up another point, though. Ultimates have been critical in order to keeping your team alive in the fights, but the fights also just don't end. The ultimates almost never end the fight. They just keep it going, and it's been far more a battle of attrition than anything else. And that's despite the Reinhardts beating on each other with hammers. That's despite the Torbjorns throwing absurd amounts of damage. And if players do step out of line, right, we saw one push by Crandop where Crandop just got sent to the Shadow Realm in all of but the blink of an eye. But outside of that, I mean, nobody's really dying that fast. These teams are doing a great job of rotating those defensive ultimates in order to buy space, keep the enemy team off of one another when they need to. It's more about outlasting than it is coming up with huge individual plays.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy that I got to see more Lucio, right? Because it feels like whatever we cast is for the Chinese contenders region, which means it's always Zarya, Winston, and Lucio is just smoke in the wind. You want to see the Symmetra. I'm just real happy, real jazzed.
Oh no, this is what I want to see.
Lucio being seriously run.
Please, Pack. Please. I did not wear a Mercy cosplay today for you to not play this at least once. I really hope this isn't bait. It might not be. Honestly, if they do end up locking in a Hanzo and a Junkrat, it might not be bait.
Yeah, especially because, you know, that mass res can come in real handy. in terms of if you're at a disadvantage of the fight, and we're seeing that Doom Squad are being very good at getting these very early kills, which forces Angels to always go on that back foot, always try and disengage, and the disengages have never been clean. If you have a res, that means that you don't have to worry about a disengage because you can just stay right in the fight and come back through.
That also infers that you're going to finish the res. It's not quite the same as old hide and go seek Mercy, where you're just throwing out a res and it's just instant. You have to get the animation through. It's a lot harder than it used to be, which is... Oh, wide pack switches. Boo! You know what? I'll count it. I brought that one into existence myself. Engagement, though, is close to spawn. Doom Squad holding strong. Krandop has this beautiful little wall to play around, and so not too much damage to the Reinhardt. Just swing away and win the fight.
Look, these servers can only handle one Mercy being run at a time. Unfortunately, by doing the cosplay, you've guaranteed that we're not going to get to see either of these teams seriously run Mercy. And unfortunately for Angels, they have to get through this train carriage, and that has just been an absolute demon in terms of spamming that damage through.
I mean, trying for an alternate rotation, a shatter will at least be blocked, so they've gotten past that hard part, and with Krandop down, it's still 5 versus 6, 5 versus 5. All right, this is a lot more doable. Now that they've actually made their way out of spawn, the angle that they took this time, a lot better. Focusing down Krandop, who's overextended, and now we can get the card going. We can actually play a little bit of Route 66.
Yeah, that was the fight that Angels absolutely needed to win, because Dana goes down 98% to the Molten Core. If we'd seen another fight, Doom Squad would just have been able to use the Molten Core in the ways that we've seen them previously in this series, and Angels would have had to go right back to the spawn licking their wounds. But now they have the payload moving, they can set a warrior up for this Deadeye. Be a little bit harder for Doom Squad to get unseated, which should buy them the rest of the time for these ultimates to come online. Teemo with the Shatter and Slandex with the Molten Core of their own.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, they don't have the ultimates quite yet, so Doom Squad are going to try and take an engagement. Oh, just one person waiting for them to step out of line. Dana doesn't quite do so, as now we trade out amplification matrices. The Shatter catches wind, but Angels have got an engagement. They finally close the gap, and Teemo, with no immortality field, is going to be a little bit sad that's the case. Pure Irish now, completely separated away from the team, is going to leave the rest of them hanging, so Doom Squad, despite, getting that pick, are now hung out to dry.
Yeah, and Doom Squad as well have done a very good job. Despite losing this fight, they've stopped the payload. They took the fight to
I don't think they lost this fight, Mox.
Really? Oh, what the heck?
Yeah, like I said, Pure Irish was off on the side, so it separated away from the rest of the team. Nobody else was getting any protection, so Doom Squad were able to clean it up late.
Oh, that is so painful, because Doom Squad stopped that payload with the Molten Core. They took the fight to the payload. So Angels didn't manage to finish off this point, and because they got held up in train carriage for so long, they've only got 1 minute 20 to get the next push.
We've seen this before. The full hold on this map can be brutal. Oh my god, Pack just got separated away from the pack and taken down. Neither team gets a Baptiste, though, which means it is a volatile fight. AHL still coming out on top, though, as the positioning from Doom Squad just isn't perfect after they got pushed down.
They should be able to get this payload moving again, but they don't guarantee that they're going to be able to get this checkpoint, because Doom Squad, having stopped the fight so far away, are going to get another recontest. They're running the Lucio. All of the team is going to be able to use the speed boost to get through. Teemo has got to start off this fight. He has to be proactive with the Shadow. He cannot allow Doom Squad to come in for the space.
Well, the Amplification Matrix buys the space that you were talking about. Still, the high ground does belong to Angel, something we should talk about, right? They haven't been removed from there. There's still a Torbjorn, still a Lucio. They've got a chance. One onto the back line, trying to aim for the Lucio. Pure Irish just can't find it, though. This is what we were talking about. It just doesn't seem to matter. Kinetic Flux is not a fight-winning ultimate anymore. Doom Squad punish it. And now Angels, 15 seconds. They can't find a way through. Mox, I don't see one for them.
I don't think they're going to be able to. Pure Irish is pushed away from the cart. Teemo's got a Shadow, but Teemo's still dead. Teemo didn't start off the fight. Doom Squad, with that amplification matrix, are the ones who control the space, and Pure Irish tries to swap onto the Hammond, isn't going to be able to get the tap onto the payload to spiral overtime. And Angels, they should have been proactive. They should have been the ones starting things. The second they run away from that amplification matrix to take cover, that's when they lose this point.
I mean, look, you're welcome to tell Teemo to run into that amplification matrix, but last time he did that, he's gone. Look, it's such a hard fight to play, though, right? Because of that amplification matrix and the timer just forcing you into a bad position. Doom Squad, though, hats off for putting AHLs in that position. Now, a clear victory condition set. Just get through point A.
At least it's the majority of point A for Angels. They do have all of this time to be able to stuff them up. I mean, you've got to take control of train carriage, don't you?
I mean, yeah, the full hold, I mean, the Oiler hold looked great for Doom Squad, right? It got them the ultimate advantage that they carried into the economy later on in the game. It was realistically the start of that whole hold, so it's pretty clear that Angel should go for it, right?
Yeah, and even if you lose train carriage, you do still get another chance of grabbing up that high ground because of how far you were able to push the payload. Crispy, though. Crispy might undo everything that Angels are planning, because if they actually come out on this sim with the teleport, they're going to be able to get past train carriage, and they're going to be able to actually get to the entrance of train carriage and punish Angels if they hide inside.
So, yeah, you've got a few options of places to teleport. Are they just going high onto the train, or are they going to try and take it around? Wait for it. Crispy, where are we going?
Yeah,
up on top? Yeah, it might be a fake rotation. I'm not sure that's the best one, right? It's still sending yourself into a choke point. So they will still take main in order to get out here, swap it onto a Lucio. This makes a lot more sense. They'll rotate around, though, to get the high ground. And now they can try and spam them off towards that ledge. And oh, no. Teemo's near a ledge. And Alex2704 is existing. I'm worried for him, but they may need to be more worried about the Reinhardt. Crandop charges in, takes him down. Doom Squad break the spawn hold in one go.
Yeah, so even though they don't necessarily use that sim teleport to get the entire team for train carriage, they show the teleport, one person goes through, and it's enough to spook Angels away to the back of train carriage, so they don't actually fully utilize that choke to be able to cram all of Doom Squad up towards their spawn point. And just in those split seconds, that's when you lose control of the space, you allow Doom Squad to move forward, and suddenly, once again, you're on that back foot.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the back foot for a while. Looking just at the eliminations for the main tanks right now, 18 elims for Crandop, 5 for Teemo. It is very clear who is having more fun right now.
I mean, it's very clear who's getting to play Overwatch right now, and it definitely feels like every single thing that we see Doom Squad doing is very minute plays, but in the long run, they're like a little stack of dominoes, right? And you can trace back the moment every single time that they get a fight win to one of these very small, significant plays that you get to see really spirals back to how experienced this team is, right? A lot of them are from contenders. A lot of them are used to pulling out the big brain plays to be able to get through things like choke.
Well, choke be damned. This cart's gonna keep on schmoving. Keep in mind, this is Angel's tournament life on the line, Mux. Got a few ultimates building up, but Doom Squad's gonna be there first.
Angels, despite trying to go for that train push, they still haven't got the ult economy in their favor. They have to go for this really quick engage before Doom Squad are just gonna be able to beat them out with power.
It's right, but space doesn't lie. The ultimates start coming up for Doom Squad, and Angels can hear the bells toll as the Reaper comes for him. Crandop down. Doom Squad have lost a player, but so have Angels. It's going to slow things down a little bit now that we've popped the bongo on the point, but the Angels have kind of balled up inside of the gas station. Big Earls is what they call home, and they're going to fight for it.
Dealism's trying to come in and get some kills and push Angels out, but you've already lost the majority of your team. In fact, you've now lost your entire team. And Angels breathe a big sigh of relief, and you have to respect, they see the supercharger come through, they know they're not going to be able to get that clean disengage with the 40% movement reduction, and so they don't run, they just porcupine up in the gas station, and there's nothing Doom Squad can really do to punish it. There's the signal, but
boy, 3-pin!
Irish, but it's the molten core from Slendex that should have been huge. It's not. Doom Squad are able to just use a mortality field to survive through it, and it was looking so good for Angels, it's all gone.
Oh, forget a mortality field. Crandop pinned 3 people. It's the creator card, baby. Thank you, Lemon Kiwi. Oh my god, we just don't get clips like that. We don't get clips like that. Crandop going for another one. Charges the opposite door. Fakes it. Turns it into a 180 shatter. Getting a little custy with the fakes. Now with the cart right on the edge, so Angels have to move forward right into the welcoming arms of a molten core from Danet. Doom Squad are here to finish it off, and Doom Squad are here to go to the next round.
Yeah, Angels, it is just desserts for this team, as Doom Squad with the Deadeye will be able to finish things up. The payload sees its full rotation, and they will take this map and this series, and yeah, we get to see it. Crandop able to get that free kick. I'm sure this is going to be the play of the game.
Oh, it's so nice. Just wait. I need science. Let me live this down. Oh my God! Yes, Crandop, please. Just like get this recording and put it on repeat. Pin it on your Twitter. Do what you got to do. That was. That's what I needed, right? We've kind of solidified a meta here at the creator card. Everyone's running the same composition. I need more of the creator card goodness like that coming into the games.
The Rhine pin bowling. Check it off the bingo. It's not quite the full 6K, but I mean, you're halfway there. It's nice. But can we just appreciate Timo didn't get an environmental kill from Alex.
Wow. Congratulations.
Round of applause.
Dude, Alex 2704 just had it out for him the entire time. This poor guy. And like, you're running the Sigma along with it, which I think we're starting to see. Sigma just doesn't do the same thing as Orisa in a lot of these matchups. It's not the same sustainability. And while, yeah, you're getting gravitic fluxes up like every 2 seconds because you're doing obscene amounts of damage, the gravitic fluxes just don't seem to matter.
There's too much healing.
Yeah.
And too much HP right on the other side. The gravitic flux, it goes up, and yeah, sure, you might be able to get it up. You might actually be able to drop them into the ground without that CC coming and immediately ruining your day. I'm sure every single Sigma has had that horrible moment where an Ana's sleep dart has always just caught your ankle and countered your ultimate. That's not possible on the experimental card, but unfortunately, it seems neither's getting kills from the ultimate coming through, and every single time it sort of more punishes the Sigma because he's out in the open and suddenly very vulnerable to everyone that he just dunked onto the ground.
To Pure Irish's credit, multiple times took like 4 people up with gravitic fluxes. They looked great. Unfortunately, doesn't result in a win. It's Doom Squad coming away. Congratulations to them. Let's take a look at what that means for our bracket. Things are shaken down for the most part how we expected them to. Munich Esports with a big win, 2-0 over Ken's fan club. Oh man, Munich versus Doom Squad sounds like a fun one. Tense though, going down a little earlier than I think some people expected them to. A lot of previous Flash Ops winners on that team, so no longer are they going to be. Mind Goblin end up taking them down in regen. It was great having you. You're fantastic for the scene, but Kebab Winkle says better.
Yeah, but I'm still waiting. Who is Mind Goblin?
We'll figure that out, but we'll figure that out in a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, the next match coming up will be Mind Goblin up against Kebab Winkle. That one is going to be coming at you guys in just a little bit. Until then, though, of course, we've got more content, and it's all for the creator good.
From the studio that brought you the Experimental Card Creator Cup, we proudly present to you the other Experimental Card Creator Cup. Legally, we can't say this is bigger or better, but it is equally awesome. Want to get from Yizhang Tower to the moon? Well, now you can, thanks to boosting. No, not that boosting. Naywall boosting! That's right, for a limited time only, you can launch yourself like a rocket! A space rocket! But what's better than one space rocket? 2 space rockets! That's right, if you download the patch today, we'll give you a 2-for-1 deal! No longer will you be levitating above the ground as Zen, waiting to be jumped by the local wildlife. You will be elevated to the nearest safe space. Get it? Space! Tired of all this space talk? Well, we're not done yet. That's right. 3-for-1, baby. Let's go! Baptiste can also join the gang. That's right. No longer will you have to depend on your tanks to make space for you. Just do it yourself. Space! Speaking of tanks, they just got tankier! I don't know if that's a word, but it makes sense! You know what else makes sense? Roadhog now has a 50% damage reduction when he takes a hit of whatever this stuff is when near another tank hero. It just makes sense! Ordinary patches are far too safe, but the experimental creator patch is off the rails. And better yet, what's a creator patch without the content? Because everyone loves good content. In fact, you wouldn't be content with the content if it wasn't good content. That's right, not only will you get the extremely fun and over-the-top patch to play yourself, but you'll get double the fun with the Creator Cup Tournament. That's right, it's back. It's bigger and better. Wait, I wasn't supposed to say that. No, please, don't fire me. This patch, it's just so good. No, I can't miss the Creators Cup, please.
Probably wondering why I've called you here tonight.
To talk about the many souls we've consumed?
Not today, no.
Oh, to talk about our favorite skins? Mine's Mariachi.
Oh, yeah. I'm more of a Nevermore fan myself, but we're not here to talk about skins, guys.
Are we here to talk about the many crimes we have committed in Ranked? Trolling people left, right and center, making people mold as we kill them over and over until they lose all their desire and
quit the game, only to come the next day and face my wrath again and again.
No. But I did call you all here because we were nominated to come up with ideas for the next creator experimental card. But remember, guys, this is for the greater good of Overwatch.
The creator good.
No, the greater... You know what? Never mind. We got any ideas for the patch?
Can we give Genji 2 dashes? So he can be like, shoo, shoo! You know, for the creator good, of course. The creator good. Oh, what if we let Reaper shadow step while in Wraith form? That would be cool.
That would be cool. I want Mercy to res 5 people again. For the creator good?
What did I miss?
we give thanks to ML7 for mass res.
For the creator good, we give thanks to Lemon Kiwi for Hog Team Heal.
For the creator good, we give thanks to Jake and Wanted for ridiculous Maywalls.
For the creator good.
Thank you. Alright. Okay. Opening ceremonies begun. Thank you. We've summoned rightfully the everybody who we needed for the creator card, and hopefully now we can get some more ridiculousness with this match if that wasn't enough. Thank you very much for putting up with that. We've got a next match up on our hands, and it's gonna be a good one. We got Mind Goblin up against Kebab Winkle, and if anything from that last match is telling us that this is gonna be a fun time as well, us blessing it with the creator good mocks, it's certainly gonna be one.
This is one that I've really been looking forward to seeing, right? Kebab Winkle, one of my favorites for winning the entire tournament, just because of the lineup. We've got Dan, the main tank for Paris Eternal. We've seen the 3K Ryan Penn. If anyone's going to be able to one-up, it's this guy.
Yeah, this team is terrifying. Let's be real with ourselves. Don and Khan, an iconic duo for like a long time now. Those two have just been floating around the scene together for a hot minute. Lethal playing likely a Torbjorn. I would like to see the Cassidy by Lethal. That actually excites me a lot, the idea of seeing that in general. But this team has been steamrolling everybody they come across.
Yeah, I mean, Mephiles as well, currently playing under the alias Tap. He's been really good. I think he was picked up by Boston Uprising for Uprising Academy without any experience in Contenders or Contenders Trial, purely off of his performance, and I think it was the 2019 Open Division for his Doomfist. So if there's anyone who's going to be able to come in and punch people up real good, it's this guy.
I'm telling you, man's just a psycho, but so's the other team. Let's talk about Mind Goblin Mox. Still not sure what that means, but we know what this tank line is. Thematic and Tricky Turtle is a devastating duo.
Yeah, Thematic is just, I love watching Thematic in play. Hopefully we get to see something that isn't the Sigma, right? We've already seen that no matter how good your Sigma is, Sigma just doesn't really feel like he's having an impact in the play. I've got my fingers crossed. We got to see it in the replays during the break that we get to see the Orisa Tether of Doom come back into play.
Dude, Thematic's Orisa? Thematic's Orisa? I don't even think we have to talk about Thematic's Orisa. This guy is going to be a force of nature for this game, and likely going to have a huge influence on the rest of it. These two teams in general, though, you have to think about what they're going up against, right? There's Doom Squad and Munich Esports on the other side. Look, victory is but a step on the path to actually getting your win here, because there is a tough challenge ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Munich Esports, another one of those favorites coming through. Whether or not we're going to see Yasin continue to play the Torbjorn or the Sombra, whether or not he is going to come out on the Farah, either way, it's going to be really interesting to see if he's able to make that one work, considering that Torbjorn is just one of the strongest DPS, and the second strongest on this experimental patch, you can argue, is the Cassidy, both of which are massive Farah counters.
Yeah, and I see Lethal out here. Lethal sounds like a fantastic, just player to have on your team for something like this, especially with Cassidy being such a reliable character to have on any of these teams. But realistically, the two most important heroes that we've seen, they've mostly lived above all else, and they're going to be having to do it over on Busan, where we're starting the series off.
Yeah, the Lucio as well definitely feels very impactful, right, with that speed boost, allowing the Orisa to get that mobility under wraps. But Busan is one of those ones where if you want to run something like a Widowmaker, we do tend to see the Widowmaker creeping up into downtown. So whether or not we get to see slightly faster shooting, we're going to get to find out in a couple of seconds. I know you love to see the Widowmaker door. We got to see, I think, 0.5 seconds of it in King's Row, where they looked at the spawn doors and went, nah, we're not going to be able to shoot through 2 layers of shields.
Oh man, we saw it on Gibraltar the other day in NA. I can't remember who was running it, but oh my god, it looked devastating at times. And you have to think, every little, tenth of a second that you take off of Widow's charge time is really severe, right? significantly decreases the amount of time it takes to actually kill squishies. It makes the 1v1 a lot more fun. And when you're talking about these fights where we're talking about, oh my god, they last forever, the tanks just don't ever seem to die, taking a support or a DPS out of the question all of a sudden just flips it all on its head.
Yeah, and I mean, not only do we sort of have the quicker charging time, but you also have the fact that you can use free venom mines, which I actually really like. I want to say that change brought into the actual Overwatch, because it feels like
feels so good. You can fend for yourself.
You're a spider, there's your web, you get to venom mine everywhere else, and the second that they try and actually come into you, they're coming into your web and you're able to snare that trap down. But you know another DPS that we could see potentially go into that sort of hit scan role other than Cassidy? It's the Ashe. We haven't really got to see the Ashe. I know Rich and Kenobi got a snapshot of it on day one, but we are yet to see a team pick this one up. And maybe that's because these guys are so good at Ashe that they don't normally set themselves on fire with their dynamite. But I, for one, am loving that change.
I think that says a lot about your Ashe play, but I digress. No Ashe to be seen, but a lethal tracer. This is a composition that we haven't seen, but I actually got to play it in Pugs with a few contenders and collegiate players, a week ago. This composition, if you get the first take with this Ball Diva comp, you will never give the point back over. The stagger is infinite.
So, more importantly, look at that support lineup. Someone might have resurrected a Mercy into the mix.
Oh, I've done it. The summoning circle worked. Thank you, ML7. All right, Rio, let's see what you can get done. Boosting up tap. As the competition for Kebabwinkle already has a ton of Space Maiden. Like I said, it really comes down to point cap. Normally, you can let them and then try and engage, but it's not that easy with the Diva buffs, and with her coming back from spawn so quickly, you cannot underestimate that timer. And thus Kebabwinkle, they're gonna go in early, try and win that point. Melon's down, and now being attacked from all angles. Mind Goblin don't know where to look.
Yeah, I mean, Tab is going to be able to find that Torgrim turret as well, and that sort of feels another reason why Kebabwinkle were able to come up really quite clutch in the opening of that fight, because the Torgrim should be countering both the Tracer and the Echo, but the turret was not properly set up, and so there's nothing to stop Tab from going on an absolute tear with the damage boost at their side.
And I mean, it's been uncontested. Real can do whatever they want. 50% up to the ultimate, though. That's a timer I'm watching. Look at this dude. Kebabwinkle just... It doesn't matter how many times you kill them. They're going to come back. They're just like cockroach infected points. There is no getting rid of it now. I can't wait for you to witness this, Mox. It is obnoxious.
Oh, I mean, there was just so much dual potential. It's going to be like Winston and Primal Rage, just eternal 24/7, especially with Kenny on this Diva with those just... You never run out of boosters.
No. Look at him, he's just flying.
Eternal Diva cart mode.
Yeah, and one other thing we have to mention is the resets on Echo. You gain health when you get killed. So as long as Tap does that, Tap can live for a long time, especially with the duplicate. Switches over to the Sigma, is looking to get a Gravitic Flux online. Stuck in the middle of the point, it makes it a little bit awkward, but the mine separating away all the players of Mind Goblin makes it a lot more difficult for them than it is for Kebabwinkle, who have so much mobility.
Yeah, Fiumatic is just entirely in no man's land right now. Should be able to charge back to the team. But Kebabwinkle still coming out on top. They've got the high ground, they've still got all of the stall potential. They used, what, two ultimates rather. The Hammer Mine's already almost back for Tom.
Oh no, I mean, this engagement's just null and void. And again, it's because of that boosted Echo. Getting resets, getting kills, the spam's a lot, but they haven't even made it to point yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a matter of the fact that Kebabwinkle has the stall potential, because Mind Goblin just don't have any killing potential at the moment because Kebabwinkle are so mobile. SXJ is forced to go onto the Sombra just to try and either get a hack to connect onto Dawn or just put Kenny to a stop with those boosters.
Oh, and here's the rapid fire pulse bump that we were talking about a while ago. Another change made the Tracer. I love that we're actually getting to see a lot of this creator card thanks to Kebabwinkle, but Dawn's down, and thus a lot of the stall potential. Kebabwinkle is out the window. There's a mass res online, though. Real pops it just to pick up Dan, and honestly, with this composition, it makes a lot of sense. You're just trying to keep the team going, keep the engine running for as long as you can to rack up percentage, but since the point's already gone, that's kind of null and void.
Yeah, I mean, I would much rather see that res being used for the Hammond than the Diva, who can get back into the fight a lot faster. Kebabwinkle do have a lot of control in this next fight though, because Dan is holding on to those hammer mines, and Mind Goblin do not want to run into them. They might have that reaction of just staying exactly where they are, and that should allow K-Winkle to get a fight onto this point.
I mean, I likened it yesterday to watching a dog when you throw a towel over their head, right? Either they freak out or they just stay completely still in the mines, and that's been the two reactions that we've gotten to the mine blind. This engagement from Kebabwinkle, though, it's not as nice as it looked before, mostly because Lethal wasn't there to start the fight out, right? The slam came in, the mines came in, but Lethal was over in spawn. Doesn't matter, though, because eventually Lethal gets there, and Lethal is, well, as his name says.
Yeah, you can see the tracer changes as well on the pulse one, right? The fact that its radiance is smaller, so you don't go for when they're clumped up together, you target one person, and you can stick around, so you can even put it onto something like a tank, because the tracer can't die to the pulse bomb now, which means you use the pulse bomb to get a little bit of that HP gone, and then the tracer does the job for herself, but you don't need that for a Sombra, and just keeping that Sombra occupied allows the entirety of the rest of K-Winkle to just win the fight, because the Sombra's not shutting down the tank line.
Yeah, I mean, all these shields just don't matter, right? What's Theo gonna block? Maybe one player on Reinhardt, and then there's a D.Va flying above you, an Echo flying above you, a Tracer behind you, a Ball also on top of you, and a Zenyatta discording you from every single angle, trying to shield it. Is just an unsolvable problem. But as we move indoors, that becomes a much easier problem to solve.
Yeah, Ceiling's gonna be clipping those Echo's wings far better than anything Mind Goblin could throw at it. Just sticking on this Symmetra, we are going to get to see the Sim support.
All right, we'll see how it works out for them. It was very, very poor last time we did with Lethal in the corner. Oh, what a great immortality field to keep Lethal alive, but I'm not sure you're too long for this life, even after all that. This Mei from SXJ is just exerting so much pressure onto the front line of Kebabwinkle. They cannot take it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Sim means putting those turrets down for those heals. It's not mobile, right? So even though Dan is getting a lot of healing going through, every single time he moves around, the turrets have to be moved as well. Fearmatic is getting absolutely shredded though with a fully charged Sim Beam. Is forced to use the Shadow just to keep himself alive, but he will go down, and that is a team missing a main tank, but thankfully Dan is missing too, so no counter Shadow.
Yeah, I'm actually really impressed with Thematic there. That's so hard to play with all that damage and the antis coming at you, but getting the Shatter off was crucial, along with all the damage that came with it in order to give yourself a shot at that fight.
Condi's gonna have the Molten Core when K-Winkle come through a choke as well. That is gonna be so brutal. And they're not running the D.Va, so no defense matrix.
This is really hard to actually try and engage on. But also when you're talking about this close quarters, there's an idea if Tap builds up theirs, then Kenny can just run in and press shift in the midst of it, and it gets dangerous. Molten Core to start things off for Mind Goblin though, and you brought it up, Mox, it's dangerous. Even teleporting through the choke, you're walking right into it. Condi picks up like 3 or 4 on the way, and Mind Goblin still look good for the hold.
So K-Winkle try and teleport across the choke so they don't have to run into Condi using the Molten Core to keep them in there. And it means that Mind Goblin adjusts the way that they use the ultimates. SXJ throws in the Blizzard to catch everyone from K-Winkle who used the teleporter and are sitting ducks, and then the Molten Core comes out. This time they can go through the choke. There is no Molten Core to hold them there. Instead it's a Sigma Flux.
Oh, you know what? The Flux is so much better when it's comboed, right? The damage hasn't seemed to matter lately, but it's great at holding people in place for you to get under them, and Kebabwinkle don't have much to keep him off after that.
But does have a Sound Barrier, but at the moment that's all that Mind Goblin really have to work with. If K-Winkle are able to get an engagement in quickly, and they are running the Lucer, so they should be able to, they'll be able to get him before Fearmatic hits this this Shatter. But if you wait out the ante, you're allowing Fearmatic the last percentage needed for the ult.
It's a rock and a hard place. It's an unsolvable problem for them. Tap now throwing in a Molten Core to make an even more difficult math problem. Diving in, Thematic just dominates the back line, immediately goes for the squishies, and Mind Goblin are gonna sweep this point. It looks a lot easier when you don't have to play into Ball D.Va.
Yeah, K-Winkle, it really was that rock and a hard place, that catch-22. They hoped that they would be able to get Tap to go on that flank with the Molten Core to stop that Shatter from coming through, but unfortunately Shatter comes down and Molten Core does next to nothing because all of K-Winkle just sidestep it. There's no Orisa, there's no Bongo making sure that they can't avoid it. which means it just gets entirely negated as we will move to the third map of Busan, Sanctuary, and that opens things up again, right? Highest ceiling, more open point. Dan can go back onto the Hammond and Keberwinkle can go back onto this really hard to nail down composition.
This map just feels tailor-made for them. When we talk about compositions, Lethal locking in a Soldier 76, especially powerful on this map. The Tracer's good, but I really do like this little swap up. It's going to give them a lot of options, especially now you don't have to worry about the Sombra quite as much, hacking you out of things, right? Finding big engagements. Kebabwinkle have hardly had to worry about the other team engaging. Mind Goblin is more just sitting there waiting, hoping they can do something about the terror that's about to come for them with the dive.
Yeah, Khan can feel a little bit safer on that Zenyatta too, because Sombra's stealth only lasting 8 seconds means it's so much harder to get into the back line. So it is going to be a lot of focus on the tanks. There's the hack coming out onto Kenny, no doubt. Make sure that the Diva can't boost away, but it lasts so little time that Kenny is already safe.
Good trade on the tap as well, but now the dive is in. Mind Goblin are going to take advantage of the space that they've made, but Kebabwinkle are more than happy to engage on them while they're in this open space. It's still a tentative hold.
I mean, it should be noted that Kebabwinkle don't really want this fight to last a very long time, considering they're not actually in control, in possession of this point, which is why the second that they lose Lethal, they are just trying to back out, get a little bit of an exit frag onto Melon, and then come back in when they've got the full numbers.
And they get the numbers faster, is why the position is how it is. It's why Tap is so far forward. Those spawns come in quick. Every single hero here moves extremely quickly, especially Senny, who is now back to point, dominating, and Theo can do nothing to help his team but hold shield and pray.
Yeah, and that was why Mind Goblin, in turn, went so aggressively after the remaining members of Kebabwinkle. They knew they needed to get another kill to delay this composition from getting that regroup. Unfortunately, they went too aggressive, split themselves into two little Mafours, and were just absolutely at the mercy of that dive. And this is where Kebabwinkle want to play. They're in control of the point. Yes, they've only just started the ticks of that possession, but with how hard they are to actually properly kill and boot off this point, they're going to be able to equalize in no time.
Oh, for sure. Look, 4 ultimates are up. This fight's gonna go on for a while. I hope everybody back their popcorn and maybe like an extra bag just in case. Kebabwinkle don't have to engage. Kebabwinkle are just gonna sit here. They've got 6 ultimates and they're gonna sit on their little nest egg because they don't have to do anything else. A nice engagement. Look at, they force a sound barrier out and now you just leave. You just leave. A hack onto all the members of Kebabwinkle though does make it a lot more difficult to just leave as Dawn goes down. Still, more ultimates are up though, and now there's an Orisa in your backline. And now there's a Valking Mercy, rezzing everybody up again. Dawn's back in the fight. The health pools you have to get through are absurd with this composition, but the point is flipping Mind Goblin. If they get this through, Kebabwinkle, all of a sudden the fight changes entirely for them, but there is going to be a contest eventually, and nobody has gone down. Mind Goblin still, though, staying a good bit organized, allows Condi to get a death off.
Yeah, Deadeye coming in, picking up 2, immediately spiraling the fight out of Kebabwinkle's control. And now that you don't have the mercy for those heals, that's when things start pulling apart, because the Zen heal still is not going to do anywhere near enough to keep a team full up and alive. Still, 65% of the points secured. Mind Goblin cannot allow themselves to lose control of this point when SXJ is so close to that EMP.
Nice little engage from Lethal just to catch out the players that are going to contest point, because you do have to contest point. You cannot let Kebabwinkle flip this for free. Popping a bongo to lower the speed, and that might actually be the biggest detractor to an engagement from Kebabwinkle, is just that the bongo is, it doesn't let you press W. It doesn't let you go as fast around them as you may want to otherwise. But with Thematic having to push forward in order to put that down, it puts him out of position. It means that he's going down. Mind Goblin now on the back foot with this Orisa D.Va composition have got to find kills to get their way through, and SXJ's doing a great job of that.
Ooh, that point flip came so close. Kebabwinkle not able to get control though, and Condi has another Deadeye to set up. Doesn't even need it. Is able to pick Real out of the sky with just the 6 shooter, and Kebabwinkle not able to take the match. Mind Goblin will be able to take this first map, and you promised me, you said this composition would be obnoxious to boot off, but Mind Goblin are able to see it through.
I mean, you saw how long that fight lasted when all the ultimates were up. It really is that hard to boot off the point. But the difficult part, right, the way you get around that is through good coordination, right? Making sure your team is moving across the map together, and you're going to be split up. You're going to be strewn about by CC and abilities and damage threats and this, that, and the other. But this is a high-level team. These players know exactly what they're doing. The communication is on point. They regroup, and then, of course, a big Deadeye certainly helps you finish things off, but they were in a great position to win it even before then.
Yeah, Fearmatic did such a really good job on that Orisa. Yes, it put them out of position dropping that supercharger, but it was absolutely the thing that the team needed to be able to rally around, right? It really did force Winkel out of their comfort zone from just being able to stay on that point like flies. More like cockroaches, if you think about how hard it seemed for them to go down for a lot of that match. But I mean, adaptation coming through from the composition, not necessarily seeing it as full meta, but it's nice to get away from the Torbjorn compositions that everyone seems to just be running.
I mean, I just like the creativity that we're seeing from some of these teams. We saw the Bombardier May yesterday, and now we're getting dive compositions that, I mean, the point is, we're just to live forever than anything else. And now that they've got map pick, I want to see where they take this thing, because that could be hugely reflective of if they want to keep playing this ball composition. It seems like that's probably how they beat a lot of other people, considering their score lines were so dominant. I think a lot of teams weren't ready to play against the ball diva, and now you're getting to the point where the teams are actually able to play against it. So it's going to be really put to the test now that we get to the upper echelon of these EU teams.
I would very much not be surprised if we see Gibraltar being locked in just a couple of seconds. It does seem to be that go-to dive composition map. And I mean, if you want to keep running the Diva, you can absolutely still run the Diva on Gibraltar. You can still run the Echo. You can even opt into Afara. It's one of those where it is just so prevalent of being able to control that high ground as teams try and move that payload through.
Yeah, and while we're on the topic of it, I've got to have a quick little word with Kebab So you guys just want to come here for a second. I need more than one person rezzed. More than one. Greater than one. You're running the Mercy. You can't just res them all the time. It's not a bad decision. It makes sense in the grand scheme of things. Like, you're trying to keep the fight going, and it's a free res a lot of the time because you do have to make sure it's actually off on the side. Otherwise, resing's a bit of a pain because the animation takes so long. But it's been oh, I'm realizing I've been zoomed in on. Oh no. But it's please more than one on the res. I need to highlight the same way we were asking for the 3-man Ryan pin, the same way we were asking for May walls. I want to see a mass res, or at least like it's 2 people, even like a mass res. It might be the best thing we get.
I mean, I'm like, he's not even the Mercy man. That's why he's the one being like, I want to see the mass res, because he doesn't actually know how hard it is to pull off the res.
I'm asking for it.
Who has
it's in the patch notes, Mox. It needs to happen.
Yeah, 400 hours of Mercy. I understand the trials of actually surviving a res. So I am more than happy if you want to just keep one person being resed if it's an impactful person getting resed back up. It's the logical choice.
Kebab Winkle, if you need a sub, I know a person. That being said, we're going to be taking things to Blizzard World to continue this series, which I think makes for a pretty interesting map choice. Because if you look at the history of what's been played on this map, it's mostly been, in recent memory, either Orisa Diva or Double Bubble is particularly strong here. Not so much the Diva Ball. There are some teams that can play it. It's not bad as for options going in, but as for a normal Overwatch meta, pre-creator card, without all these wacky changes, I would expect the Orisa to still be pretty relevant, especially now with the strength of Orisa being that high, and the Torbjorn as well. I mean, just a powerhouse. I don't think the strategy changes at all.
I mean, I think you can still make the Diva work with considering how the boosters work at the moment, right? That cooldown being drastically reduced means that you can still have that focus on both the high ground and the low ground at the same time, and still having a defense matrix means that you can eat up a lot of the damage coming through, which will force teams to either boot the Diva off themselves and let the payload move further, or drop down and give up that high ground simply because there's someone with a fly swatter in your face. Because yeah, Diva doesn't do a lot of damage on her own. Yeah.
Oh my god, you know what I just realized? There's a chance we see a Doomfist here as well. You mentioned Tap earlier. There's look, I just remember back to like watching Danid terrorize people on Doomfist on this map. And it was a bad time. It was a bad time for everybody involved. There were nightmares, lawsuits, allegations. Nobody liked them for it, and they just kept playing Doomfist. And now every time I see this map, that's all I can think about. Blizzard World, though, does offer up some cool stuff, especially on point B and point C. This is another one of those maps that I don't think it's very likely we see the end of it. With how long teams are living, with the time that's being ripped off the clock for these fights that are going 30, 40 seconds, sometimes even longer than that, reaching the end of point C here is going to take a Herculean effort.
I mean, you said the word rip, and my mind instantly goes to Junkrat, because you think of Ned Doomfist. I think of every single Junkrat in my quick play games who's opted into that DPS on the defense and just spammed choke on point A, and how I just want to tear my hair out every single time I see it pop up, because every single time it always pushes successfully into overtime.
Yeah, I think this map offers a lot of opportunities as well for some of the longer range play to come in. I think the Echo actually isn't a bad shout in a lot of situations here. The Soldier can take advantage of the high ground beautifully, which I think on point B is probably going to be the best opportunity for Kebabwinkle, and where they kind of showed their strengths and weaknesses was an understanding of high ground, how to attack it, how to take it from multiple angles. That could be the point where I see them really taking foothold on the map. But other than that, I think they might swap compositions. I'm not sure you can go for the same thing here, but I think their strength in calling, and obviously the strength of this roster in general, give them plenty of tools to take on any map.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the same win condition, even if it is the same composition, right? Because the aim of the game isn't just to eternally contest a point, unless you're opting in for that point A defense. I think that's where we're going to see, if they do continue to run the same sort of like Tracer, Echo, D.Va, Hammond, it would be on their defense of A. And then if they lose it, they would then swap to something like the Soldier to be able to take advantage of that high ground. But either way, they are going to be defending first, so we'll get to see whether or not it is going to be a full comp swap, or whether they are just going to be those unkillable little cockroaches, making sure that Mind Goblin don't get an easy point A capture.
It's the same exact composition, so you know what? Loss be damned. They're going to run it. Mind Goblin on the attacking side. I do like what they're locking in here. Some more traditional dive. I think, you can obviously run Orisa along with a lot of stuff here, and it's going to be perfectly viable on attack and defense. Orisa just kind of thrives in these situations. But Mind Goblin locking in a Winston. I just want to see more people knocked off the map, so I'm not going to complain.
I think maybe Mind Goblin were expecting something like the Soldier to come out on that high ground, because I'm looking at this composition. If they really do come out on the dive on attack, who are they going to jump?
Well, it's not dive anymore. Oh, fight fire with fire. Oh god, this is going to get chaotic.
I mean, Khan's got to be that target, right? Unless SXJ can get the hack of the century to connect onto rail, and then everyone just jumps the Mercy so the rest isn't available as that ultimate.
Oh man. Okay. So it's basically a challenge of who can cyberbully one another's backline more effectively. Letho's farming pulse bomb after you, and you're being farmed for EMP. This is really awkward. Both want their ultimates, but Letho gets a little greedy, steps a little too far. Now Mind Goblin have a win condition. They've got a lot more damage to work with. Granted, Tap is a bit of a menace in the air, so you have to be more careful than you might think. With the help of a Brig, the Ana staying safe, so no clear dive is there for Kebabwinkle. They just have to sit back and hold their own for a little bit and pray, but that's not going to be working because Khan's down.
Yeah, I mean, when you said, oh, who's going to be able to bully the backline better, Mind Goblin have a really good backline because the shield bash now goes even further, so Straybot doesn't actually need to get as close to lethal as usual to be able to keep Melon nice, safe, and snug. And SXJ already 94% is going to be able to get that last little bit of EMP charge from the Sleeping Echo. Kebabwinkle will need to start changing things up. Rail's going to go on to that Brigitte. I think we're going to see the comp change come through because Tap will want to use the duplication and then go for something like a Soldier.
I mean, I don't mind the Echo. I want more for the backline, and Real's going to give that to him, right? With the Brigitte, Khan's going to be able to have a little bit more healing by their side. It's a little less pocket for the Echo, but Echo's a character that could survive more than fine without a pocket, as well keeping the Tracer off of you.
I mean, the most important thing right now is SXJ has an EMP and Khan doesn't have a Transcendence, and every Zen will tell you that is a matchup that does not go well if you're not able to delay your defense before this EMP is ready. before the Transcendence rather, is ready for when the EMP comes through.
Oh, and SXJ's in position. They're looking for an engage before, but they know exactly what they're walking into. The hack only connects onto the back line, but you said it. Khan just gets cyberbullied. Literally just soloed down. There's nothing you can do about it. And now with that one healer, the other one's not going to stand for much longer. Kebabwinkle do have a lot of stall here, do have a lot of capability, but diving the back line like this, I'm not sure. You're never going to win this fight. Most of the time, right? So he's gotten one with the ball. I have no clue how. Another one in a small room could spell danger. And no, there's not a backline for Mind Goblin anymore. They have to find their way through the fight. The hack doesn't connect. The cart moving forward, but Kebabwinkle are coming up off their spawns.
Mind Goblin is going to have 2 tank ultimates to drop onto this cart for when Kebabwinkle try and go for a defense, and they're not running shields, so this Diva Bomb is going to be absolutely brutal, which is why they're making sure they're not getting caught out by it.
Fortunately for them, the cart has kept moving. Mind Goblin are back for the attack. 2 ultimates in their back pocket, and they need an opener here. Otherwise, Khan's Transcendence is going to reign over all in the fight. Thematic making the way forward, forcing the Transcendence out, as well as an EMP from Mind Goblin. Both key ultimates are gone, but only Kebabwinkle's work. 3 members fall thanks to the aggression enabled by that Transcendence.
Yeah, Transcendence was huge. The fact that it came out before EMP, even bigger. And Mind Goblin going to have to go back to the drawing board as Kebabwinkle going to be in control of the space. Dan's going to have the Hammond Mines to drop onto this payload as well. And so, again, you're going to see the problem of people not running shields, because you can't just have a Ryan or a Sigma play Minesweeper. No, you actually have to vacate that space. Otherwise, the Hammer Mines are just going to absolutely tear through your HP.
Dan's got the zoner. Doesn't really want to use it, though, as now it's just about keeping space, keeping time off the clock, making Mind Goblin pay for every inch forward that they actually want to step here. Indoors is tricky. Only Tricky Turtle can actually realistically go there with the threat of the mines. Otherwise, you're just sending yourself into a small enclosed area against a whole team. Oh no, you're sending yourself into a small enclosed area against a whole team. The engage is great from Kebabwinkle. They catch up the supports, and a mistake from Mind Goblin stepping into that building.
Yeah, and I mean, Mind Goblin don't even fall prey to the Hammond Mines. It's the rally. Rail's able to pop the rally. Everyone from Kebabwinkle uses that to surge forward, because Kebabwinkle are holding onto these Hammond Mines for when Mind Goblin are on the payload, for when space really matters to be in control of. And Mind Goblin, they've had enough. They're going for CC, they're going for 2 layers of shields. They know that the Diva Bomb and the Hammer Mines are going to be absolutely brutal, but they don't have something to stop the EMP unless Condi can get the flashbang to connect to tap.
There's just no answer. Oh my god, a 6-man EMP bomb. Mox, their death wishes were written in stone the second they brought that swap in.
Oh, they thought that they would be safe with the shields. And then the EMP just comes straight through. At least they got it out of the way. At least the EMP and bomb
look at it.
is done and dusted, and yeah, even the ground shook all the way here in Scotland from that connection.
And now you gotta worry about mines. Nobody can see. You're blind, surrounded by Kebabwinkle, and all you know is Mind Goblin. Back in 1 minute now for Mind Goblin on the clock, and you don't have a main tank. It's worthwhile trades across the board for Kebabwinkle, but losing this Sombra is a bit more painful than you might think, because now Mind Goblin have the wrap. They've got this arcade down and locked in. There's no longer the threat of that dive onto the backline working for them. It's just about not getting picked off one by one. But SXJ goes down, and that's the EMP. All of a sudden, Kebabwinkle getting back into this fight is a much more realistic proposition.
Mind Goblin need to hold on to this point until SXJ is there with that EMP, but Khan is just waiting in the wings a little bit further away from the fight, right next to the Brigitte, so if the Sombra tries to get them, but it's been stuck!
A double pin onto the back line! They've been turned into kebabs! You're done for! Yeah, you don't even need the EMP to finish off at that point.
If the Shield Bash had been there to cancel that charge, then that would have been huge, but Shield Bash was on cooldown. And both Khan and Rail get splattered. Clear up on all 3 as Mind Goblin move forward. 5 ultimates in the pocket. Mal's going to go onto the Mars to be a little bit harder to pin down using that fade in case tap comes a calling. But SXJ is the Sombra that you need to be watching right now.
How much space can they make before they have to use this EMP, though? That's the big question that I have, right? Is it going to be a map-winning EMP? Like we said, it's so hard to finish this map out proper. Or do they have to use it to get around a corner, to force into a final fight? They'll do the latter, immediately trying to take down Khan, and no amount of immortality field is going to get you through that. Mind Goblin will take this fight off the back of that, but it is not going to be the point.
More importantly, right? K-Winkle have the Zen when the EMP comes through. Mind Goblin have a sound barrier, and sound barrier can get ripped off if the EMP happens after it occurs. So it really is going to be down to Strabo to hold on to that ultimate and not be caught out. You cannot preemptively drop the ult like you can the Transcendence, which gives Tap a little bit more room to work with.
Final fight territory now, and like you said, it all comes down to the EMP and the sound barrier. Thematic Shatter maybe might be more important. Oh no! No Transcendence for Kebabwinkle is a disaster. Now, still just holding on to the sound barrier that, honestly, their entire life belongs to. You can see the Lucio is nowhere near your screen. That is because he's hiding and waiting for the right opportunity to pop this. Taps the EMP is likely here in a couple of seconds. Pops it, doesn't catch the Lucio. The sound barrier is there. Strayboard does their job beautifully, and now Kebabwinkle can come back in.
Khan's got a Transcendence though. SXJ might be able to hit the EMP, but Khan is forced to use the ultimate to keep the team alive. And that means that Mind Goblin, if they can hold on a little bit longer, will be able to get this payload pushed through. 9%, 6% away from the EMP, but all of the members are falling around SXJ.
It's a bit of a disaster, but the re-engage, the fade forward from the Moira, the charge from the Reinhardt, everybody's in to try and win this. It's now or never for Mind Goblin, but the bomb says no! Shenny hits a two-piece. It may not have been as big as the 6 earlier, but by God, was it just as impactful.
Oof, overtime dwindles, and Mind Goblin are not going to be able to get the third point completed on Blizzard World.
Oh,
they did an admirable job. They dealt with the dive that we saw coming out from Kebabwinkle so much better than on the previous map. But unfortunately, they just weren't able to work around that Sombra.
Yeah, well, the Sombra's a problem, as well as the Diva. Sending a 6-man combo with the EMP. You gotta give credit to both the Sombra and the Diva for that combo. But that final fight, oh my goodness, the final fight. 2-man bomb in the most critical of times, followed up with a pulse bomb to make sure that you're winning the fight. Class stuff from Kebabwinkle. But with all that, they still have to get the point C in a majority of the way through.
Ooh, and now Mind Goblin can take control of Chook. If they want to go for the unkillable dive,
are we being made fun of? Are we being made? I can't tell if we're being made fun of, Mox. Thank you so much for the interaction, though. Keep it up. Hashtag OW Creator Cup on Twitter. Your favorite clips, memes, and everything in between. We're still on the second map here of the series, and Kebabwinkle want to keep it going.
Yeah, Mind Goblin not going to be going for the keep it going composition, though. SXJ sticking around on that Sombra. It's a smart call, right? Kebabwinkle, every single time they've gone for this point A, every single time we've seen them see a map switch, it has been on something that Sombra can target and clip the wings. And this is cruel, because Kebabwinkle, as the attacking team, they can go back and swap. But Lethal coming out on the Cassidy, it means that SXJ is going to be running into a flashbang as that Sombra at least once until he dies.
Yeah, Lethal's Cassidy on live gives me night terrors. I can't imagine what this one's going to do. A charge canceled by one, but not by the other. Don says, you know what? Eat this wall, bud. See how that wood tastes, and then tell me how you feel. Thematic is forced to back up, and for that, Tricky Turtle loses their mech. Kebabwinkle dominate their way onto this point thus far, and it doesn't look like the train's stopping anytime soon.
And SXJ got next to no EMP charge in comparison to what Tab had when Kebabwinkle took this point A. And that's because not only are you working up against Lethal's Cassidy, but you're also working up against Tab's turret.
I mean, absurd amounts of damage coming out from this team, but hats off to Dawn as well for starting off that fight in such a strong fashion.
No, not a strong fashion is what Mind Goblin has to work with, because at the moment they don't have high ground, they don't have an ultimate. They'll have a Deadeye, but I mean, does that really count if you don't have something like the Sigma Flux to lift Kebabwinkle up into the sky and make them vulnerable?
You have high ground, it's about the only thing, but this fight's just going to stay in no man's land until that cart pushes all the way through Choke. Kebabwinkle want nothing to do with it until that point in time. Mind Goblin do, though. with Lethal on the sideline. He's looking for when they back away through the choke, but they don't. Kebabwinkle stay exactly where they are, win the fight from low ground, and with Taps Torbjorn on the high, they'll keep this cart going.
This is real dangerous because Kebabwinkle winning these 2 fights has meant that Real has the time to be able to get this sound barrier up to contest SXJ's EMP. And even if the sound barrier is not there for that EMP, what's the follow-up for Mind Goblin? There's no D.Va. They can't use the D.Va bomb. You could maybe say, oh, well, they'll set it up so that Fumatic can get the shatter to connect and then Condi comes in for Deadeye, but that's free ultimates for the price of 1 fight.
Well, that EMP did air. I mean, nothing. Absolutely zip. Nada. It caught everybody. It caught every player, but like you said, there's no follow-up. There's no way to close that gap. And now Kebabwinkle are going to make you pay the price for it. The amplification matrix, they literally look like they could not care less about this. Kebabwinkle continue their escapade forward with a humongous time bank. Look, they have 5.5 minutes on the time bank. It's absurd.
They're swapping off the Sombra, they know. The EMP, it's nice, it's pretty to look at when it's colored in. It has a nice particle effect as well, but it's not winning you fights. It's not forcing Kebabwinkle to not group up, because even if EMP hits, they still survive. And so they are going to be going for that Torbjorn, but it feels a little bit too late, right? Tap is going to be coming into another Molten Core. Mind Goblin are going to have to use the Signal Spike, but we've already seen it doesn't get the kills, and that's the Supercharger going down, which means Mind Goblin can't get a clean engage, and that pillar gets to keep moving.
A good charge, though, keeps him in the fight. Sunny's down, and so is Tap. A great engagement, and that's how we need to be seeing the Flux be used a lot more of the time, right? Get the Reinhardt underneath. Be ready to finish off those half health bars. And Mind Goblin put on a clinic.
Kebabwinkle still 4 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. They don't care about 1 fight loss. They're just waiting for when they can come in with ultimates that aren't a supercharger. And right now they have amplification matrix. They're going to have a Molten Core. Lethal's opening things up with the Deadeye, forcing all of Mind Goblin away. They're dropping the amplification matrix so that Kebabwinkle can't take off the space because of it. But Lethal can still hit a Deadeye and still take a Rein down with him.
Zero respect for the amplification matrix from Lethal. Just chads up, peeks the corner, takes one down. That's the engagement Kebabwinkle we're looking for. They've got the engagement on spawn, but their spawn's coming in here in a second, Mox, and they're going to be a lot better for Mind Goblin. You got to find a way to win this fight quickly and keep it going in your direction. Otherwise, kills like this, kills on the Dawn, are going to keep coming your way.
I mean, neither team can move forward at the moment because there are 2 Molten Cores on the field. Lethal's actually onto the Doomfist. Kebabwinkle thought that they had won that because they were able to get the pick onto a Reinhardt. And unfortunately, the Reinhardt is a little bit more viable for Mind Goblin. The Shatter coming through from down top onto the Reaper. They think if they can get back into this fight fast enough, they'll be able to push the cart further.
Well, they could. They gave themselves a new lease on life thanks to the sound barrier from Real. That's the engagement they were looking for, and it gets them all the way to the yellow box. Kebabwinkle even things up in map number 2.
Now, we thought this could go the full series, and it only seems fitting that after yesterday, we get a full 6 maps, but I mean, this is the full 6K. This is the only 6 that we care about right now. Just set up the EMP, everyone caught out, no cover for them to hide behind, and Sunny just cleans house.
I mean, you can see it coming from a mile away. The combo was there, and just no answer to it on the other side, and they grouped up so nicely. I mean, it's just like, oop, boom. For these players, at this point, that EMP bomb is free as they come, and it means a win for Kebabwinkle. It means another map of Overwatch for us, and boy, oh boy, are we lucky. We're finally getting some diversity in the comps. Everyone's locking in different things. Sombra's coming into play. Sombra is, I honestly just think I think you could not change Sombra and people would probably still be playing her in this creator card, but it's good to see her. The dive compositions would be fun. But now I think we're probably going to go right back over to that rush. The map choice goes over to the other side now, so very few options for Kebabwinkle to try and force that ball composition.
Yeah, I mean, you have to move away from maps that allow for dive, right? You have to look at these maps that have those closed up spaces so that if they do try and force this Hammond pick to come on through, then you can really punish the fact that there isn't that mobility there for the ball to be able to get away. I still think we're going to be seeing Cinny on the D.Va, though, because Cinny's been having just an absolute wonderful time on that hero.
We've been having a wonderful time with this match. It's going to continue in just a bit, but until then, you guys can enjoy some wonderful creator content.
probably wondering why I've called you here tonight.
To talk about the many souls we've consumed?
Not today, no.
Oh, to talk about our favorite skins? Mine's Mariachi.
Oh, yeah. I'm more of a Nevermore fan myself, but we're not here to talk about skins, guys.
Are we here to talk about the many crimes we have committed in Ranked? Trolling people left, right and center, making people mold as we kill them over and over until they lose all their desire and
Quit the game, only to come the next day and face my wrath again and again.
No. But I did call you all here because we were nominated to come up with ideas for the next creator experimental card. But remember, guys, this is for the greater good of Overwatch.
The creator good.
No, the greater... You know what? Never mind. We got any ideas for the patch?
Can we give Genji 2 dashes? So he can be like, shoo, shoo! You know, for the creator good, of course. The creator good. Oh, what if we let Reaper shadow step while in Wraith form? That would be cool.
That would be cool. I want Mercy to res 5 people again. For the creator good?
What did I miss?
Did anybody need healing? No, just more Overwatch, I guess. Kebab Winkle up against Mind Goblin continues now as we head into a map number 3. It's been a fun series. We've gotten, like, today, all of just the best stuff. New compositions, new maps. We played Symmetra. We played Mercy, kinda. And then now we finally get to go to another new map in Havana.
I'm worried about this one, right? Because we said, oh, what do Mind Goblin need to do? Take us to a map where Hammond and Diva cannot be run. Havana. It's what they chose still. And I mean, maybe it's a statement. Maybe this is them saying, okay, we know you're going to run the Hammond. We know you're going to run the Diva. We thought that the Sombra was working against it, at least initially when it came to the hacks, not so much the EMPs. And that's what they're going to go for, since they feel more comfortable if they know that they can counterpick. But it's still a big risk, right?
I mean, it's a bit of a risk, but I think it changes the hero pool entirely. As opposed to like, hey, we're just trying to counter Kebabwinkle. I think they just want to play some other stuff, man. They've shown us the Sigma already, and it looked pretty good. Sigma's super pertinent to playing Havana. You could try and run a double shield here if you wanted to. I want to see snipers come into play, though. I want to see the Widowmaker, the Hanzo, Junkrat even, if you're talking about double shield and trying to spam away at stuff, becomes a little bit more of a possibility. There's a lot more options here that weren't really open on other maps. Havana just has its own unique hero pool in that kind of way.
I mean, you say you want to see the Widowmaker. I don't think if I ever had a Widowmaker say, oh, yeah, I want to play against Taps Doomfist and a Hammond and a Diva. Like, no. I'm sorry, I would go on strike.
That's just, yes, that's about fair. Above all else. But another thing we should always think about, spawn holds here. Spawn holds are going to be crazy. I mean, Maze, if you wall someone like in the doorway, they just get like pushed up into the doorway and they just like see inside the map for a little bit. But now if you get walled up in the doorway, you're just going to get sent flying. And like, that's probably not where you want to be coming out of spawn.
I mean, look, they're just allowing you to get a little bit closer to the Pharah, who's probably going to also be holding you up in the doors. It's a nice thing. You know, sometimes you get to have someone like a Reinhardt countercharge a Pharah in midair. Like, I would pay good money to see that. I need just like more clips. Thank you, please. More clips, more Maze, more flying Reinhardts. Yeah. I think Maze's been so fun for this creator card. Jaken wanted. I don't know which one of you two with your lil noggins did it, but give them a gold star or something. They deserve some credit because it is made for such fun moments. And then as well, the support changes have been fantastic. Well, we haven't really changed the support compositions because Lucio Baptiste is just really strong right now. I mean, some of the stuff going on with Zenyatta, I think is just amazing to play, and I would love to see like genuinely considered for base game kind of stuff. But now let's talk about what we're actually playing today, what the meta has devolved into as we head into Havana. Yeah, Lucio was going to be meta at some point, and he gets to be meta now, and it's not just in rush compositions as well, which is always nice to see, right? It's not the Reinhardt that necessarily needs the Lucio to survive at the moment. But whether or not we get to see the Widowmaker come through, I'm not sure, because, I mean, Sunny's Diva. Sunny's on Diva normally, terrifying. Sunny's Diva with non-stop boosters for a Widowmaker, you're just gonna be a fly in a windscreen.
Let's see how the compositions change, though. Defense coming out, that is almost definitely...
Kenobi doesn't miss.
It's funny. I have a wide Kenobi picture on in my memes folder. I've got a few of the casters like this, but this is... Oh, no, this is a crime. Mind Goblin, though, they're about to commit one of their own. The Spawn Hold, a Havana classic.
Well, I mean, there's no Pharah, so they won't have control of the air, but I mean, it's still going to be one of those ones that you really do have to watch for. And Kebabwinkle, they can change to a Mei to try and counter-wall this, but I think if they just go through a different door, Sunny on the Roadhog is able to hook someone from Mind Goblin's flank, and that's when you really get the party started.
All right, spawn break has been set, and Orisa is flying. The horse has grown wings. Alert, the horse has grown wings. Straber's down, and it's a decent trade for one side, but without Dawn, this push becomes a lot more difficult.
I mean, if an Orisa goes flying because of Maywall, can we call it Pegasus?
Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah, wow, you hats off to your mythology. Mine's not really there right now, but I'll tell you what is the Spawn Hold thematic going down, though, means that it won't be here for much longer.
Yeah, thematic gone is the main anchor for Mind Goblin to be able to get the Spawn Hold. So Kebabwinkle able to work through the Spawn Hold relatively quickly. And
they might get more.
Extremely quickly with that Lucio speed boost. Get on top of Mind Goblin. Turret falls, but I mean, you still have to watch out for the amplification matrix. That is buying Mind Goblin the time and the numbers back. No straggle kills picked up for Kebabwinkle, and they're forced to fall back to the payload and rethink their next entry.
Thus far, I've been really impressed with Kebabwinkle and the way they've played this overall, right? Not only have they broken the Spawn Hold, but the aggression that we saw afterwards is exactly what you're looking for, right? Because one more stagger there means you get like 3/4 of point A for free. And while they didn't get it, they knew when to back off even then after. So the shot calling for this team has been pretty spot on.
Yeah, and Mind Goblin as well, they lost the amplification matrix to guarantee that the full team would be able to recontest in this next fight. They will have high ground control, though, because Kebabwinkle did fall back to the payload. So you should be able to use that Cassie to really hammer some of that damage into the shielding.
Yeah, but you know what they don't have, Mox? They don't have ultimates. Kebabwinkle have built up like 3 off that first push. Mind Goblin are 15% away from their nearest one right now. It's probably going to be a tough fight, but just about to hop back into it as the teams are getting ready. Pause, probably just for something small, but the fight will go on.
I mean, the fight will go on apparently, but I think we're still going to be waiting a little bit longer, Doris. We do get a sort of theorycraft whether or not Kebabwinkle are going to be able to take this map, or whether Mind Goblin will be able on their map pick to take Havana. No Hammond either, so definitely the map pick falling into their favor.
And for good reason. All right, we're lined up. We've got the ultimates. Bongo doesn't work like that, Senny.
It's stopping them from actually contesting the payload.
Bongo's there for moral support.
It's like zoning, dude. We can actually say
zoning
it is 100% effectively zoning Mind Goblin onto that high ground.
Oh no. Okay, now it's weird. Now the fight's getting awkward. Lethal's got a Deadeye though, and we see these be dangerous. Strayboar's down. Kebabwinkle continue their escapade forward.
Yeah, so I think the idea was, right, that Supercharger goes down. All of Mind Goblin can't move forward, so they stay on the high ground. Kebabwinkle then can either just go underneath the structure so that they don't have to worry about damage, or you force them, you kite them into Lethal's Deadeye. Lethal, who, by the way, 53% to the next one.
Now, just about 9% of the way to this point take. They're going to contest this? I mean, there's 4 people here, but there's a molten core in your way. You're tied up. The cart gets through regardless. And this is turning into a bit of a disaster for Mind Goblin, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. The Amatic down, Straber down, Mullen down. You now have effectively 1 fight on B, maybe? And that's even like a fair one. You're going to have to take Kebabwinkle off the high ground. This is going to be positionally a nightmare for them to try and find their way through.
I would 100% just... Oh, Lethal's even dancing! I would just wind back the time, the clock, and say, Mind Goblin, please take that high ground control, because now you really are not only behind an ultimate charging, but that payload is going to get so much free movement, and Lethal is just sat behind a Reinhardt shield with a Deadeye primed ready and waiting for you to come out, which is going to buy that payload even more movement.
And it keeps chugging along. Look, I mean, dude, God's work down there. That Lucio just pushing the cart. Such a brave young lad. But now we got to worry about the other team, who has to be brave to push into this amplification matrix. A nice wall will give them a little bit of time from SXJ, but they'll pop a Deadeye of their own. From the high ground, Condi's dangerous, but Condi still doesn't take down anybody. Don, in the thick of it, though, has a shatter and has a lot of people in his side. Tricky Turtle is the one who he chooses, but he doesn't even need the shatter to finish it off. Kebabwinkle, 3 minutes on the clock, and that's going to go up somehow.
Have we seen SXJ's Blizzard once? Is that the same Blizzard that he had that could have been used to contest that A point? Because I don't think I've seen a Blizzard come out from Mind Goblin, which really goes to show how in control Kebabwinkle have been of this fight.
Yeah, no Blizzard as of yet. Kebabwinkle have literally a year to try and take point C, but this is a difficult point C, to say the least. And I think this Blizzard probably is going to make it that much harder as Mind Goblin start their march forward. Got a good bit of space waiting for the shields to come back online before they ever make an actual engagement here. But launching the Reinhardt out of the way is the first step into blizzarding nobody. SXJ's gone. Tap is down at the very least, but the calm regroup for Kebabwinkle as the attack continues. One Deadeye could do it, but they're not able to break the shield quite in time to make it go off. The cart is not stopped, though. The cart keeps going. This thing's got wheels. The engine's running just fine, and Kebabwinkle are staying on it.
Condi has used the molten core behind the cart to try and cut Kebabwinkle's exit off, but Kebabwinkle don't need to exit. They lose rail, which should make it a little bit harder, but this is just a temporary setback, as there comes the shadow ensuring that the Lucio can come back before Mind Goblin can even try and capitalize off of the moment they found. And Fanny, he's been watching Alex's play. Tricky Turtle, just like Timo, will fall off a map because of a tether.
Well, we're not having a repeat of Blizzard World, and that feels good for Mind Goblin, right? They can actually put a stop to this at some point in time, but Kebabwinkle are going to have ultimates pretty soon here.
I mean, they're gonna have the super chat. Lethal's going to the Widowmaker. It's gonna make
yes.
positioning extremely precarious. You have to be so careful not to get domed because the Widow is just looking for that support.
I feel like I just asked for things today and the players give them to me. This is great. I'm like a kid on Christmas. The card will continue forward though, and a Molten Core will buy them time off of it. A cleanly won fight for Kebabwinkle, and now Lethal's got space to work with on this Widow.
Yeah, Melon even had to.
Oh, let him know. Let him know, Tap. All right, making space for the fight. Dawn's holding forward. There's a shadow for the rest of the team. You can't just charge past like that and not expect repercussion. The charge from one is good, but Theomatics isn't quite, puts him in a poor position to try and make the rest of the fight work. But his teammates are doing plenty of work as Condi connects a headshot. A still contested cart by Kebabwinkle, though, is not going to be free. A two-man charge seals the deal from Dawn. Is a full 3 points with time likely are about to be capped by Kebabwinkle, especially if Tap has anything to say about it.
I mean, there's a really nice anti coming through from Theomatic, though. People managing to get the headshot onto the Rhine completely uncontested in that packline now that Condi's gone. And yeah, that is Kebabwinkle gonna be taking that full push.
A full push on Havana, like on normal patch, that's hard. On creator card? Dude, like, you have to remember, we have to put into perspective, these fights have historically been lasting forever. We saw that game with you know, Doomfist and Danid, and it just didn't stop, right? Every fight lasted like 50 seconds. They were only getting through like one fight a point, and now Kebabwinkle doesn't need ever more than one fight a point. And that fight's lasting like 10 seconds.
Do you think we're going to see the spawn hold come from Kebabwinkle?
Yeah, right? Like, I would assume. I think you'd be crazy to not at least try. You can play the corner, though. And I think the idea here is that you make it that much more dangerous with the stacking damage from the Torb. If you play at the corner, then you can just kind of poke away at long range and take advantage of all the damage on the creator card. But that's my only real thought. There's also just the idea of, like, some people just don't like the spawn hold.
Yeah, that's true. It's very risky as well, right? You give up control of the high ground, which means that Tap and Lethal both can't really get a position that they want. But I mean, it looks like they are going for that, so it looks like they do want to play around that corner.
Yeah, just sans me. Perfectly fine stuff for Kebabwinkle. 5 seconds here. We'll see if Mind Goblin can break it. Mirror compositions for either side. It's likely down to the Cole Casties in order to find that first pick, or the Reinhardts to try not to out-overextend one another. Mind Goblin actually taking a pretty interesting attempt at this as well, as they attack from two angles, opening up that kill onto Lethal. Now back in a pretty rough position. Mind Goblin have had no problems breaking this spawn hold. They saw that time bank from Kebabwinkle and said, you know what? You know what? I think we can do that.
I mean, yeah, Tricky Turtle coming out on that Sigma as well, being that extra shield. The Mind Goblin to be able to go for that two-pronged approach. Khan's gonna swap onto the Ana. This is the first time that we are seeing an Ana coming in for this series, and actually the entire day. Trying to give Dawn a little bit more of that support, a little bit more aggression. But you still have to worry about the antis. There's the sleep onto Theomatic. There's the setup for Kebabwinkle to get the main tank out of the way.
Oh, and so does Dawn. Out of the way is pushed by Theomatic. Looking at the back line now, it's good peel for Condi, and Mind Goblin are doing a great job of following up on this cart, curling up into a little defensive ball. SXJ, I love the energy there, bud, running forward, and in fact, it's going to work out for the team because the entire team was with him. Mind Goblin good for point A in probably just about the same amount of time that it took Kebabwinkle to do the same. Point B isn't going to be any easier, though, for them, as Kebabwinkle now has a better position. This was the big problem with Mind Goblin's hold here earlier, was that they couldn't get this high ground early because they tried to go for that late stage point A fight. Now they get to take point B from a much better position because they're willing to concede that. They're going to do it with ultimates as well. That bongo can be extremely good for stopping people from actually trying to engage up onto the high ground. Deadeye from the side. We'll see if it finds anything. Theomatic says you can catch this hammer. drops him right onto the ground, and now you're in a bit of trouble. Molten Core all the way back out onto the cart. And it's the engage from Kabobingle that's looking fairly successful. Thematic's health bar is just getting ever lower, but it just won't go down to 0.
Lethal's coming back in on the Doomfist. We wanted to see a little bit more of this come through into the back of Thematic. And Kabobingle taking this fight cleanly.
Nicely done. And this is what I was talking about. I mean, that high ground just pays itself off in spades.
I mean, you really do want to take advantage of it, but going a little bit aggressive doesn't
Touch the spawn! Touch the spawn! Touch the spawn! Yeah!
See them take it selfie at the spawn door.
What is going on?
It's messy, it's scrappy. There's a nano on to dance to make sure that he survives and gets another elimination. Currently got 21, but he's looking for that 22nd.
I mean, it's funny is that the most eliminations on the team right now is actually Real. Real has 29 elims. Tab just passed him at 30. But this Lucio is fragging out and having a grand old time.
Oh man, it's so good to see the Lucius coming back in. He's got a Cyan barrier too. There's nothing stopping Kabobingle from just staying right where they are. There's a shadow from to keep my goblin in the spawn. Tricky Turtle's forced to use the Sigma Flux just so they can walk a meter out of their entrance.
They don't have it. They've got one amplification matrix. They use the sound barrier Flux to get out of spawn. Kabobingle are taking it to them for the final map. They are forced back here. Dude, what I would say, like, you know, go to the cart and try and pressure them, but getting past this wall of damage that is Kabobingle is so hard. Thankfully, SXJ is on this team and is there to help. Oh, they're still not gone though. Kabobingle. It's just not that easy. That's the first fight of Point B. Congratulations, you've done it. You spent all your ultimates to get halfway through Point B. Kabobingle are giving them hell and more in order to try and get through this. And you can see it in the time bank, right? Already, it's going to be more difficult for Mind Goblin to actually ever try and match the time bank of Kabobingle, much less after a fight like this. The engagement's good. The Reinhardt in trouble, but it's Senny who goes down first. A good dive by Lethal, and it means the Reinhardt's down. The Doomfist is going to town. 2 Doomfists are going to town, mind you. Condi is the one that lives, though, and that means the Reinhardt's going to get pressured out. Mind Goblin continue forward.
Yeah, this should be, finally, now that they're out of that spawn, them being able to take this Point B, especially with, you know, Tricky Turtle going to have the Sigma Flex to open things up, make sure that Kabobingle don't get a clean re-engagement going through. But they've got the Lucio, they've got the speed boost, and they're getting into position before Tricky Turtle can keep them out, and they are going to be able to keep touching this card.
More time off the clock, if not a fight won. The Flux is up though. The beat is down for both teams, denying the damage. A Bongo is going to slow the fight down massively though for Mind Goblin, who can't close the gap quite as easily anymore. Now Don gets to reign free on the point with a nano boost, swinging the hammer left, right, and center. But SXJ is the talk of the town. Pick up 3. In the meantime, a hammer for a 4th. Mind Goblin find Point C off the back of the Bjorn.
But Point C is the hardest. In fact, Havana Point C, though, is arguably the hardest point to take in the entirety of Overwatch, and you have 2 minutes and 23 seconds to work through it. This is going to be such a huge challenge, as we are seeing supports both teams knife swapping in the Zen, in the Baptiste, so that they can use these long lens of sights for the amplification matrix and those volleys of orbs to be truly dangerous. But Lethal is the one you have to watch out for. Widowmaker going to be on the high ground in Castle, looking for a support to headshot.
Lethal is dangerous in these situations. You can see in Fear, Straber, Melon, Condi, nobody wants the smoke, but the smoke might come to them if they're not too careful. And it does. Condi, after being body shot, gets finished off by Tap. Kabobingle are ripping time off the clock second after second.
Even if Lethal isn't getting the kill count, he's still doing so much to force Mind Goblin into these very closed up spaces, which allows Don to just swing that hammer. And it's forcing Condi to go for a counter Widowmaker.
Melon?
Just so Lethal doesn't get 24/7 coverage of an entire team. And they can actually have the confidence to creep out from the side room and keep this payload moving.
I'm not sure you even need the Widowmaker, dude. Melon just took down Lethal and the back line of Kabobingle right now. He did it again! There's no shot! Switch off Widow. You have to, Lethal. You're not allowed to continue playing Widowmaker after being dominated like that by Melon. And that means Melon has a transcendence for this fight. In fact, both teams do. It's going to be a long one, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you brought your seatbelts. Lethal's back, though. And Lethal's back with a vengeance. He doesn't give a damn about your transcendence.
Yeah, 46 seconds left on the clock. Good news is Melon just used Transcendence, so if my Goblin want to get a recontest with the full team in, they can swap them onto the Lucio without any sort of backlash in terms of that ult charge. But I mean, it's going to be so hard to get out of your spawn because
one pick from Lethal could do it.
Team away from the volley of Melon.
No one can shut.
Hiding behind double layers of shielding so the Widowmaker can survive, and that Infrasight is going to buy even more time off of the clock that Mind Goblin don't have to work with. 16 seconds left, and they're not within touching cart distance.
Every step you take is a dangerous one, but they have to take them forward. Gravitic Flux to engage Transcendence to counter. SXJ immediately comes in with a Molten Core to try and finish things off. Both teams running straight through the lava, and Condi gets the better of Lethal. That's the opener they needed. That's what they needed to get the push going. It's overtime, and there is nothing but touching the cart that Mind Goblin can do now.
I mean, Dan's got a shadow. Mind Goblin has no...
Oh! There's the triple pin! Done! Can finish it off right here!
And this is the final Gerardo.
Overtime's down. Kebab Winkle are successful, and the team that innovates is the team that is shown to be great. They bring multiple compositions. They bring excitement. They bring a Widowmaker. They bring themselves to the next round.
Oh, Kebab Winkle doing it in style. That double support kill. I think this is definitely going to be play of the game, right? You can just see the hopes and dreams dying as soon as that hammer lands, because the Sigma doesn't get killed, but the two supports squished underneath him absolutely get smacked right into the respawn room, and there is nothing that you can do to come back from that.
Dude, you've got to hand it to them. Lines up for the multi-pin. They knew what had to happen. That's one of those situations as well where like the tension's high, right? You're stressing out. You're sweating. You got a bajillion things to think about that aren't the new creator card patch, that aren't the new updates to that specific hero. But when it mattered most, remembers the patch notes, remembers that you can pin multiple people, because otherwise there wasn't going to be follow-up for that Shatter. Had to do it on his own and does so just spectacularly. What a finish.
I mean, what a series. We didn't just get to see Orisa Tourbillon!
I'm glad somebody found the Ball Diva comp. The Ball Diva comp is a lot of fun to play. It's super chaotic, and honestly, I think it is good enough to take into the finals. It just depends on who you're playing against. Is it right for the map, right? It's not something you can run necessarily everywhere, but it makes me super happy to see diversity, as well as, I mean, just like indication. I feel really validated for having predicted that composition being a thing in general. And going into grand finals, I hope to see more of it.
I mean, what a grand finals as well. I mean, look at that bracket door.
Oh my god. We got exactly what we expected, right? I bet that the upper half match was pretty good. The 2-0 seems to probably not tell the story of Munich Esports up against Doom Squad. But like I said, Yezin cannot be underestimated in these circumstances. The more chaotic the tournament, the scarier Resin is. It is a direct correlation, and Munich Esports is ready to ride that all the way to the top.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be such a fun matchup, right? Because Kebab Winkle, they can run the hit scan, but they've been the most comfortable in the dive composition. And that means no hit scan, which means if Yasa wants to play Pharah, there's not a lot stopping him.
No, and I mean, let's just look at history to understand what these teams went through today. Having the semis, the finals, the quarters, all of it. Angels so close against Doom Squad, and after all that, Doom Squad still yet fall to Munich Esports. And then on the match on stream, Mind Goblin gave it everything they got, but ended up gobbling their way to their desk. Bob Winkle goes on to a grand finals, and now there's only one thing left to do, Mox. One best of 5 between either of these teams and glory.
Oh, you don't want to miss it. I certainly don't want to miss it, Doran. I'm sure Rich and Kenobi are both frothing at the mouth with anticipation of what is going to be coming onto the screen soon.
I'm ready. In a couple of minutes, we're going to let our 2 favorite maybe actual scientists take the screen. But until then, you guys can observe some more creator content.
From the studio that brought you the Experimental Card Creator Cup, we proudly present to you the other Experimental Card Creator Cup. Legally, we can't say this is bigger or better, but it is equally awesome. Want to get from Yizhang Tower to the moon? Well, now you can, thanks to boosting! No, not that boosting. Naywall boosting! That's right, for a limited time only, you can launch yourself like a rocket! A space rocket! But what's better than one space rocket? Two space rockets! That's right, if you download the patch today, we'll give you a 2-for-1 deal! No longer will you be levitating above the ground as Zen, waiting to be jumped by the local wildlife. You will be elevated to the nearest safe space. Get it? Space! Tired of all this space talk? Well, we're not done yet! That's right, 3-for-1, baby, let's go! Baptiste can also join the gang. That's right, no longer will you have to depend on your tanks to make space for you. Just do it yourself. Space! Speaking of tanks, they just got tankier! I don't know if that's a word, but it makes sense! You know what else makes sense? Roadhog now has a 50% damage reduction when he takes a hit of whatever this stuff is when near another tank hero. It just makes sense! Sense! Ordinary patches are far too safe, but the experimental creator patch is off the rails. And better yet, what's a creator patch without the content? Because everyone loves good content. In fact, you wouldn't be content with the content if it wasn't good content. That's right, not only will you get the extremely fun and over-the-top patch to play yourself, but you'll get double the fun with the Creator Cup Tournament. That's right, it's back. It's bigger and better. Wait, I wasn't supposed to say that. No, please, don't fire me. This patch, it's just so good. No, I can't miss the Creators Cup, please.
Probably wondering why I've called you here tonight.
To talk about the many souls we've consumed?
Not today, no.
Oh, to talk about our favorite skins? Mine's Mariachi.
Oh, yeah. I'm more of a Nevermore fan myself, but we're not here to talk about skins, guys.
Are we here to talk about the many crimes we have committed in Ranked? Trolling people left, right and center, making people mold as we kill them over and over until they lose all their desire
and quit the game, only to come the next day and face my wrath again and again.
No. But I did call you all here because we were nominated to come up with ideas for the next creator experimental card. But remember, guys, this is for the greater good of Overwatch.
The creator good.
No, the greater... You know what? Never mind. We got any ideas for the patch?
Can we give Genji 2 dashes? So he can be like, shoo, shoo! You know, for the creator good, of course. The creator good. Oh, what if we let Reaper shadow step while in Wraith form? That would be cool.
That would be cool. I want Mercy to res 5 people again. For the creator good?
What did I miss?
It's come a long way. This game and the heroes we all know and love. We've seen this story before. For the sake of science, for progress, we need to shake things up. A grand experiment to revisit your favorite heroes in ways you've never seen them before. Return to old standbys, or become something you've never imagined. The Overwatch Creator Cup.
Hello and welcome back, friends. Massive thanks both to Dor and Moxie for navigating us through the chaos of this day 2, for especially being in cosplay, to be very honest, with them coming out shining and looking glorious. I do have to say though, I know Dor is historically a competitive athlete, but I still think that there's needing a little bit more swollenness to fill out that Mercy cosplay to its fullest potential. But you know, what we're going to be seeing is a full potential here in this grand finals matchup. Tantalizing opportunities to see the conclusion of this. I am Rich Rad here with Kenobi, and I'm looking forward to seeing what this climactic end to the EU Experimental Card Creator Cup is going to have in store for us.
I am as well, and I mean, you didn't really have to get backdoor that hard. I know yesterday you said about your keyboard, but I feel like that was a little, you definitely got him back.
We have years in soccer. He's probably so much better of a goalkeeper than me. I will give him that, probably hats off. I mean, how many fingers he's broken? I've been thankful not to break any, but we even talked about that off the broadcast. But let's take a look here at the bracket, as we do have the conclusion going into this final grand finals, and it's going to be Munich Esports is the first one we have to keep an eye out for, Kenobi, and they've been playing so well. We saw them earlier today and just did such a fantastic job, even yesterday as well.
Yeah, Munich Esports is definitely, I think, the team to beat at the current moment. You look across the board with this team, star power ever. You got Sparker, you got Yazan on their patented Pharah here. Names that I think everyone who's been watching Tier 2 around Europe should be familiar with, because this is a team that has a lot of carry potential players, especially in that DPS line. So this is definitely the team to beat, I think. But to be honest, Kebabwinkel, in at least the last match that we saw them play, have some pretty decent players themselves. I think this is going to be a DPS driven fight between both of these teams. It kind of feels like Overwatch is now trending towards that being the case, because we saw on Kebabwinkel specifically, Tap was having a great performance, Lethal as well. So Munich Esports, at this point, very much the favorites, but anything can happen in this grand final.
No, see, for me, I definitely agree with you with the DPS part of it, but I mean, I got to talk about, Dan and just this tank line and what they're going to be bringing to this. There has been some seriously just beefy head-to-head matchups on this tank line, just leading the way and bringing opportunity for, multiple occasions. And I know even, Havana was a great example of seeing some amazing hit scan. But, the composition going into this first control map, which we're actually going to have the opportunity of being able to see the same control map that we started with yesterday at the top of the day, which is Lijiang Tower. And I can't wait to get in it to see these two really start to lay waste to one another and who is going to get that initial value, because we also get the opportunity of seeing a first to 3 versus the first to 2s, which it has previously been for earlier today and all day yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing for all the marbles now between both of these teams. As you can see, Lijiang Tower going to be our first map. It's going to be an interesting clash of styles as well, because we saw Kebabwinkel was playing a lot more of this Hammond Diva composition that we haven't seen too much of. It's been a lot more of like the Ryan, Arissa kind of rush brawl style, and it's going to be interesting to see if that's what we stick with when we come to Munich Esports, and if Kebabwinkel are going to stick to their guns and keep playing what they're comfortable with, because they were somewhat forced off of it in that last series. But I think overall, I want to see what Tap is bringing up, because Tap is someone who, against Yazan specifically, Yazan is kind of this Pharah god, right? And how we talk about them. So I wonder if Tap is going to be able to match up themselves, because they have themselves very good projectile long-range DPS, right? They are very good at the Echo. They played it last series. They're very good at the Pharah. I remember casting it back way in the day for another one of these flash op tournaments. So definitely something to look out for as we go into our first map here, Lijiang Tower. And for that, we couldn't have asked for a better map because this is a very open map where we could see the Pharah and the Echo come out.
And you can get your predictions in now. 1 for Munich Esports and 2 for Kebab Winkle to see who is going to be taking this first map of Control. Cannot wait to have these doors open. I know in the chat it has continued to grow in those tuning in as it has gone later into the morning for most here in NA, but EU, they're lit up and ready to go to give their predictions as these doors are about to open and the excitement begin.
Got our coffee, we're ready to go, rearing with the energy. As you can see, Izan going on to their patented Pharah here. We'll see how Kebab Winkle is going to try and deal with this. Is Tap going to just try and duel 1v1 in the sky? But Dawn gets blown up very early already, and that's like the tank on. A lot of space creation that Kebab Winkle had is just not going to be there anymore.
Instantly going to get rid of that Wrecking Ball. They will have an opportunity to get back into this engagement quickly from spawn, but with Tap also being picked up here, it's going to be Sparker continuing to get value with this Cassidy. And okay, that was a little scary.
That was very scary.
Dawn now going to be on this middle position, trying to spin to win at least for a brief moment while they've got the tether, but can't manage to do so for much longer. Oh, well, even going to almost get rid of the Diva as well into Seni, but they're still managing to hold on to this. Percentage gaining, and you've got Munich Esports dominantly holding on to this.
And one of the things we have to mention about Pharah now that they're being played currently is that you do get a movement speed debuff when you're hit by a direct rocket. So a lot of mobility that you get with like Dawn and Seni on these dive tanks kind of gets hindered a little bit if the Pharah continuously is hitting you with those rockets that are empowered. So Seni's going to have to be very careful using that defense matrix effectively.
Ooh, Amplification Matrix, though, in the back, getting a nice opportunity to funnel damage onto the bridgeway. Harassment in the back by Lethal. Has the Pulse Bomb ready. Again, gets this super lightning fast, 50% faster in its generation to really adjust the tempo, but at the suffering of damage. Only going to be the 190 coming out, so it doesn't get a full instant pickup with still a lot of damage in the back line here. Tap going to attempt to try and elevate into this position to get the assistance with those consistent rocket boosters, basically leaving Diva in this high ground from Seni constantly, and gets the pickup onto Admiral. There's no more pocket. The supercharger comes out from Jaru down below to try and slow and isolate them close, but this is still 55% and climbing for Munich Esports.
Yeah, they just haven't, Kebab Winkle hasn't been able to get the kills. I mean, Tap is trying right now with the focusing beam, but the healing is way too much. Tap so low, might have to duplicate to stay alive.
Yep, has to. Gonna hold the line here. Rockets come raining over top, dwindling the health value onto Tap. Isn't able to get the supercharger down in time and will be transitioned back, instantly taken down by Sparker. Such a huge recovery here. This ebb and flow back and forth, and Munich's still gonna hold on.
And I mean, throughout all of this, the point is still in favor of Munich Esports as Jaru takes Khan away with him. That was definitely a tether play that we've seen from Orissa's throughout the day, it feels like. And again, still ticking up forward for Munich Esports, 90% last fight territory coming in for Kebab Winkle. They have tank ultimates to work with to create some space, but is that going to be enough?
Zon now still getting some decent visibility overhead, managing to still rain a couple of rockets. Contention has come through. Seni touches it, has the ultimates to try and utilize to their advantage. Doesn't actually get the knockoff either. Grab goes wide here as well from Tossed Me as you've got this supercharger once again tossed in. Jaru able to slow down all this rotation onto the point. Deadeye in the back eliminates this support play. Khan is also eliminated before the nano boost can come out to give any agency to this recontest. Another res though by Admiral. I'm gonna, give some love here to Door with the agreeance that we've only really seen one, maybe two reses. We want it all. I mean, let that Mercy cosplay come to life here for Door and just give us that mass res.
Yeah, hopefully before the day, at least in NA2, we have that as well. But hopefully we see some mass reses because it's only been two one-man reses that I've seen throughout here. As chat looking like they're going with Munich Esports. Chat yesterday was wrong most of the time. They did have that wrong. Yeah, they didn't have the greatest prediction rate, but I think here they're definitely on the right side based on what I've seen so far, especially coming off of that first map that we saw. Something I do want to point out that we didn't really get to see a whole lot of is that Sparker's been doing a really good job of keeping Tap under pressure when he was on the Echo. Tap was like a minute into that whole round was only like 60% towards Nano Boost, where in the other series, like he'd already had it. So really good job from Sparker. Map it is is now a lot more rush than anything else you would expect of.
Look at that purple lighting up onto Munich Esports, just forcing them back, just preventing that increase in healing. And now you're going to see them completely throttle forward. And Kebab Winkle has been very aggressive in this one, taking that middle high ground and really dominating in the second round.
Yeah, very good start for Kebab Winkle. Also, really mad props to Senny, who was able to pull Jaru into the rest of the team and away from his own so they could just get him. And they're doing it again. Here comes Trust Me.
Ooh, counter charge coming through in the backside. Jaru getting a nice pin onto the wall. Don, though, gonna survive. Barely. Immortality Field comes out to keep them alive, but Lethal has been taken down in the exchange. 1-for-1, level 1 Crook. I mean, just constantly seeing these fire strikes and how valuable they can be and just denying healing is so significant. Shatter comes out now up front, attempting to see if Trosby can give the extra oomph and assistance necessary as a Molten Core by Kebab. That should be able to hold off this doorway and allow them to maintain. This is going to be quite the intense one between these two.
Yeah, we see the dueling tethers between the Aristas and Senny just going to walk out of there. And this is such a hard position for Munich Esports to walk through because of the fact that there's so much zone control from both these compositions that they can hold these chokes so effectively with all of the spam that they have. And if you walk forward, you just get tethered by the Arista and pulled into the rest of the team. So Munich Esports are going to have to use ultimates to force their way through this chokehold, or they're going to go around and take out Lethal. That's a big pick.
Ooh, nice opportunity and opening this up, but there is an even exchange. 1-for-1, only the DPS. Level 1 Crook has to be cautious, needing to be careful in how they're not getting picked out because the healing is no longer available for the moment as the sound barrier comes out. Admiral leading into the Sparkle takes down the Lucio, so they've lost this utility for mobility on Kebab. There's still a lot of assistance though. Khan in the back getting a lot of healing up top to keep them going. This is almost about to be swapped over, but just look at the damage here coming out. Just so little as they swing the hammers back and forth, bludgeoning one another to death. As this last 15% here for Kebab might actually, they're going to recover from this, and this is final fight territory. Munich's got to rush back.
And Munich didn't have their support or their DPS there, so there was just so much damage being pumped out by Lethal and by Tap that the tanks weren't able to survive, and Munich Esports only have a Molten Core to work with here and potentially a Shatter.
Oh, now pushing in, both tanks having that reduction in the healing as you do have the Shatter. Block, beautifully done. Immortality Field in the backline from level 1 Crook to keep them up, but you still have the Reinhardt play taken out. Lethal in a top position, getting one. The execution onto the door, follows up to the Cassidy through the stairway. This is the second round going to Kebab Winkle, and they're feeling confident to enter into this round 3.
It's also really interesting to me that Kebab Winkle won that so hard because the composition that they were best at in the last series was more of that bald diva, but they played this Orisa Rhine comp so well from the start. I mean, they had control of the round and never really let it go, playing to those chokeholds effectively, using their ultimate rotations effectively as well. And now we go to a deciding night market here, and this is where I personally would like to see a Symmetra support TP on to that point and just make it miserable for the rest of the team to walk into, as Munich potentially switching up their composition a little bit with what we're seeing. Pharah does have a pretty good place on this map, and for Kebab Winkle, you're going to be looking at Lethal to try and put some pressure on Yazan.
You know, if we did see the Symmetra, it would go from microwave to sauna. I feel like that's the comparison maybe right now, because you could heal in it. But we don't get to see it here this time around, as you do still see quick presence by Kebab Winkle, able to take this position and advance forward. As there is not yet an opportunity here for Munich to pressure in. They're slowly waiting to get that energy charged up for this Zarya play to start giving that extra damage. Nice tether onto the Tor, but has enough support in the back line to keep them alive, and they're not going to get picked up despite the energy that's already been gained on the Zarya play. Amplification Matrix lightning fast coming through by Munich Esports, and they're just trying to dwindle these health values and finally get some value as you see Kebab press out.
And the thing about Munich Esports composition that is effective for them is that they do ramp up significantly with the Zarya as well. And I love the fact that you can have the Zarya with the Orisa, and this new little combo that doesn't work well in a regular Overwatch, but here you can speed up the Orisa to get a tether and then speed them back in.
Because you synergize both the Fortify and the Bubble together to really just bob your way in and out. Sparkle finds Lethal, takes out the counterpart. The Rockets get also the DMAC. This is now Munich dominantly going to be able to surpass the percentage gained, and you know, they're gonna stagger this one out on the baby diva. Just leave them to lay.
The fact that you have 2 concussive grenades is makes it even worse for stalling right there. As you can see, he's on a couple of stats that we're seeing from them, pumping out a ton of damage right now. Here comes a replay, and that Reinhardt was not long for this world.
No.
Senny a little bit late on the defense matrix, unfortunately.
Well, you know, it's one of those things where those microseconds matter. As we now see the seconds continue to go in favor of Munich. 50% have been reached. The sound barrier comes out for Kebab to re-enter onto this point to take out most of Munich. There's only one left in the outskirts. Will be Sparkle taken down. And now you've got 25% climbing back here for Kebab and in a good position to try and, you know, cycle these ultimates.
Yeah, good aggression from Kebabwinkle there, understanding that they had somewhat of a push advantage with that amplification matrix, could move Munich Esports to wherever they wanted. And now, through the choke here against a Molten Core, that's very scary.
Ooh, self-destruct from Senny coming across the side, more so over the wall to potentially get this pharmacy composition on the outskirts. There's the slow in the Molten Core. Actually, big shatter comes out onto 2, though. Nice Bionade to keep the Zarya play alive. That is a huge opportunity by level 1 Crook to keep Munich in this engagement and find so much value in this return and swap it back over.
And through all of it, actually, it swapped a lot earlier, so this is going to be point percentage that's going to be continuously ticking up for Munich Esports to where they potentially would have had only needed 2 fights to win. Now it's just 1 fight, most likely. By the time Kebabwinkle is going to get back to this fight, it's going to be basically the end of the map if they lose. And Munich Esports, look at all the ultimates that they have to work with.
And look at how much time they dwindled again. They kept Senny delayed, and this is what they're waiting for. They have to get this D.Va back into play. This is final fight territory. 15% to go. Deadeye leading into this by Lethal. Gets a quick takedown onto the far play overhead. No ability to survive through the damage.
Nice.
Supercharger. Rez comes out in the back. Ballsy play, but Admiral gets it. And all the while, though, you sacrifice the healing. It's 3 down for Munich. Kebab's going to take advantage of that, and they're going to swap it in the overtime.
Lethal really clutched that out right there with their play, taking out the Pharah so early, and then as well, Senny forcing the Mercy back to stop the res being a thing. And now again, Kebabwinkle is in a good position to hold this chokehold, and Orisa compositions, the thing that they struggle with the most is moving forward and taking space without that shield available to them, so they're gonna have to take a little bit of time, but still, a lot of ultimates for Music. Yazan goes down!
Yazan getting picked up early is so detrimental right now. Kebab is now reaching their critical mass. Only 25% to go. These few seconds left. It's final fight territory now in the return, but the ultimate economy is in Munich's advantage.
Otab needs to get healed there, and Munich Esports, last fight territory with these teams. It comes out!
Again, the shield fades, only gets Admiral. The rockets come down, but the Nano is also there to assist. This is so bad! You have a hyper-focus. They have no res. They're solely relying on level 1 Crook. The sound barrier is there. A grab pulls them back. Kebab, though, in a stellar position to keep this in their favor, but, trust me, is able to remove Dawn out of this fight. They transition onto the point. They miraculously turn this around despite them losing the support. The overtime's gonna dwindle, but there's still some contention by Kebabwinkle. They've got to harass this, but nobody touches it. They don't get far forward enough, and that's going to be Munich Esports managing to take this first game of Lijiang Tower.
Trust me, coming out so clutch at the very end of that. Also, gotta give massive credit to level 1 Hook for that Nano. If that Nano doesn't come out onto Yazan most likely dies a lot earlier and isn't able to pump out the rest of the damage that they needed to turn that fight, even though they did die. But this is going back and forth between these games. If this is an indication of what we have to look out for the rest of the series, very easily, this could be a map 5. Extremely easily.
I mean, we've already seen both of our games prior go to 3. So now at this point, we can only expect that it's going to go the distance here to this first of 3. So 5 maps, that's what we're looking for, unless we're going to even ask for potential draw possibility.
Hey, I mean, more Overwatch, man.
More Overwatch.
If it's happening, I definitely would not mind more of this. More experimental cup seems so fun between all these changes. I really like, again, what Munich Esports did in terms of their Zarya Orisa, which again, it feels so weird to say that combo has synergy because it doesn't when like talking about retail Overwatch, but here the ability to just like charge yourself up as a Zarya and then give your Orisa movement speed to go tether someone and then fortify yourself backwards. It's just such a cool combination to use.
I just love it because being a longtime Orisa player, the fact that I can maneuver that quickly, and I was at first a little against the tether, But now that they extended the duration, it makes it much more fun. let's be transparent here and acknowledge that when you can grab an opponent and self-sacrifice for value, as we saw, I know we didn't get to see it firsthand on screen, but that's what that Orisa Ana takedown was. It was a tether takedown, and even earlier when it came to just the Orisa Ryan tether as well. There's just so much excitement that could be gained from this experimental card for us here, as we're going to be heading into our next map, which is confirmed as King's Row. No surprise for us, as per usual. And you know, again, just looking to see what they're going to bring to the table here, because there's just a variety of different things and options that can be played. We saw so much, but we still are yet to see some, you know, Symmetra. I know we're going to harp on this a lot, but I would really like to see it, especially on the payload, where you can just put them on maybe like the side or the back of the card, just kind of rotating around, and how that's going to play out. But I mean, we've really also kind of seen the evolution too of more of this, you know, experimental meta, I guess you could say, that's been very dominant.
Yeah.
It is,
so. It's a meta. I mean, the thing about it with Symmetra is that, like, that would have been the map to see. It was going to be on King's Row. Or not King's Row, sorry, on Lijiang Tower, because it has a lot of maps that do benefit Symmetra in that enclosed area. But feels like Baptiste, Lucio, those are the ones that we go to. Mercy's still very popular. Still haven't seen a mass res like we want to see. Door was definitely calling for that one. Hopefully, maybe on this map, you know, again, this is a map where we definitely could see things like the Fair again. I think Echo for tap is definitely a possibility as well. So the thing I like about King's Row the most at this point, though, is that, again, kind of like in, you know, what we talk about with regular Overwatch, we get to see a lot of different things. There's been a lot of different compositions that have been run here. The only thing we haven't seen, I think, throughout like the entire weekend is like Winston. That's been like the Winston's kind of just like fallen to the wayside.
Toss to the wayside, yeah.
Because I mean, it's also just double shield is so good, and the ability to have Orisa tether someone just seems really, really strong. So unfortunately, the monkey not being seen, or sorry, the scientist rather, not being seen as much as we would have liked. I need to call him by his proper name, especially during this cup.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we were already scientists yesterday, so we can relate.
Yeah, he's a colleague.
He's a colleague. I mean, with the banana and the peanut butter, I'm pretty sure we just fit right in. So
yes.
But the other thing too is we had a little bit of a conversation too with, you know, some of the other casters, and just looking at what the overall look is, you know, on paper. We talked about Moira and touched on it a little bit yesterday, even with Hurix, you know, in the buy and from the NA sector of this, and, you know, have been really surprised at how Moira hasn't been as prevalent in this EU region, and it's not really been, you know, a use amongst the other supports presently.
Yeah, I think Moira's an interesting case, because Moira, the kind of feel-goodness of her kit, like the fact that you can just kind of just like orb and just immediately throw it out and it's just like done. The whole charging up aspect is a little bit, I think, it's interesting, because I don't want to say it's bad, because it's not. I think it's a decent change, and it gives her more depth to her kit. But I think people are just like so used to just being able to throw out the orb that it takes a little bit getting used to. And it's easier kind of just play, you know, Bap, Lucio, things that basically are still the same in terms of just how their base kit works. The only changes are pretty minuscule in terms of the playstyle. So I think that's probably why we're not seeing as much of her as we're seeing with like these other heroes.
Well, there's also the Lucio Redditors that are happy to be dealing more damage on the wall, so that's a discussion that we also had as well. But as we enter now onto this, it is going to be Kebab Winkle on this defensive position, as Munich Esports comes out the gate with the Pharah play again to see if they can get value a second time around.
And it is Yazan, and again, I'm going to be looking out for Lethal to put pressure onto Yazan in the air. There is no Diva this time to deal with it for Kebab Winkle, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Ooh, trust me, has to draw back carefully, making sure that they don't get overwhelmed on this front position. Still very healthy, though, as the ante does dwindle in time. Level 1 Crook has to be super cautious, actually forces out the immortality field here to survive in the back. Again, that reduction in duration is so critical if you can take advantage of it. Munich Esports does get overwhelmed where they lose Sparker, and now going to have to be extremely cautious as well with level 1 Crook going down.
Level 1 Crook not here anymore. Adderall going to be the only healing left, but still Kebab Winkle are trading some of these kills. Tap is doing a lot of damage onto that front line, and Yazan does not have the pocket right now. With the Mercy not here, just has to be relying on the heals of the Lucio and the Baptiste.
trying to still continue to get some damage out, generating towards that rocket barrage. Finally gets it, even though they are picked up. Nice defensive hold, though, overall here coming out from Kebab.
Yeah, this is interesting that they've opted for the Pharaoh without any type of pocket to them. Even like a Zenyatta here, this is like very, very reliant on positioning and movement and the ability of level 1 Crook to hit direct grenades, and that's always a bit scary in terms of easy execution for a Pharaoh composition like this.
And Matrix leading in with Sparker now turning and peeking the corner with the Deadeye. Rockets overhead in addition, everything being dropped. Just all ultimates lighting up this field as they attempt to try and manage to this first tick. Molten Core also going to be up front, causing a little bit of prevention from pushing onto this point. Second tick close in proximity to be obtained, but still a little hesitant here because there are some opportunities to turn this back. Nice fire strike to land onto 2. Senny's down. This will be it. They're going to manage to grab this and look to push this through to the payload phase.
Yeah, respawns are just way too close for Munich Esports here, and Kabanka are solely relying on the damage from, I mean, just the lethal on the flank here, but Munich Esports doesn't really care. They just walk through and they're going to be able to take point. Doesn't matter that these kills are coming in for Kebab Winkel. Sure, they can potentially get a closer hold, but the respawns are still going to be here for Munich Esports. And that was actually a really sick start to the engagement for them, where they just sent Trust Me in and just threw down a supercharger on everyone and barraged after it and forced out so many cooldowns that there was just no staying power left for Kebab Winkel after that.
We're going to take a look at this replay as well with the high noon flashbang. Beautiful pickup from Lethal down below. Those little things are trying to help turn the tides, but unfortunately you can't shift them enough. They continue to peek around this bookstore. They do have the amplification matrix now to try and get that opportunity to force and draw back some of this aggression, which actually buys a lot of time here for the moment.
Seeing Shatter available. Tap is taking that level 1 Crook. That's a lot of healing lost.
Yep. Again, now solely relying on Khan. What a Shatter, though, going to come through to try and see if they can equalize. Don up front in the slow. Can't manage to push forward, but will finally recover. And now they hold them in the archway.
Nice combo there along with the Shatter and the Molten Core. I think that's definitely something that you can use to burn down enemies quickly, even though the Sound Barrier from Admiral was at a good time. It just wasn't enough. There's another Shatter 3-man!
Oh, but there's a Supercharger trying to slow the momentum forward. Once again, you've got the Rocket Supercharger synergy coming through by Munich Esports, and they're using that to such great success.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of MTD right there from Jaru, hitting that massive Shatter. Supercharger along with it. A lot of ultimates committed to that fight. I think he probably could have gotten away with just using the Supercharger, or the Shatter in the barrage, but they opted to use the Supercharger as well. Level 1 Crook coming up on this Ant Matrix. Needs to get it before they make this corner, because that would make it so much easier for the Munich Esports to walk forward.
Now looking to peek, actually gets it. Dawn goes down. They've lost the main tank. Now Senny also just about to be dropped out of the mech here. The Immortality Field buys just enough time for the Sound Barrier in the back line to keep Senny in the mech for just a few seconds longer. Does end up still getting deleted. Tap will be overwhelmed, and but between Tap and Lethal, they've actually managed to recover that engagement on the payload. Lethal just needs to be shut down.
Yeah, Lethal is actually a menace right now, and Munich Esports are going to have to figure out a way to deal with him, especially because of the fact that if Yazan steps out of line even once on this Pharah, it's very hard to heal him, and with Lethal hitting the shots like they're hitting them, I would be very worried, even for someone like Yazan, to be safe in the air like this.
And you can see even playing a little bit lower, does actually use the booster to get forward quickly with the concussion rocket. Now elevating themselves. Beautiful flashbang comes out overhead from Lethal, taking down Admiral, who in this case was playing a little bit more hyper-aggressive than I would have liked to see as the meters continue to dwindle. Is somebody going to contest? They're barely able to. Nice charge to push back those to contest this payload. An Immortality Field comes out. Tap is literally rotating around this, finally steps too far back. The dwarf might be tiny, but he's got big feet to keep it contested for quite a long time.
Munich Esports are finally able to take this second point. Now we'll be moving on to third. 2.5 minutes in their time bank. Yazan has the Pharah barrage ready and available for this next fight, but this is probably going to have to be an option where they trade it for a 1-for-1, and Senny's going to have to be looking to eat most of the damage here.
Yazan with the rocket barrage again, waiting to use it. They've got the Ant Matrix, so those rockets are being amplified even more as they whiz by Earth Shatter lands on it too. Great coverage with the shield for the moment, and also committing the Rocket Barrage to try and reduce some of the aggression forward. Kebab actually walks willingly into that because they had the Shatter available to them and takes so much from this Rizan overhead positioning. Supercharger now going to come out from Trust Me. Not really getting too much value, but the farther you've got Kebab pressing up with the sound barrier, it at least kind of slows their momentum so they can't collapse onto Munich.
Ooh, Sparker takes out Rio. That's a lot of speed, actually, that's lost for Kebab, and they actually have to commit the Ant Matrix here just to hold off Munich Esports charge.
Lava as well under the feet, attempting to be very cautious. Lethal gets another double kill here, finding these angles and corridors to really bring value to Kebab.
Yeah, Lethal right now, 9 final blows, highest in the lobby at the current moment on this Cassidy. Munich Esports, their time bank is dwindling down, 1 minute and 20 seconds left. They will get 2, potentially 3 fights, depending on how long this lasts they have. So we're going to see on the replay, Lethal through this Ant Matrix just hitting shots like we know that they can.
I mean, the focus fire, unbelievable. I wish I had that ability of skill with a hit scan in the game of Overwatch, but now very clustered underneath this archway. Has to be super careful for this defensive side. Yazan gets a great double kill pushing out, has so much support from the team. Munich is going to be able to snowball this quite heavily to the final meters.
And I'm actually loving this kind of playstyle for Munich Esports with the Pharah, where they don't play it as aggressively. It's more of a poke hero at this point until they have the sound barrier, and they just go super aggressive with all the sustainability Pharah has. 30 seconds left for Munich Esports. The Shatter gets nothing from Jaru, but there's the Ant Matrix to cover.
It would have been a completion there if they landed the Shatter onto multiple members, but a great denial coming out from Dawn up front. Now has the counter Shatter themselves, looking for the pin.
Oh, the pin!
Only gets the pin. It is still valuable, but look at trying to block the weaving of the shielding isn't going to be there, and this is still Munich Esports dominating on this position. They need to finish with time indeed, but there is still some contention. Harassment, no, you don't get caught there fast enough. Can't use the boosters to go forward, only go up as they're going to be falling flat to contest against that final few meters.
10 seconds, so they will be able to guarantee themselves a second round if the other side of Kebab is able to cap all 3 points. But again, I was kind of talking about this Pharah play and how it's been interesting to see a Pharah play without something like the Mercy to Pocket, because it feels like those two are always just synonymous with each other whenever we see Pharah. But this is really interesting, the style that they've gone for, where Yazan is playing a little more back, poking more into the shields, not playing that super aggressive Pharah that we know a lot of Pharahs to play when they do have a Mercy Pocket. And then the combination of like the ultimates and the aggression from Munich Esports, once they have sound barrier, they just all hit the go button. Pharah barrage. There's no way you can kill a Pharah who's blanketed by that much shield during barrage, even if you're hitting so many shots. And it's going to have to be reliant on Seni to eat the barrage that's coming in. Also for Lethal to continue to pressure out the Pharah, because he's been doing a pretty decent job, all things considered. It's just there's so much to chew through in terms of sustainability once they have all their ultimates online.
Tap, are you going to bring the death from above with the ice wall? I would love to see that.
We're gonna get another Shatter.
We had a lot of those yesterday, where the tech was really just keeping May, jettisoning all the ground players high into the sky, as we do see them open up here to try and push forward, what kind of value it's going to bring, and interested to see how Tap is going to influence this type of game. Nice wall though to lead into it, getting a decent denial for some of those sightlines onto that Pharah play. Stuck into this corner. Immortality Field's already been utilized. They need to be cautious. They're so forward. Seni's getting deleted in this hotel. Will be eliminated, and it's just a great recovery here. There's 2 ticks actually given. No one's been contesting this whole time, so they've at least gotten something out of this with Kebab.
Yeah, but with Yazan taking down Lethal and taking down Seni, that means there's no one to cover this Pharah, and Yazan is just going to melt through the health bars of Kebab Vinkel. Very good target selection from Munich Esports, knowing that Seni really is going to be one of the members to put a lot of pressure at close range onto Yazan, so they focus down Seni, get them out of mech, and then it's just Lethal, and Lethal, if he's not hitting those shots, Yazan can take him out. And look at all the ultimates that Munich Esports have, so many to work with.
And again, only 1 tick remains, so they can utilize these ultimates to secure that last opportunity here. You do have now Sparker looking to round the pillar towards the right, dodging around the statue. 4 online, soon to be 5 from Admiral. They've got so much in their pocket on Munich to hold on, leading with the Amplification Matrix and the Supercharger, mind you, to play aggressively. And you can just see he's on level, just floating in that window to make sure those rockets get that extra damage boost.
There still is 2 ticks for Kebabinko, so they just need to win a fight quickly and decisively here. Here comes up High Noon, gets Admiral.
Ooh, that's big. A lot of damage here on the ascending Pegasus, as we commented earlier. Nice block. Lethal gets that. And now looking to try and move in. Nice job here, forcing them away, but still some contention on the point. Approaching this 3rd completion tick will actually come to fruition. The numbers dwindle for Munich, and they just have to abandon ship.
I think some ultimates were not effectively used there from Munich Esports, especially a Shatter. Good block, though, by Don. Got to give him credit for that one. The barrage from Yazan was a little bit too far away, and because Admiral wasn't in that fight and able to get that sound barrier, there wasn't really an opportunity for them to use that sound barrier barrage combo that we've seen them use before to win fights.
Lethal, just still, despite them, not having as many eliminations as what we've seen gained by Munich Esports, is still really putting on a show. And just the overall damage output is significant too.
As we see Munich Esports coming back for an aggression here. So many ultimates available for Kebabinko here, a 5 stack of them.
Nice flashbang onto the Diva to try and prevent some of the boosters, but again, with that cooldown being so heavily reduced,
self-destruct!
Allows them in the back, does clip Sparker. That's going to be a great opportunity here for Kebabinko to press forward. They've committed pretty much everything except for Dawn and the Earthshatter, so they've got something with the Amplification Matrix coming up soon.
I really do like this combo, though, with the May Blizzard into the Shatter. Nice Immortality field, but still just not enough. There's so much incoming damage, and that's front-loaded from Kebabinko to move forward, as it's going to be hard for Munich Esports to get back into this one. They've gone over to the Orisa and the Zarya, again, offering that movement speed to get those tethers.
Yeah, Matrix up, funneling damage into this open position to try and force back Munich Esports to prevent them from contesting in these last few meters. 3 minutes.
Big Shatter.
There's the Shatter. That will keep an open door for this next checkpoint. It's going to go from 3 minutes to 4.5 that they can work with in this last Furnace phase.
And you can see Munich Esports have actually gone back to the Mercy. Now these are just straggle kills. I love what Kebabinko is doing here with this aggression, just pushing as far as they can into the enemy base, not letting them realistically set back up and take as much cart percentage as possible here. Munich Esports will come back into this. Barrage is ready, and this time you do have an Admiral pocket with it, but Lethal is looking for something with this High Noon. Finds 2!
No! He was literally going left and right in his viewpoint, finds a window, and takes full advantage of it. This is absolutely catastrophe for Munich Esports. They are being overrun and completely dominated. The payload still having a few more meters to go. Potentially a contest can come out because of the spawn proximity, but it's not going to be an easy one. Somebody's got to touch. There it goes. The Mercy goes in, but no one else is there.
Oh,
and you don't even see the Wrecking Ball touch. It was outside because of the boop.
Because of the wall. Because he walled him up, and because of the momentum of just going up in the air, it was off the cart. What a play from Tab.
Here we go.
I don't know if this was on purpose, but if it is, it's godlike. This is godlike.
I mean, look at it. But that's got to be Pixel. That's got to be pixels outside of the range, because, to be fair, that grapple chain can still typically contest. So it might have just been that small margin out of radius where you're going to be happy with it. Framed perfectly. It's like those old school arcade games where you're like sitting between like 1 pixel worth of beam damage coming at you. I could never play those games, but that's literally what just happened here with that Maywall. And what a stellar job coming out from Tap.
And it seems like for Munich Esports, the Pharah seems to be struggling a little bit more. I mean, Lethal has been doing a great job, as we can see. Holy Lethal is popping. Yes, he is popping currently.
Yes.
He's absolutely... I mean, even though he doesn't have... Well, he does have actually the most final blows in the server at 15. He's putting... And I bet most of those are probably onto the Pharah.
Like, oh, absolutely.
It's been a pretty decent day for Lethal on this Cassidy, and... it's actually going to force Munich Esports off of their Pharah and move to something a little more standard, as we see in the Experimental Cup meta, with this, Ryan, Orisa, Brawly type of composition. Now, the difference is that they do have a Torbjorn, so they have a lot more shield break than the other side with the May. but they have to be careful of walls.
Ooh, look at this aggression, trying to get the tether, but the wall keeps the separation onto Trust Me. That's definitely gone wrong right out the gate with these 40 seconds, but with how fast they were able to take him down, they'll get one more recontest.
Really good read from Tap there, understanding that they just want to get a tether, win the fight quickly, but the wall separates them, and there's nowhere to go for Trust Me, who gets melted down. And you're right, 30 seconds is all that's left. They have to make something happen here, but Khan is so close towards this Matrix, and he's a little bit ahead of level 1 Crook. Whoever gets it first will make a big deal.
Nice jettison up top with the May wall, knocking them back and having to be very careful in where they land. As Dawn now plays up close, down, nearing the Earth Shatter. That's another with the Fire Strike up front. 7 seconds to go. This is going to be Kebab Winkle claiming a solid defensive hold here, taking full advantage of the 60 seconds. Overtime will dwindle. It doesn't matter about the spawn advantage for Munich. They're going to fall shy here after the quick pickup from Lethal, and there's even a high noon to make sure that nobody's going to press the attack.
That's going to be a hold for Munich Esports, or well, for Kebab Winkle rather, and Munich Esports now are faced with the very difficult task of holding for more time than they are given at the start of the game.
Yep.
So 4 minutes and 23 seconds, it is going to be a very tall mountain to climb for Munich Esports to defend this, especially on King's Row, where like any fight that's not like a convincing win for the defense is usually a loss.
I mean, would you classify this more as like Mount Everest, Kilimanjaro, Manaslu?
What's that like one mountain that's on like Saturn that's like bigger than all of the other mountains that are on Earth combined or something? Like,
yo, I went with this planet. I have no idea. Somebody out there that knows space better than we do, please let us know. What is, you said Saturn's space mountain?
Saturn.
I gotta Google that.
Oh no, Saturn's made of gas. No, Jupiter's the one that's made of gas.
I was gonna say, yeah, Jupiter's gas. It's got the big tornado on it.
Yeah.
We're just showing, we were scientists yesterday and all of our knowledge went out the window today, friends. We just know about the moon right there. That's all. That's all we know about.
The moon's right there. It is a very tall mountain to kind of just like wrap a bow on that one, but they are bringing out a standard composition. Kebab Winkle on the offense. Tap has been extremely good with these walls, and Munich Esports has to be incredibly aware of these tether plays because Tap seems to have a very good read on how to separate them and basically section off one of the tanks and kill them very quickly with the rest of the team.
Fun fact, friends, it is Olympus Mons on Mars, the largest volcano in the solar system. Now we know. As Google gives me some. But at our fingertips now, or in front of our eyes, is a 4-minute time bank here with Kebab Winkle looking to try and just take this second map, making it an even 1-1 score. You do have the Torbjorn play in the back getting mitigated. The damage has been prevented for the moment with the Immortality Field already expended. Munich Esports defensively has a long road ahead of them. As you mentioned, a mountain. They have to hit every checkpoint to the peak here perfectly so that they do not get overrun.
Oh, and actually the dive is so good from Don. That was an incredible aggression. I love that.
There's no way they can recover from it. Well, they at least get a 1-for-1 trade. It is going to be a Cassidy for Lake Cassidy. As the DMEC, though, comes out onto Seni. This is beautifully done to try and change this outcome. Munich will be able to swarm the remaining members of Kebab. If they can continue to get this stagger despite the respawn advantage, Munich's going to be in a stellar position.
Don is just going to not be long for this role. I mean, it's just Don and a couple of members just holding here in Hotel. Level 1 Crook is down. That's absolutely massive. That means there is no burst healing anymore.
Oh, no. You've got the sound barrier to try and give some assistance, but that is way too challenging to recover from. The shatter onto 2, the pin into the wall. The corpse shall be left in the crevices of the brickwork. That is now the second round. This map of King's Row going to Kebab Winkle, making it a 1-1 score in our first to 3.
Kebab Winkle and I think specifically Lethal, who is going to get play of the game.
There it is.
Definitely deserving of that map win. MVP of the map for sure on this Cassidy. 21 final blows out of 33 eliminations. The next closest was his own teammate Don and Sparker.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty significant lead that Lethal had on that map.
Substantial. I mean, going into this next map, it's going to be focus on Lethal. It's just it's so disgusting what we're seeing from this Cassidy play.
I think as well the Pharah now becomes like a problem for for the side of Munich Esports, because if Lethal is popping this hard and hitting these types of shots, I don't think you can, like, it's very hard to play Pharah, especially if you aren't going to play Pharah with a Mercy Pocket, and even then, like, Admiral just dies. Like, Lethal is just on point right now, and it feels like Munich are behind the 8 ball a little bit and have to decide, okay, what do we do now? Do we want to, play more of a standard? Do we want to go back to our own roots and keep playing the Pharah? Echo might be a possibility. There's a lot of options for Munich Esports that now the ball is in their court with Lethal playing this well.
And with that being said, we are going to head to just a short break as we do complete our first 2 maps. 1-1 scoreline between the two, so don't go anywhere because we're just rearing and ready to go to see how this next map is going to pan out.
Ooh, thank you so much, Lemon, for helping me with my holds. I feel like my pull timings are really improving. I almost got a Halt Dynamite yesterday.
That's great work, Arissa. Keep that up. That's awesome. Who wants to go next? Oh, hello, Reinhardt player. I haven't seen you here before. What's your name?
Hey everyone, my name's Phil and I love playing Reinhardt.
Oh, me too. Reinhardt is very fun. What problem are you having today?
Well, I'm a gold player, but I should be in diamond.
Okay, settle down, everyone. Settle down. Well, why do you think that, Phil?
I'm only in gold because I keep feeding.
Well, have you tried not feeding?
Yes, I've tried everything, including not feeding.
Okay then, how about this? I can help you find some tank content creators to...
We already watch a lot of creators for tips. It's not helping us.
I still charge the enemy Genji soul.
We can't do any more, Lemon. We need your help more than ever. Exactly. There must be something you can do. Maybe Blizzard will listen.
All right. Okay, how about this? Everyone is getting more health and more armor. You're going to be able to control your abilities. Reinhardt, you'll be able to cancel your charge. And Arissa, you'll be able to move faster with Fortify.
Wow, I do like galloping.
Stop feeding!
And I'll reduce all crowd control duration by 50%.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, tank players, when you're struggling with your Overwatch gameplay, there's help available. With me, Lemon Kiwi. Because when life gives you lemons, you get a kiwi. A lemon kiwi. Lemon Kiwi not included. Lemon Kiwi hybrids are not real. Creator card balance changes are not required to be good for the game. Lemon Kiwi tank player support group does not guarantee SR gains. Not all crowd control reduced by 50%. If you have a lost streak for more than 4 hours, please consult your nearest practice range. Ultimate batteries not included. Can I stop this thumb thing now? My arm hurts. Hello? 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 Anyone? Anyone?
We return, friends. The games have only gotten better since the start of this morning. For us, evening for, EU. But for us today, it has continued to get ecstatic. And I mean, 1 score to 1 score. We've had it first go in favor of Munich, then now in Kebab. We find ourselves entering into our 3rd map, which is going to be Rialto and Kenobi. I'm just glad to see some more Overwatch because we also get the glorious pleasure of being able to see a 1st to 3. So this isn't going to be the end of it yet. We at least have 1 more map after this.
1 more map. I mean, it is not the best 2 that we've had throughout the rest of the tournament, so a lot more Overwatch 2 play potentially. This is definitely a momentum thing, I think, for both these teams because Kings Row was I mean, while it was 3-4, I think it was a little bit more convincing than the scoreline indicates because Munich ended with 10 seconds. Kabobwinkle ended with 4 minutes and 23 seconds. So it was a very different type of map for both of these teams. And going to Rialto as our next map offers a little bit more of that long range potential for hit scans. It's a lot more open. I would wonder if Pharah is going to be played here because you do have a lot of geometry to play with around the map. But again, like we saw in last map, Lethal's kind of pounding right now on this Cassidy. So it is something that they're going to have to think about if they're going to just go back to their normal stuff. Hammond is also a possibility at this point for Kabobwinkle, which we did see them play last series that Doran Moxie cast. I think the momentum is in the favor right now of Kabobwinkle, which I wouldn't have expected going into this one because Munich Esports had looked so good in the couple of rounds that we'd already seen them.
Yeah, really competitive and riveting play between the two. And I'm more so just wondering if we're going to get a river tether. I know that this is a map where I look even in present patch where we could see a lot of great halt actions off the bridgeway, but now I want the river tether.
Yes, I do want that as well. It's so easy as well because you're basically just like so close a lot of the time to the water that you can just drag someone. Maybe we'll see a gondola save. Who knows? But I definitely, now that you've put that idea into the universe, I have
spoken it. Universe, please respond. Please respond.
This is the way, you know.
Yes, this is the way. This is the Creators Cup for the creator good.
Yes, that would be Arista tethering someone into the drink like that would be for the creator good.
No, 100%. Here I'm gonna throw it out there right now. What if we swapped Supercharger with Tether as ultimates and had it be more of like a temporary thing, but the ultimate for the Tether is on everybody within a 10-meter radius. Just grab and go. Just grab and go.
Dude, that would be wild. Oh, I'm trying to think of like how that would work, and like,
it's just like tendrils just coming out and grabbing everybody.
That would be crazy.
Oh my goodness! You know, it's maybe it's in the pipeline. It's in the pipeline now.
Well,
it's in the pipeline.
Next experiment, next Creator Cup. If you're watching this, the person who's like designing the heroes.
Yeah, I mean,
just, like look at this. Just look at this.
We'll send some DMs to Lemon.
Hit us up
like, hey.
Hit us up with a couple of DMs, and we'll keep you interested in what we're doing because we definitely have some good ideas. We are going to be starting soon, so you won't have to look at our lovely faces, I guess I'll say, any longer than you already have.
There we go. Swap. And now we're going to be entering into this map and seeing what the outcome holds. And I would definitely agree with you. You did comment about how, the momentum and finding the value that Kabob is in a position to where they can continue utilizing this, fueled energy from this previous map to take the advantage as we do look at the attacking and defending side. It is going to be Kabobwinkle on the defensive side first here, with it being Munich Esports on the attack.
0 first point speed run 80%. Yep, that's what happened. I mean, again, whenever you're finishing a map with more time than you were allotted at the start, you have done something incredibly correct.
And when you're going to be feeling that correct in things, I mean, it's like us yesterday as scientists. We're just correct, right?
Yeah.
We're just right.
Well,
we should.
Yeah, I mean, we did most of our experience correctly.
We did. I mean, outside of the Symmetra one, which we still have yet to conclude going into today.
I did have to throw away the Moira stuff because it was just not. It wasn't. It was just not worth keeping around.
No, I wouldn't think it is. I mean, to be honest, anything that has a yellow tint to it when it comes into a liquid form, I always am concerned. But what I'm concerned about is also how
lemonade? What?
I mean, lemonade's more kind of washed out. It doesn't really have like a yellowish tinge to it, like the lemonade. Okay. I don't know. That's another topic for another time. But as we push with this cart forward, you're going to have Munich Esports needing to be very cautious. And they're actually going to roll out here with this Sombra play to try and use for harassment in the back. And we've seen some significant Sombra EMPs in this recent day.
Yeah, interesting as well that we're seeing the Hammond from Trust Me. There's a lot of disruption with this composition from Munich Esports. You have the Hammond rolling in. You also have Tether, concussion grenades from Yazan, Sparker with hacks. Like, there's a lot that Kabobwinkle is going to have to deal with, and they're going to have to play incredibly carefully.
Carefulness. You do hear in the back line some harassment by Sparker. in the outskirts, just outside of this. Really nice recovery, though, from Kebab Winkle, just being able to sustain through this multi-prong attack. It's kind of chaotic here coming in from Munich, and Lethal gets the takedown again. That's something we were so heavily talking about, and it's still being valuable with another follow-up pick onto the Wrecking Ball.
Lethal is popping off right now. I mean, how are you going to be able to deal with this Cassidy? It's so hard, and I want to give credit as well to Senny, who is also doing a really good job of... Oh, no, wait, he hit... Oh, they were trying to do a thing! What is... Dude, this is... Lethal's out of this world. He's out of this world. Like, what... He hit that on the way up from the wall, midair.
I'm just thinking of Sonic the Hedgehog when you hit the jump pad. That was the sound that just went instantly into my head.
I mean, they got to deal with it. They have to focus Lethal at this point. There's just no way that Munich Esports is going to win this without taking down Lethal in some way.
Yep. And now as they do have the amplification matrix trying to be used to see if they can get a window of damage, but it's so far into the back, it really only contributes to Khan having the advantage with a supercharger up front, keeping them in that central section slowed. Sparker now has the EMP, attempting to get the hack, can't seem to do so, so just opts to go for the EMP.
No
Three members are going to be hit with it. No sound barrier absolutely just cripples Kebab Winkle on this defensive position. Finally comes out to try and give some assistance, and you're actually going to have Munich Esports hold... now they're actually going to have to fall back in this. Kebab Winkle really turning this around.
And I mean, respawns are relatively close for both of these teams. There's no one who has a significant advantage. Real just one tap Sparker. What on earth? This Lucio play. Reddit Lucio really showing up. You were talking about it a little bit earlier, doing a fantastic job here as the fight doesn't end up being a win at all for Munich.
Minute and 20 seconds now. This time bank has dwindled so quickly. Rockets come through overhead. Gonna deny Lethal from the takedown, but Tap is there to recover. Shatter across the center, gets a stun onto the Wrecking Ball. Tap also gets a double here? I mean, this is just chaos right now. Sparker attempting to take a chapter or two out of Lethal's book to open up some space into this open position, but they can't seem to press out far enough into this open area, and they can't even get through this choke point.
If they're all going down, they lose a lot of speed, so Don can't be escorted out of there. It's just Khan. Senny in the backline does no health, is trying to stall as much as they can here. But with Sparker having this high noon to zone off, I think this is finally going to be the moment where Munich Esports will be able to take this first point. They can just push forward. High noon.
Oh, shield comes up just in time, denies the execution in this back position. Underneath, it's almost about to be taken, but there is a recovery. Kebab Winkle actually perseveres. Now there's only 20 seconds left, and Munich Esports is in the dire stretch.
Oh, and they're in such a bad position here. They have to figure out if they want to reset. With Admiral going down, that's disastrous.
Oh no, no longer having the healing. Yep, level 1 Crook is also eliminated. The nano boost came out, the supercharger tucked into the corner. 2 seconds, they have to just go into contest. The flashbang comes out, still keeps it into contention on this last instance, but nope. Oh wow. Oh wow, they're actually gonna do it. There it is. This is nuts. This is just nutty, Kenobi.
I don't know how the DPS of Munich Esports managed to clutch that, but somehow they did, and it's on Yazan's patented Pharaoh, which makes sense. Level 1 Crook and Admiral both give their lives to give... I mean, look, he's nanoed right now. One taps tap, takes out Dawn. This almost could have been the end of the game if that flashbang was a little bit not as early. Whew, that was so close, and all at 19 health for Yazan doing that.
Can we just highlight the concussion rocket to maneuver just behind the shield for the explosion radius to survive with that health? I mean, that was like slick tech to be able to survive that. And now you're going to see a potential hold after it does push over this bridgeway. Tap gets a takedown onto Trust Me. Same thing with Senny getting a melee. This will be a reset here, and you're going to have, Munich look to try and regroup and see if they can manage to come in decently for another push.
A minute and a half that's left. Tapt is just being a nuisance in this back line. They take down Admiral. Senny does get taken out of the mech, so this is going to mean that with Lethal goes down here, Yazan is going to be free farming, and Lethal is dead.
Oh my, this is just going so awry with Munich taking such advantage. Like you mentioned, if Lethal is down, this encounter changes drastically with how Yazan plays and still dealing damage in the back. Despite there's a couple of pickups by Dawn in the front position with the Reinhardt, it doesn't matter. Yazan is just continuing to clean up and do anything they want.
I mean, it's direct after direct after direct for Yazan, and right now Munich Esports have their momentum. They're feeling good. They're going to move forward to second. There's a potential that Kebabwinkel can contest here, but I don't think they're going to want to.
No, Supercharger's going to come out to slow it. Rockets raining from overhead. Sound Barrier even committed into this. Munich Esports is just tossing and committing so many resources into this to secure that they can try and get these last couple of meters. Now it's 0.1 left. Lethal gets 2, takes out the far of play, and that should be an opportunity to switch it. But no, the numbers are still in favor of Munich, despite Lethal getting at least a couple of really great picks.
I mean, this is unreal right now from Yazan. He's got 10 final blows, 18 elims, and he's doing the lion's share of most of the damage in the entire lobby. I mean, for his team, he's got double more than anyone else. This is just a carry potential performance from Yazan, who now is going to be able to have the Valkyrie in their back pocket from level 1 Crook when this next fight comes along.
Yazan still continuing to pepper in those rockets one after another. Making sure that they are aware, though, of Senny with that Diva play attempting to try and approach, drawing back a little bit. They've been really, really aware of their time, despite it being so intense because it is a lower time bank. They're really using it to the best of their potential.
Waiting patiently, Munich Esports probably trying to farm up towards... Oh, it's Vic now. Sparker, he's down. They're going to have to commit res to that.
Yeah, they had a couple of shots on it, too, to make sure that the Pulse Bomb did get the full damage, because like we mentioned, it was cut in half for as fast as it is generated now. What a quick pickup onto level 1 Crook. Tap just peppering in that damage themselves.
Tap trying to say that, you know, this isn't only the lethal show, I can carry my weight as well, and they're doing exactly that. Munich Esports coming back in. 40 seconds left in their time bank. They have the barrage, they have a high noon, a lot of space creation for Munich Esports in this next fight, and it's going to be their last fight, but there is Real, who has that sound barrier.
Pulse Bomb again, no takedown this time since there wasn't any real damage follow-up to secure an elimination. Sparker now leading with the Deadeye, does get dislodged from the high ground position, but Yazan gets 2, both Dawn and Lethal eliminated, so that gives an opportunity for the res to come out. Level 1 Crook able to just continue to fuel this last final meters, but now pushing through this choke point is the most challenging of all.
And they won the fight so decisively that Admiral is going to be able to come back into this fight with a sound barrier to match the one from Real. The only difference is that Khan's going to have this Ant Matrix. Yazan's have to play very carefully around it.
Tap working swiftly to get to a Pulse Bomb to try and get that one-shot potential in the back after a couple of peppered damage shots from those Pulse Pistols. Lethal gets 1-for-1 exchange, but you've got Kebabwinkel losing their Lucio. They only have to rely on Khan right now. They've lost the utility. They're being shut down. Yazan with the elimination onto Lethal is so critical, but gets changed out as well. There is a 1-for-1 trade. The overtime is dwindling. This is a hole defensively preventing the round completion, and they will just be a few meters shy to close this first round out.
All things considered, though, on a map like Rialto, getting this far is still somewhat of a success. Obviously, you would have liked to have capped to get yourself another chance at it, but we can see Lethal here on this McCree. I mean, it's not necessarily the same performance that they had on King's Row, but it's still really just, again, putting pressure onto Yazan. Yazan also is having a fantastic map in their own right and trying to carry, but at some point, there's only so much you can do against like a McCree and a Cassidy and a Diva continuously just beating you and pressuring you out.
Yeah, and they're putting so many resources into Yazan, just making sure that they're either covered or damage boosted, wavering away from fueling the bottom positioning, really leaving Admirable to utilize more of the utility and movement versus opting to go straight up for the healing that can be on the front line. And ever since the tanks got this generation of, you know, increased health, reducing the damage coming in, it allows the Mercy to deviate away a little bit and utilize more so the tank's kit and also just that movement speed from the Lucio to mitigate the damage elsewhere so that you can put that type of damage boost onto Yazan.
Munich Esports on their defense, sticking to what they've been playing before. It feels like actually we've kind of swapped in terms of what the team compositions like to play. Munich Esports is playing a little bit more of this Ball Diva composition that we saw Kebabwinkel actually bring out a lot in that last series, but when you have someone like Yazan here on the fair, you definitely want to be giving them as much space as possible, and being able to push them away, push the squishies away from the back of the shields is definitely something that the ball definitely helps with.
I was begging for a couple of rockets to come through to knock them off the bridgeway, and I feel disappointed now. But that's okay, as we do get a pile drive into the back from the wrecking ball, trying to get that shielding active as well. Harassing a little bit here in the back. Tap trying to put some pressure onto the wrecking ball. Really not going to do too much. Again, no real significant damage just yet, as the healers can top them back up. Tap does already have the pulse bomb though, because of that change in the experimental patch.
I mean, we haven't seen too much Tracer, but the amount of pulse bomb charge that you can get is pretty nutty, but it doesn't seem like it's going to matter too much, as Munich Esports are just running over Kebabwinkel. Yazan gets a kill onto Don. Tap is still alive and still has the potential to carry this, but this pulse bomb has to hit pay dirt.
Yeah, the TBT now on the bridgeway forces the recall, escapes out. I mean, the other thing is Munich is playing so divided and just swarming inconsistently that it's hard for Kebabwinkel to really be able to respond effectively on this attack, as they finally get a little bit of an opening to press into this open space.
There's just so many avenues as we're here. You have the barrage coming in, and Lethal gets taken out early.
Wow, Yazan almost brought down, barely gets covered, but as I say, that is instantly picked up by Seni with that Diva play. Health values dwindling for the attacking position. Seni now also going to fall victim with a self-destruct tossed overhead. Doesn't get anything. It gets the remake in time. They'll be able to bail out of this with the boosters to regroup with the team, but this is, again, still just a scrappy all-around fight.
Respawns are closer, though, for Kebabwinkel, so they will be able to get their members back into this fight much quicker. Jaru, though, will be able to come back with the Hammond and potentially throw that minefield directly onto the car before it can hit that first point, so there is that potential. That's a really bad aim matrix.
Yeah, we're gonna see what can be maybe gained. It's really only Tap just chilling in the back, trying to say, I'll make it seem somewhat worthwhile, but it's not gonna really do anything here for this Kebabwinkel positioning. You've got Lethal at least able to open up the floodgates for this potential reach to the next checkpoint. Minute and 38 seconds, and Yazan is being left alone, which is not a good thing.
Oh, and Tap is able to take down Sparker along with the help of Admiral, and here comes the barrage. It gets 3. Can they bring it back?
Oh my, they have managed to do so. You've got the anti-healing for the moment, as Trust Me looks to continue to contest Diva v Diva, mech versus mech, but there's a pocket healer in the backside coming in from level 1 Crook to assist, and they will stop this once again just over 2 meters.
Only a minute left for Kebabwinkel to try and get this cart over the payload. Here comes the self-destruct.
Bucked it at the back. Seni is not going to get too much value. It actually does hit Admirable, but got enough distance along the wall to survive the explosion damage. Sparker harassing. Khan goes down, manages to get the melee. Trust Me is demeched though, so they only have to rely onto the wrecking ball since they're attempting to get back into this mech quickly. Lethal on the 76 now into the back position, attempting to pump out damage with the Helix rocket as well. Healing zone to give some sustainability as they continue to round this payload. Can't really get too much value. The minefield's gonna force them back. If they get hit by these again, it's gonna mess with their vision so they can't see.
Lethal's got Tac Visor very soon, but trust me, he's in mech, so it's gonna be just eaten up completely by the Diva's defense matrix.
Lethal gonna try and round the outside, seeing if they can get value. Sound barrier comes in. Everything has been committed to this. The self-destruct is there. Does manage to clip one onto the Lucio play, but it doesn't matter. They get to it, and they now push into this next phase.
What a flank from Lethal, going all the way around the back end, and Trust Me just lost sight of where that Soldier 76 was, and he's able to clean up this fight. Munich Esports, and you can see Lethal here on the flank, able to get one right before they took out the Diva, who self-destructed, and Soldier 76 does a very magnificent job of countering Ferris up in the air.
Yeah, when you've got that direct, guaranteed hit scan fire from the ultimate, I mean, what more could you ask for? As they press it now with 2 minutes, nice sleep into the corner, keeping the wrecking ball low and able to follow up onto it with Khan getting the elimination. Earth Shatter online, also here with the Pulse Bomb. There's going to be quite a bit that they can utilize peeking into this corner, but again, management of this high ground is going to be really, really critical.
Barker just one-clip Lethal right there. That was something I wish you would have seen on screen, but Yazan still up in the air, just trying their best.
Oh, bye! That's what I was waiting for during the first segment, but at least I still got it in the second.
Got your witch, Rich. They are going to be able to take them down. So more time going to be taken off the clock for Kabobwinkle to get someone. I mean, they need to be very careful going across this bridge. Like, they need to be escorted by Lethal, pressuring out the Pharah.
Is there another one? Is there another one? No, Lethal's got the sprint, but he may be able to sprint away out of the concussion explosion radius, but the rocket's still going to do its job. And now this aggressive play by Yazan might just be the defining factor here for Munich to hold on to this.
Yeah, really it's synergy from the entirety of Munich Esports there, knowing that it's just the D.Va, or it's just the Ana, but Lethal gets taken out by Sparker, or Lethal takes out Sparker rather, and Kabobwinkle are now in a position where they're going to start getting some momentum and moving this car, especially with Admiral going down. Munich Esports now have to mount a defense here. 40 seconds left, Rich, and with where the card is for Kabobwinkle, as we're going to see a replay of Lethal taking down Sparker.
Wow.
Nice direct, but with where we are in terms of the cart, this is going to be last fight.
Oh, that was a nice pickup. Tac Visor just came online. Sound barrier is out, only giving assistance to 3. Rockets rain. Dawn is down. This is just falling apart here for these 20 seconds. Munich is really going to be in a stellar position for these final seconds.
It has to be stall tactics right now for Kabobwinkle. They have to get someone to the point. Tap is going to have to be the one to touch most likely. Or Senny on that D.Va. You can fly over that wall and just proc the overtime that way, which it looks like they're going to do. But Munich is ready for it, and they're just going to take out very quickly.
That health bar was there and gone, but with the attention driven to the back position, it allows Dawn on the front side to manage to also contest. Nano Tac Visor could be a win condition to peek this corner as Tap also gets rid of the support play. Now going to sidestep just behind the box. Can't get the damage quick enough onto the D.Va before the remix, so they do get that back online. Dawn actually still surviving on this payload while we've been fixated on the outskirts, and this is Kabobwinkle actually managing to push the last few meters. They are so close, under 1 to complete. Dawn is having the time of their life, but yes, the Wrecking Ball back online. The res is there, and they still get it. Dawn right now, MVP for this little last stretch so far.
I mean, Dawn is just holding down that left click, doing so much damage and disruption. 13 final blows for Reinhardt is not too terrible, honestly. No. Let's give props where props is due for Dawn, who also has like a pretty good amount of damage done as well. So 1 minute left, all for Kabobwinkle. And remember, Rich, that it's just end the game essentially, or end the round essentially, and you're going to be able to win. There isn't a third point.
Very aggressive positioning as well right now coming out from Munich Esports. Rockets raining overhead, combined with the minefield, trying to see if they can take down Lethal on the outside, but having to be super cautious. Is still being pocketed by the moment, so they're not going to need to be too cautious, but they can still, you know, be very wary of how that's going to turn out.
40 seconds left. Lethal takes out Sparker. The stick does not land, and this is an opportunity for Kabobwinkle to move forward.
Ooh, nice harassment, though, coming out from Jaru in the backside, preventing Lethal from getting an opportunity, and actually goes down. The rocket comes in. There was enough frontline pressure from the Wrecking Ball to really put Lethal into an uncomfortable position. Pulse bomb from Tap, looking to toss it out once again. Little bit of a whiff, but again, with how fast they're being generated by Tap, they'll get another one shortly.
I mean, 14 seconds left. It's just a stall right here. Shatter comes out from Dawn, is able to take down Jaru, but that's all they get. They don't get anything else. Here comes the Tac Visor.
Look at the architecture being used so well by both the Mercy. Oh, finally goes down, just hits over top of the Pagoda, so they can't manage to survive. Overtime has been procced. Khan gives the nano. The swaps come in. Dawn goes down. Wrecking Ball active to see if they can get some heavy mobility back to keep it in contention. Lethal still being kept alive, but the self-destruct comes out in the back by Trust Me. It may not be a 6K we saw earlier in today's event, but it's still going to be more than enough with 2 critical eliminations. The overtime should dwindle as they focus fire Senny. The mech will be taken down, and this is going to be a beautiful hold by Munich Esports in the end, so they managed to take a second point, finding themselves now on a match point.
Back and forth this goes between both of these teams, and I said at the beginning that this would be a DPS heavy map, but overall I think while it has been, there have been some members of the other parts of the map that have, or other parts of the series that have been really showing their stuff. That map, Trust Me had 17 final blows out of 40 elims, and that was the 3rd best on the team. But we got to talk about the man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah.
He's on.
I was just saying, looking at the stats right now,
absolutely smurfed this round. I mean, we saw Lethal was doing a good job on King's Row, dealing with the Pharah. Not this map. This map, it was the Yazan show, and there was almost no way it felt like to deal with Yazan because Yazan kept getting continuous directs. Again, with that Pharah change, it now slows you as well. So, I mean, it's just unreal how good Yazan played that map. And when I was talking about coming out of map 2, I was like, oh yeah, they're going to have to be worried about, the pressure coming in from Lethal. Doesn't seem like they're worried at all. They seem like they're totally fine. But it was Rialto, which is a very Pharah-centric map anyways.
Of the 45 eliminations that Yazan participated in, 70% of them, they had the final blow. Like, that's just crazy. Like, it's unbelievable how much value this Pharah is contributing to this overall gameplay for the team. But you have to be very, very understanding that Lethal is doing their damnedest to try and stop it, and they're not able to. It is just constant fixation on this Pharah and just still coming up short.
There's only so much you can do. I mean, to be honest, like with the fact that like you're going up against Pharah, who's hitting these amount of directs. Also, now I think that they've opted in to bring in the D.Va as well, along with the Mercy. I think it's actually a really good decision because you can blanket a lot of the damage that comes onto the Pharah in the air from hit scans from the enemy D.Va. It gives a lot more survivability to the Pharah instead of something like a Zarya, which you can give Bubble, but it's not consistent, right? And we have to remember that Defense Matrix now. Not Defense Matrix, rather. Boosters have a lower cooldown.
Way lower.
From 4 to 2. So you can now like go and kind of play up in the air with the Pharah a little bit.
You can never touch the ground. Yeah. You can never touch the ground. I mean, that's a huge change coming out for a D.Va in this. We actually do have confirmation now entering into our next game. We've talked about Mars, we've talked about mountains, but we are going to the moon.
What a way to end if we end here, right?
I know, right?
Very poetic.
It would really, from our scientific experiments from yesterday into the discussions of our topics, going to the moon. I mean, we already saw it in King's Row. We saw the moon, so that now we've gone to the moon, and everything just cycles back, and the story is quite we didn't write it, we swear. We didn't write it, because we don't know. This is an opportunity that we could see it go at 2-2.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I've actually casted Horizon Lunar Colony.
I know, right?
I feel like it's always been out of rotation or just teams just hate it. So I'm very excited to come back into this map and see what
throwback
they're going to throwback. I would expect that this is, I mean, you could play Pharah here. This is a really good pick, by the way, from Kebab Winkle, like specifically, because I think this is like saying like we don't want you to play Pharah at all, and all the other control maps all the other assault maps kind of let you. So we're just gonna pick the one that's inside, so you don't have a skybox to work with. Yep. And I think that's a very good decision. It is possible, obviously, to go into Horizon Lunar Colony, pick the hero Pharah, and walk it out into the map, but it's not going to be as easy as it was on like Rialto, where you just have an infinite skybox.
Just walk it out, just the slow motion, just walking out into this. I mean, because there's also, to be fair, when it comes to, the Pharah, there is still a lot of architectural benefit that you can use to try and deny some of the return. But once you start entering past that initial catwalk, pushing past these initial walls, you're so much more vulnerable. And I'm really curious to see what type of adaptation that might come out because of this map selection. Like you highlighted, they're playing this really smart to deny opportunity, not only with the hero picks, but really trying to use the map selection also to their advantage.
Yeah, and Level 1 Kirk in kind of the chat was saying that they scrimmed Horizon Lunar Colony in quick play, so be careful, Kebab Winkle. That's a threat.
Yep, absolutely a threat. I mean,
making sure they know. Making sure
quick
they
play
know
defines all.
Yes. Making sure that quick play is the quintessential Overwatch mode.
Oh no, it really is.
What's weird is that we can't see King's. Well, we kind of can. We can kind of see King's Row from here.
I mean,
It's under some clouds.
It's under some clouds. Yeah, we can still see it. We'll classify that. I mean, technically, we couldn't see this base from King's Row on the moon, so we'll classify that as we can see it. As we enter now, doors open. Attacking comes out first from Munich Esports with Kebabwinkel looking to try and see if they can bring this to another map and make it an even 2-2 map score.
And it looks like they will be opting in for the Pharah, so it is a risk that they are willing to take, but with Yazan playing as well as they are, it's definitely something that I think can work out as you see Tap and Lethal double hit scan to try and counter the Pharah. That's how much they hate this.
And look at Sparker just gonna have basically free reign to, well, I was going to say have free reign in the back, but Tap says otherwise and says, no, Sparker, I don't care about you. I'm focusing on the Pharah now. I'll take you later. As we do have a quick pickup, though, Yazan still getting free value. Tap eliminated solely on the shoulders of Lethal and Seni. They are just incapable of shutting down this Pharah play.
I mean, one of the hard things about dealing with this Pharah is also the fact that Sparker is here, and McCree and Soldier, Cassidy and Soldier, unless Cassidy is bringing out this flashbang, there's no way for Soldier and Cassidy to duel a Tracer. Like, it's not possible, especially one of the likes of Sparker.
And now as they continue to round this point, they managed to finish off the last few. This should just go, well, I was gonna say it should just go quietly, but the pulse bomb will, that's so little damage. When you see how little it is now on a tank, it's not even worth it.
Hey, you get it so fast though that it's like you might as well just throw it off cooldown. And that's going to be a very convincing first take for Munich Esports now, with a 5-minute time bank about going in to the second point of Horizon Lunar Colony. But we all know that second point on Assault is not the easiest thing to cap, especially with Kebabwinkel having a 6-pack of ultimates to work with.
Well, Rockets come in, a pickup instantly. They don't have the sound barrier because the first to be eliminated is the Lucio. As they try to press in the back position, though, Sparker looking to round that corner, giving some assistance just behind the shield. Oh, well, there's Deatheye that comes out by Lethal, managing to get Trust Me before they're able to recover, and the respawn is definitely going to help them out.
Respawns and Lethal's just shots on this Cassidy. I mean, again, the Pharah has been working pretty decently for Yazan, pumping out a lot of damage, has quite a few final blows compared to the rest of the team. So, overall, I think that Munich Esports can play this a little bit slowly, as we're going to see. I mean, this is... Lethal kind of stood there as like, cool guys don't look at explosions, and just was like, do it. Hit me with the self-destruct. I don't care.
No, they're gonna look at explosions, but through a protective glass window. Just sidestep and be like, oh, I see that. That's cool. Okay, now I'm gonna go back in. Pulse Bomb comes out by Sparker. Again, doesn't do enough damage onto Tap. Didn't even get a couple of initial shots to make sure that they can get the takedown on that top catwalk, and that's gonna be really detrimental. Yazan has to be even more cautious now since there isn't the take. Ooh, actually gonna get a sound barrier here. That's gonna fortify Kebabwinkel down below. Level 1 Crook eliminated. There's a second pickup. The Pharmacy eliminated by this double hit scan, and once again, defensively, Kebabwinkel doing really well.
Yeah, now I'm going to start thinking about probably moving out the Pharah, just because it's, on the defensive end especially, like second point on Horizon Lunar Colony, it's even harder to play the Pharah. On first, it can be a little bit easier because you have a lot more room to work with. Not on second. On second, it's miserable. Looks like they're going to be sticking with it, trying to get that barrage, and after that probably will change. Yeah. Good stick.
Yeah. Now, once again, surviving through it, damage to the amplification matrix. It's going to be a hesitation pushing forward here by Munich Esports. They're letting the ultimates just kind of come in willingly, letting them be expended. Really now only going to have to keep an eye out for that Tactical Visor, which is online shortly, and Lethal with a already prepped Deadeye. And this is a slow, methodical play up to this catwalk.
I mean, this is what you kind of have to do with a composition like this, but with the sound barrier, they're just going to go in aggressively.
Wowzers, green means go. They put the pedal to the metal and the foot through the floor, as that is going to be now a high noon coming out from the opposing side. Lethal gets the elimination onto the mech, and shortly after, with the assistance of Seni taking down Trust Me, there's some contention on this point, but again, it's not a clean contention. Seni actually recovers a lot here for this defensive positioning, and they hold again. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and I'm with you now. Yazan has to make a change here because they're just getting crushed.
Yeah, now it's going to go over to Soldier 76, and I think that Kebabwinkel with the Cassidy from Lethal and with Soldier 76's tap have done a great job of just making sure Yazan isn't able to play the game on Pharah, kind of like we saw in King's Row. Now Munich Esports getting kind of more of a standard look that we've seen on throughout this weekend so far. Trust me, is going to be staying on the D.Va, but I think that's just for self-destruct, and then we'll switch to Orisa.
Oh, the Earth Shatter gets denied. Oh no, Tap, what did you do? I guarantee you Dawn's in the chat like, yo, why you do this to me, fam? As a pin can't come through to the side, there is some great recovery here from Munich Esports with this compositional swatch, but Khan still managing to give
high ground.
Yeah, Khan's just having a free-for-all, just healing for days. And now there's some contention. Oh no! The turret and also the pickup. Sparker gets the assistance with Yazan as they're just cleaning up right now. One tick, they need the second. The spawn advantage once again here in favor of Kebab Winkle. They are attempting to do so. The wall is going to give a little bit of that corner segment for them to contest freely as the sound barrier comes out, though, to see if they can hold on here from Munich Esports.
I mean, they're trying their best right now with the Amatrix. A lot of damage is coming out. Seni is taking out Khan. That's a lot of healing lost for Kebab Winkle now.
Sparker just chilling in the back. Please, somebody heal me. They manage to get it. They leave the point. Dawn goes for a double pin in the corner, but was it a worthwhile trade? 2 kills for the loss of the point.
1 minute and 1 second completed for Munich Esports. The win condition is set for them just to hold, and they will be walking away as your champions of the EMEA Creator Cup. I mean, I feel like it could have gone a lot quicker if Munich Esports had switched off the Pharah earlier.
Agreed.
I obviously get it that, like, it's Yazan, right? Yazan is really good at Pharah, but when Kebab Winkle is like, wow, we're gonna play Soldier, we're gonna play Cassidy. It's like, and we have a D.Va on top of that. Pharah's life just becomes miserable. Also, the Mercy's life becomes miserable at the same time.
We can also talk, too, that Khan could also be contributing to that focus fire. So there literally is so many things that could bring them down, and they finally get it. There we go. We got a moment about that. Mace stocks really going to the moon. Yeah, dog, I can hear that in the background. Absolutely. Coming in over the shoulder, just being just like, hi, Dad. Hi, Dad.
Yeah, Mace stocks to the moon. Woof, woof. I mean, we are on the moon, so that's at least good. You know, we got aesthetically, this is a very good tweet for our current position as.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, that floor cleaner's really having a rough time right now.
I mean, little bit.
Like Kebab, just go like Kebab Winkle. Now on the attack, they're gonna try and see if they can recover here. Doors open, Kenobi. It's all on them to get this round completed.
No more chances. This is your last chance. You gotta make it happen here if you want a shot at a map 5, and they're coming in with a standard rush style of composition. Nice pile drive to start things off, and here comes Yazan.
Ooh, Immortality Field instantly expended to at least mitigate some of the incoming fire from overhead. Yazan, though, repositioning with that extra damage boost consistently by the pocket of level 1 Crook.
Okay.
Actually goes down. Lethal saying no more. Wants the follow-up onto the Mercy play. Flashbang attempts to slow this momentum and takes down another. Lethal popping off here. Are they going to get punished? Almost able to combat roll out, but will be eliminated. All the while on that position, it is still being obtained. 1 tick so far, and hopefully gonna get the second one.
Yeah, with Admiral going down, it's going to be much harder for Munich Esports to contest here. Sparker's around with Yazan. I don't think that this is a winnable scenario, though.
No, it's really not. They're going to be able to draw it out for quite some time. Tap's going to be extremely valuable. Gets the pharmacy comp, too. Both of them triple in total. Tap is also popping off. It didn't even have to use the pulse bomb.
I mean, they're still trying to contest. Sparker takes down Lethal, which is big. That means that Yazan can come back and be a menace on this Pharah without a lot of contention.
And again, look at the rocket boosters. Finally goes too high. It was just this ebb and flow, up and down, contest, but doesn't manage to hold on long enough to do it.
And now we'll do it all over again as Kebab Winkle with about the same amount of time Munich Esports had when they first capped. But the difference is that Kebab Winkle have 6 ultimates walking into this fight.
Yes.
So there is a lot of difference.
Lethal opening the door first as they are about to gain 1 tick attention. Biggie indeed prevents that damage from an opportunity. Sound barrier joined alongside this amplification matrix from Khan. Waiting to use that pulse bomb of their own. Tap gets some decent damage. Yazan up top manages to get rid of the mech, but the self-destruct is lost now because of that defect on the count of nobody's in radius.
No.
And now this is turning absolutely awry. It is going to be Munich Esports dominating defensively and taking every ultimate away from Kebab Winkle outside of Tap getting another pulse bomb.
Yeah, that was every ult. I mean, it's the classic Overwatch, lore, right? 6 ults, you lose. And that's exactly what happened there from Kebab Winkle. It's just a curse, it feels like, and Munich Esports are able to hold. And now for Kebab Winkle, unless you're getting like a pick in these very early stages, you're going to have to play a little bit slowly. But Munich Esports doesn't want to go slow. They want to play high tempo.
They're going to play super high tempo. They're going to push up towards this doorway, acknowledge where Dom's going to try and charge in. But that punishment is going to be extremely valuable for Kebab Winkle. With this now, backline positioning from Sparker, having the pulse bomb, attempting to see if they can get their backline. Lethal doesn't get stuck, though. That stutter step aiding them without knowing that the Tracer's in the back. A pulse bomb comes out again now onto Trost. And now they actually have a good position to do this. The Rez is going to attempt to get Yazan back online. It does, but sacrifices themselves. Tap and Lethal will make this an extensively high time bank with the focus fire as long as they can just keep these things from... Yeah, this is it. This is Lethal's game. This is Lethal's moon. It is no longer a moon for all of us to adore. It is just now claimed by Lethal.
Lethal is going absolutely bonkers. It feels like this is a heavyweight fight between Yazan and between Lethal.
Yep.
Lethal's Cassidy has been absolutely stellar this entire series so far. I mean, look at just these stats. 14 final limbs. The next closest is going to be Tap with 13, but I mean, it's just been an unreal performance from this Cassidy player.
Round after round as they beat each other senselessly with this swap with, again, Munich Esports having the lower time bank will be on the attack first. 1 minute and 1 second to work with. Gameplay 101 is you're going into double hit scans, and Yazan is still going to try and take this aggressively. I mean, they could last minute swap because they're on the attacking side, so we won't talk about it. But like Yazan is playing such a risky game holding on to this far as long as they have.
And I mean, I think for Lethal as well, I'm also thinking about Collegiate and how the fact that Harrisburg found a good one. They found a gem in Lethal, and I cannot wait for Lethal to be able to play with the rest of that team, because that is something I will be extremely looking forward to, along with Tap, who is in Collegiate as well.
Polished and shining.
Extremely. And Yazan is going to be going into the Maw again against 4 heroes that can pressure him out on that fair. You can already see him losing a lot of health. This also is really difficult for level 1 Crook too. It's not going to be pretty for this fair. They're going to have to play extremely slowly and find openings where they can.
Yazan right now, I don't know why you like going into the Maw. Nobody likes the Maw. We're us WoW players know what that feeling is. As Tap actually gets an early takedown onto Jaru, and here's a second one instantly after onto Admiral. 24 seconds left. This is absolutely crippling. Kebab Winkle is in a dominant place to just prevent any sort of contention for this initial tick.
And I mean, with 10 seconds left, and Sparker really the only one with an ultimate. Lethal takes down Yazan. It's got to get rezzed back up. Sparker's the only one with an ultimate. It has to be off the back of Sparker, but it doesn't even matter right now.
Trust me, unable to get the mech back into this. Overtime's going to dwindle. That will be a defensive hold here, and you've got Kebab Winkle looking to just put Munich Esports in their place, and that is a round completion here as we take a swap of sides.
Hey, it's drawable though, you know.
Yeah, I know, right? That's a tall draw. That's a tall draw request.
Yes, it is, but it's either a draw or a map 5, and both of those to me sound good just to get more Overwatch. Look at Lethal here. I mean, just pop. Goodbye.
Oh my goodness.
Goodbye. And then also, like, the really good thing from the rest of the team for Kebab Winkle at that point was they didn't let the res go out. So level 1 Crook wasn't in a position to get that res onto Yazan. And at that point, it feels like the fight's already over. Like, there's nothing really without that Pharah to be able to carry you unless it's Sparker just going absolutely sicko mode.
And even then, that's still... That's like stacking the whole deck of 52 cards. Like, let's be honest.
I mean, true. You're right.
As now we've got 3 minutes and 34 seconds. That is so much time.
Yeah, a lot of time
to work with. And we're actually going to see a little bit of a compositional adjustment. We're going to see level 1 Crook coming out on the Zenyatta, which, again, we haven't seen too much of. But you commented a lot about the dynamic level of intricacy when it came to the Moira. The Zenyatta is the same way. When it sits onto each individual role for that 2 seconds, they each get their own respective buff and benefit, which is just a really nice tweak to the character as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, just for those of you who aren't aware, for tanks it's 20% rate damage reduction, for damage it's 10% movement speed, and for supports the healing you get is increased from 30 to 40 health a second. So it is a really nice change that I think adds a lot of depth and is not more of like just a sit and forget type of thing on Zenyatta for Harmony Orb, but look at Kebabingo. They're just going to go straight to the point. They only need that singular tick, so they're just going to start moving around this map as much as they can. But for Munich Esports, they have a lot of poke from this high ground.
And look at Tap underneath, trying to see if they can harass and get some attention drawn away, because that single tick is so easy to gain if you can maybe bamboozle your defensive opponent. Sparker up top, attempting to try and get a couple of shots. Can't seem to find
Tap
that Lucio play. 1-for-1 down. Admiral eliminated, but level 1 Crook manages to help equalize Khan, the only support left, as they get picked up as well. This now on the attacking position is going to be strong enough that they will able to actually hold here. Munich Esports, what a stellar job for fight 1.
I mean, Lethal killed 3 people and they still didn't win that fight.
Yeah.
I mean, Munich is trying to clutch this out so nasty here, as you can see Lethal's POV throughout all this. Obviously, it still wasn't a win, but it still managed to do a lot. Kebab Winkle still have a lot of time to work with, though, regardless. But Munich Esports are starting to dwindle down this to about 2 minutes.
Sigma adjustment now for— oh no, they're not on the point. Bob Winkle manages to take it. We come back from the replay and all of our hopes look to fall to the wayside. Oh my. We're gonna get it right here. Oh no, they backpedal. They're not on it. There's even a fortifying Orisa that can't get to the point for contention. Oh, Kenobi.
What an anticlimactic way to end that map. That was tragic. That's brutal.
We're going to map 5 though. Map 5.
Are going to map 5. Map 5. Hey, map 5. Let's go. No draw. That was. They were just gonna scratch that one from the memory books. That one didn't happen. Wow, that was really not expected to come back from that replay and just the map to end completely.
Yeah, you know, stories are written and some they don't make it to publishing, and that was one of them. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, again, map 5, 2-2. What better thing could we ask for?
We said it. Map 5 banger.
Yep. Absolutely. It's a full day. It's a full day. We had both of the best of 2s now, you know, or first of 2s, now the first of 3. We're getting the whole gauntlet. It's going to be great. We're going to give you very little downtime between EU and NA for today. That's what we were looking to do. We didn't want you to sit idly for far too long and keep the Overwatch continuing for you. But with that being said, we are going to head to a brief break to allow both these teams to settle their mind, get themselves prepped and ready and composed for this final map, which we cannot wait to see who is going to be victorious. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be seeing you on the other side of this break.
You're probably wondering why I've called you here tonight.
To talk about the many souls we've consumed?
Not today, no.
Oh, to talk about our favorite skins? Mine's Mariachi.
Oh, yeah. I'm more of a Nevermore fan myself, but we're not here to talk about skins, guys.
Are we here to talk about the many crimes we have committed in ranked, trolling people left, right and center, making people mold as we kill them over and over until they lose all their desire
and quit the game, only to come the next day and face my wrath again and again?
No. But I did call you all here because we were nominated to come up with ideas for the next creator experimental card. But remember, guys, this is for the greater good of Overwatch.
The greater good.
No, the greater... You know what? Never mind. We got any ideas for the patch?
Can we give Genji 2 dashes so he can be like, shoo, shoo? You know, for the creator good, of course.
The creator good.
Oh, what if we let Reaper shadow step while in Wraith form? That would be cool.
That would be cool. I want Mercy to res 5 people again. For the creator good?
What did I miss?
We return to the final moments. Map 5. A full day of Overwatch. Every map played to see who is going to be able to claim not only the prize, but the title of this amazing experimental card creator cup championship. You know what? That's more important than anything else. Just having that title for this type of event. It doesn't matter what you get. You still get the title. And that's exciting. I wish I could have that title.
And you get a nice little chunk of change along with it.
Yeah,
so that's not too bad either. As we're going to be seeing what the bracket has looked like up to this point. Munich Esports and Kebabwinkel at 2-2. Closest series we could have gotten. Definitely the two best teams in the tournament overall. And I mean, I think that they've all played extremely well. It's been very back and forth between Lethal and between Yazan. We're going to Ilios as our next map. Very, very much a Pharah map on a lot of the places. However, it's also very open, which means that Lethal can play Cassidy and can also start fragging. So my eyes are set on that DPS duel. It's going to be between Yazan, going to be between Cassidy, and how is the Pharah going to be pressured on a map like this?
It's these defining factors, the DPS, who is a cut above the rest. And really, honestly, also the other part of it is when it comes to some of these, more specifically when it comes to Lighthouse, where there's a little bit more of that tightly enclosed positioning. I know we don't have that guaranteed map just yet, but some of those might be a little bit interesting to see how they're also played out because of the more congested area, and once you get to that position first and how to play, because then there's going to be a lot of firing coming in from either the Cassidy or the Pharah from outside, where they can block a lot of it with either the shielding or just body block with the tanks up front, because there is that damage reduction. So getting into that, I think, is going to be most challenging, as we're just waiting for the okay from both teams to get this underway. And Kenobi, regardless of who wins, whoever takes this, it has still been a spectacular weekend of this experimental card creator cup, and I cannot wait to see who's going to be able to come out on top and put it all over Twitter to say that we are those that claim this #1 spot in any sort of experiment.
I mean, very much so. And I think the other thing that's really cool about this tournament overall, between NA and EU, and between just the weekend that we've had in the entirety, is that the changes really did have a lot of impact, I think, on Tether has been incredibly important from Marissa. Cassidy with the buff to the Peacekeeper, almost permapicked, it feels like. So I think that it's really interesting to me that we've had this kind of shift in terms of, or this evolution rather, in what a meta would look like if these changes were to go live. And It's a lot more brawl like we kind of expected, but it's been fun to see kind of teams think and theorize and theorycraft of what they could see that would work the best.
And as we enter on to this first round of Ruins, what is going to work is really the question. We can already see some alternative hovers coming out here. Tap, leaning into potentially a Sombra play, not yet fully committed yet, but I would like to see a little bit more of this type of variety. And again, we've also got that fixation, like you mentioned. Lethal not going to waver away from this. Cassidy, always 100% pick rate at this point for every team. And now I'm going to see this Torbjorn coming out from Munich Esports.
And I think the reason that we're not seeing Yazan on the Pharah is specifically because there's too much open space and Lethal would be able to just tap him out. So that's most likely why we're not seeing that. As Young gets taken down extremely low already.
Big brawl by the statue, attempting to get some early front-loaded damage, and health bars being super critical here for Kebab Winkle. Nice immortality field to give some space for Dawn to fall back, and it's going to be now, Munich Esports looking to try and posture towards this bottom position.
And I mean, while Lethal isn't focusing on a Pharah anymore, he can focus directly onto Sparker in that 1v1, and Yazan still on that DPS. He's putting in so much pressure through these shields.
Yeah, and just finally goes down. Senny gets the elimination on that back position, now looking to reconvene towards the front position of this fight. Amplification Matrix, though, is a little bit more favoring of Munich Esports. They have the Flux in conjunction, managing to get Khan taken down. Sound Barrier comes out a little bit late, so they don't keep the Baptiste alive, but they've taken this and swapped it over.
Oh my god, Lethal, stop it. Okay, stop it. Someone check him PC.
Stop.
Okay, Lethal is... can we just, for the rest of this game, observers, just don't look off of the POV of Lethal. Just keep it on Lethal for the entire time. There's no reason to watch anything else. This man is absolutely popping off to the nth degree.
Let's just have the little mini cam in the bottom right of just that POV the whole time. Like, we'll just do that. We'll do a picture-in-picture of it. As a High Noon comes out, looking to try and press forward again, looking to see if they can break the shield. Two still in the sightlines, peeking! Almost gets the takedown. Reduction of healing onto the tanks, and that's going to be Munich Esports having to be super cautious here as Lethal still gets out with their life.
Able to take down a headshot. Lethal getting so low, and look at Don, or Jaru wants him, but Lethal manages to get away.
Lethal presses back into this over the lava, even to take a little bit of damage to try and round the outside. Sound barrier there from Admiral gives an opportunity as Sparker chases down Lethal. Sparker having a highlight moment of their own as it goes back in favor of Munich.
And I think the EMP just not managing to get the value that they wanted from Kebab Winkle. Yazan also with a very nice Molten Core to separate a lot of the members of Kebab Winkle away from the healing, as Tap will now go over to the Mei, so offering the ability to use that wall, section out members of Munich Esports composition, and take them out one by one.
Yazan still looking to put quite a bit of damage onto that shield. Amplification Matrix, a second round again for both teams. That's just how much healing has been coming out from these Baptistes in these engagements. 50% now finally surpassing Kebab Winkle as they are just slowly looking to try and generate an ultimate going into this. They really only have the Earth Shatter plus potentially Lethal with that Deadeye. Not really too critical. Sparker gets the better end of the exchange between Lethal once again here, and now managed to still continue to hold on to this.
Yeah, Sparker this time has had enough of Lethal shenanigans and is trying to match him in the 1v1, which he has been doing so, and that seems to be the success point for Munich Esports, focusing down Lethal and making sure he's not left to his own devices in that backline, but 76% and ticking upwards for Munich Esports right now. This is looking like last fight territory. Kebab Winkle have to make something happen here. They luckily are going to have the sound barrier for sustainability to rush forward and over-sustain against Munich Esports.
Lethal leading in first, getting the extra movement speed to try and peek the pillar. Not one really going to be in sightlines, has to get rid of it. The sound barrier now to give the extra effort. Shield blocks the Earth Shatter. There's also the Mei block in front to try and see if they can block anything else. Now transitioning below. The lava is there. It is still Munich Esports dominating on this engagement, but Jaru is so low, almost picked up, finally goes down. Khan gets the elimination.
Lethal's down.
This is now an exchange, 1-for-1. Lethal down. You've got Tap in addition. Kebab Winkle falling to rubble. The overtime shall dwindle. This is going to be Munich Esports managing to take this first round and show them that they want it.
It started out so well for Kebab Winkle, with Lethal absolutely popping off, but once Munich Esports got control of the point off of, I would say, a little bit of over-aggressiveness from Kebab Winkle, trying with that EMP, not really finding pay dirt that they wanted. Once they got control, it was so hard for Lethal to walk forward because everyone on the other side of Munich Esports was just continuously pressuring him out. And now, as we go to well, This is where the fair really starts to become a problem, and this is one of the patented fair maps that we have in Overwatch. And I am going to be still looking at that battle between Lethal, between Yazan. Tap is going to be on that Sombra, trying to hack out targets, specifically to get rid of that D.Va, get rid of the ball, make it even harder for them to play the game.
And I like the pairing once again with Spark going onto this Tracer, because when you've got eyes on this far play from Yazan, Sparker's just going to have a lot more agency in this backline position to harass the supports. Damage boost up top, continuing to get some decent rockets onto that narrow passageway, entering onto this well position, waiting until it becomes active before really pressing out into this open position. Wicharu looking for a decent pile drive into the back. Nice stun as the rockets push Yazan just overhead, but needs to be super cautious here as the point opens up.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Yazan walks forward there and gets tapped by Lethal and has to back out of there, is not able to stay in that engagement without the risk of dying. So really well played from Kebabwinkle to stop that dive, and now they have a numbers advantage with Jaru going down.
Yeah, Tap able to get a great opportunity here. It's going to be Kebabwinkle managing to start getting some percentage since they did swap this over and are just going to continue to, you know, keep this presence and wait for Munich Esports to get back as a full 6.
And I think this is a much better decision for Jaru to go over to the Orisa. Against the Sombra and against all the CC that Kebabwinkle have, it's not going to be ideal to play that ball as High Noon comes out just to zone and just to create space and time as they're looking for... Sparker in the back was hacked. Couldn't recall.
Nope. That's going to be easy prey for Lethal to collapse on and to shut down. In the comms guarantee you that was Tap communicating quickly to Lethal to get that follow-up is now you've got a sitting duck in the sky. This Mercy play barely gets out with their life.
I mean, that was so close there, but I mean, even the pressure, not just onto Yazan, but onto level 1 Crook 2, and through this Matrix, is going to do even more damage.
Oh no, you need to be extremely careful as you push out into the sightlines of Lethal. Already absolutely critical. Oh wow, separated in the back. I really don't know how that happened, but it's going to be Kebabwinkle attempting to try and still maintain despite them losing this Reinhardt play up front. And honestly, Munich Esports is playing very far away from it. Nice rockets to come onto Lethal to eliminate it. And they're starting to draw back down to the point to swap this over.
I think there was a tether yoink. Wydon got pulled all the way over there. And here comes the Supercharger trying to slow. Manages to get tethered onto Khan, but it's still Kebabwinkle ticking up this percentage on the point. They still have control.
Oh, goodness. Sparker. Now a 3 EMP lands onto Munich. Nice job, Lethal.
Lethal's a god!
Oh, my goodness. I was waiting for it to see if they were going to get the double onto that, preventing the res. The sound barrier comes out for Kebabwinkle to sustain on this point. They are not letting any percentage go over in favor of Munich Esports. They're ripping them to shreds.
I mean, Lethal says, I don't care about the Pharaoh, I don't care about the Mercy, I don't care about anyone on your team. Now it's swapped over to the Echo just to get back onto this point quickly. Self-destructive, continue to stall. Tap is down, though.
Yep, and the fact that they were able to get that translocate right into the waking arms of Admiral, they've got the numbers advantage now pushing onto this overtime commencing. Dawn has the Shatter, looking to see where they can get value with it, peeking to the side. Nobody saw that charge. We're going to deny any vision of, or acknowledgement of that as the amplification matrix comes out. Khan in the back, finding some sightlines to try and get down Yazan up the high ground. Nice. Beautiful direct rocket in the mid-air. And still waiting to drop these rockets overhead. Not yet finding value just yet. This D.Va play overhead finally being taken out of the mech. This is actually going to swap back to Munich.
Great patience as well coming out from Yazan to not use that barrage, keeping it, knowing that the fight is won, so they will have it for this next fight. But through all of that, I mean, the fight lasted for so long, but it was still in favor of Kebabwinkle, and now Munich Esports have to try and catch up in terms of the percentage here. Kebabwinkle coming back in, EMP at the ready. That means that the potential ultimate advantage that Munich Esports have is null and void if this EMP is able to hit Paydirt.
Because they've got 80% to catch up. Munich Esports is in such a challenging position. If Tap, as you mentioned, gets this prepped and ready, stealthing in, is slowed, kept outside, does still land for the Rockets, at least eliminate a support player, and Dawn is getting it. They swapped it, the overtime now in favor of Kebabwinkle. They are just looking to try and keep them off the point, looking to get back onto it, knocked into it. Sparker comes in also with the Deadeye to get rid of Khan, and they're going to retain it back.
Well, trust me, it does end up going down into the well, but I don't think it will matter too much, as it's going to have to be a reset for Kebabwinkle here. The EMP, you saw that Tap wanted a better position for it, but unfortunately it was hit by the slow of the supercharge and just could not move forward to the position they would have liked. And Munich still holding on. Sound barrier at the ready for them. Do not have to worry about anything like the EMP, so that's good.
Yazan getting a forward position, took the sound barrier and is rolling with it.
What?
Diving into this small room. They have a knockback onto Lethal, eliminated 60%. They've only got a small margin left, but the counter barrier comes in from Kebabwinkle, attempting to swap it over. They're getting the benefit of this despite the early lead that Munich Esports had. They've completely eradicated them from this point. Nobody's gonna sustain. The overtime shall fall to the wayside, and this will bring us to not only a map 5, but a full 3 rounds in a map 5.
What a turnaround from Munich Esports there. I mean, it looked like as soon as Lethal died to the knockback of the sound barrier into the well, which was a change, remember, that did happen for sound barrier, I thought it looked like it was basically over. It was going to be a win for Munich Esports and we going to a last fight, but no, instead, Munich Esports, beyond that 1 kill onto the Cassidy, were not able to secure anything else, and they didn't have any cooldowns to leave. And so they, with the sustainability of the sound barrier from Real, they just won. And now we're going to a final singular map here to decide who is going to be your champions. Championship point, Yazan not going back to the Pharah. It's going to be just the Torbjorn, the standard composition versus a little bit of a wrinkle here from Kebabwinkle with the Sombra instead.
The defining moments for this EU region of the Experimental Card Creator Cup is coming to an end. Senny has been blown to bits, though, out of the mech, and Baby Diva back in spawn. Dawn gets hit and preventing some healing, making this really challenging, and you are not going to be able to see Kebabwinkle be able to really press against how
tether,
well...
The tether!
Oh, might be able to get it! And they actually do get it. They're clean this up, and that's going to be Munich Esports taking this very, very quickly.
Honestly, the star of that was all trust me with the tethers. Tethered the Diva first and then tethered the Rhine back into the point, basically securing both those kills by themselves. Unreal play. Look at this. Just bring the Reinhardt in. That's mine now. You are not allowed to escape. Immortality Field a little bit too late. As Kebabwinkle now are looking behind the 8-ball a little bit, have to bring out an Orisa of their own, but they're going to be so far behind when it comes to ultimate charge for that supercharger.
Gonna bring him into the ring of doom and death. As now there is an amplification matrix coming through. Once again, looking for a potential pin. Goes a little bit further out. Does get mitigated, but great opportunity to recover from this. Jaru goes down. You've got the supercharger activated on the point. The High Noon attempting to try and counter this by Lethal, but nobody's gonna be in the sidelines. You can see that upper position on the catwalk, not getting any value with it.
Oh, another pull. EMP from Tap. It gets 5.
Oh, and there was another pull into the center.
They can't get kills.
No, Lethal comes in again now, really trying to dominate this. The sound barrier assisting by Admiral, able to keep their bearings as it's 55% in climbing.
It just seems like desperation there from Tap. Goes for the EMP, is able to get Admiral, who had sound barrier, but they weren't able to secure the kill since the rest of the team couldn't follow up. And the win condition, it feels like, for Kebabwinkle is down the drain, and Tap has to switch back over to the Mei. But they've lost so much percentage here, 70%, and taking up for Munich Esports, who have an Ant Matrix to work with in this next fight. So it's going to be even more difficult for Kebabwinkle to enter into this fight. You're looking at something like a huge shatter, but Yazan takes down
no!
Lethal. They got
Lethal's gone. They have, yep, they can't. They've got 15 seconds now, but they're gonna throttle forward. You've got Munich Esports going to press the attack because they have the advantage. Lethal desperately trying to get back into this fight. Sparker gets the tank down onto Dawn, and now the seconds dwindle. Is anyone gonna be able to truly contest this? Going into the back line, and the Maze on the point now. Kenobi with the lava everywhere, melting them to the ground. That's going to be a conclusion to this Experimental Card Creator Cup, where Munich Esports take it all the way to map 5 in round 3, victorious for this EU region.
It's Munich Esports. Lethal will get play of the game, but that's all that they will have to hang their hats on. Munich Esports, an unreal performance on kind of the meta composition, the standard that we've seen throughout this tournament so far in EMEA. What a way to end it for them. The Torbjorn works out so extremely well. They played around the Sombra of Tap amazingly. and they're going to be taking home the champion. They're going to be taking home the first place prize of $6,000. Congratulations to Munich Esports.
What a massive title and change to put into the back pocket. It has been an absolutely electrifying weekend, really, for EU, and we've still got more to come. We've got NA locked and loaded here in just a few hours to continue bringing this experimental card creator cup excitement. And Kenobi, overall, this whole day has been spectacular, and just taking a look now at the schedule and what transpired here. And if we looked at the full bracket, literally all three of our broadcast ones was actually the full thing. Everything else was 2-0. We didn't even need to see it. Yeah, the maximum amount of our broadcasts for us to cast, Dor and Moxie getting the first two, us getting this last one. It's just been insane of a day for EU.
It's been an awesome day. I mean, it's been such a phenomenal tournament overall. I am in love with all the changes that have been made, the kind of new Overwatch that we've seen so far. It's been really fun to watch, and I hope some of these changes do stay. Yeah. I love the fact May can just jettison people to the moon. That's one of my favorite changes. Tether is fun to play, probably not fun to play against, would be what I would say, especially when we saw on that last map where both the tanks got tethered in and just died. And on control, if you lose first fight, you've basically almost always lost the map. As we're not done yet, though. Like Rich said, we've got NA coming up soon. Yep. This is the schedule, so that you know exactly when you need to get your butts in your seats to watch this final day of NA Creator Cup, an Experimental Card Creator Cup, as 1 p.m. PST is when things will begin. We'll have the same thing, quarterfinals, semifinals, into the grand finals. And I mean, some of these team names you may not know, but there are some really good players on them, so you don't want to miss.
No, it's going to be quite a show for NA, probably just as exciting and electrifying as we had for EU here. And Kenobi, it has been an absolute pleasure being a part of this weekend, and to be working alongside Dor and Moxie once again from our Chinese Contenders Day, so we get to participate in this lovely experimental card patch. And I can't tell you enough how privileged it is to be doing this cast with you, my friend.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I love casting with you anytime I can, Rich. And for the wacky shenanigans that we saw, it makes it even better. I had a ton of fun. Again, shout out to Dor and Moxie, who were here a little bit earlier. Shout out to all the production that we had.
Yes.
Make sure tweeting hashtag Overwatch Creator Cup on Twitter to make sure your tweets get on broadcast like we saw. Do it for NA. Can't do it for EU anymore, unfortunately. But, for those NA peeps, get your tweets out. Yeah. We want to see them.
Absolutely, and like we said, the schedule has been notified. You know when to be either bookmarking it, putting it in your calendar, or just staying at your desk the whole time. So we'll be looking to see you tuning in for that NA championship here. The grand finals coming soon for NA to see who's going to claim that victorious title. So we'll be seeing you again here soon for that in NA region.
From the studio that brought you the Experimental Card Creator Cup, we proudly present to you the other Experimental Card Creator Cup. Legally, we can't say this is bigger or better, but it is equally awesome. Want to get from Lijiang Tower to the moon? Well, now you can, thanks to boosting. No, not that boosting. Maywall boosting! That's right, for a limited time only, you can launch yourself like a rocket! A space rocket! But what's better than one space rocket? Two space rockets! That's right, if you download the patch today, we'll give you a 2-for-1 deal! No longer will you be levitating above the ground as Zen, waiting to be jumped by the local wildlife. You will be elevated to the nearest safe space. Get it? Space! Tired of all this space talk? Well, we're not done yet. That's right. 3 for 1, baby. Let's go. Baptiste can also join the gang. That's right. No longer will you have to depend on your tanks to make space for you. Just do it yourself. Space! Speaking of tanks, they just got tankier! I don't know if that's a word, but it makes sense! You know what else makes sense? Roadhog now has a 50% damage reduction when he takes a hit of whatever this stuff is when near another tank hero. It just makes sense! Sense! Ordinary patches are far too safe, but the Experimental Creator patch is off the rails! And better yet, what's a creator patch without the content? Because everyone loves good content! In fact, you wouldn't be content with the content if it wasn't good content! That's right, not only will you get the extremely fun and over-the-top patch to play yourself, but you'll get double the fun with the Creator Cup Tournament! That's right, it's back. It's bigger and better. Wait, I wasn't supposed to say that. No, please, don't fire me. This patch, it's just so good. No, I can't miss the Creators Cup, please.